Yo, it's your boy Merita, boy. I'm back up in this thing, man. Listen. Y'all know I do this every day. This one of them late night lives. I went to sleep earlier, so shit. I woke up, shit. I wide awoke like one of them babies. You have your baby wake up in the middle of the night, want to eat. I don't woke up in the middle of the night. I'm wide awoke. So I'm like, shit, might well go live. Drank a little bit of that Arnold Palmer. You know what I'm talking about? That lemonade mixed with that goddamn tea. Yeah, you know, us Southern folk, we love our tea, goddamn it. Shout out to Bobo Anderson. But shout out to Yellow Diamond, my Dominican sister. Hey, Yellow Diamond, I got a question. So where you live at now? I know you my Dominican sister, but where you live at? Where you repping? Morning to Dale. Where you repping, Yellow Diamond? I've been on I went on eating got sandwich. But I wanted to message you on Insta and ask if you wanted to go live. If you would go live, look it up. Yo, look at that. You've been answered. Shout out to anonymous ones. Shit, I just woke up probably about 20 minutes ago. With the kitchen fix me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Louisiana and Georgia, okay, they're real. They're real. The South. Shout out to Kel1K. Um, Shit, but I'm gonna tell you though, I ain't gonna lie though. It ain't. I be looking on the YouTube screens and shit. I ain't see too much to shout out to SLK, Sunlight Cloud TV, yo, Inglewood. I've been looking and I ain't seen none of that too much. I ain't sleep yet, True Vet. We already know what about. We already, I already know how you be rocking anonymous ones, and I know some of y'all work overnight. But shit, I ain't seen too much. I wanted to talk about shit. I see Brick Baby in the news again. I'm convinced they pulling plays on us, my nigga. Shit, Adam 22 and Brick. At this point, shit, much lame shit come across the airways by Brick Baby. I'm convinced they pulling plays on us now. So I'm like, man, I ain't finna be a part of this charade. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, bro. I don't motherfucking know. These niggas nowadays, these niggas doing shit in their real deal life like so proper, so we can talk about them on the internet, so they can stay in the algorithm, my nigga. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? For real. So hey, damn, it's a little. Let's talk about some for real. Some sci-fi stuff. All right, look, tell y'all what we're gonna do. What y'all want to talk about? What y'all want to talk about? Put it in the chat. We're gonna talk about it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I came on like I ain't come on. I was like, man, I'm gonna just see what they want to talk about. We're gonna talk about it. I be at work. I know. Navy shit, feel me? For real, straight up. And that's why I be up a lot of times late night because I used to work overnight as well. Get some wisdom on your heart. Anything? Give us some wisdom. Oh man. Okay. Let me think. I got a lot of stories. Let me try to think. I'm trying to think of a story I ain't told y'all yet. Let me think. An interesting story that I ain't told y'all yet. I got a lot of interesting characters. Okay. Okay. All right. I got y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all about my nigga Dread. I'm gonna tell y'all about I got his picture too. I put his picture up off of Facebook the other day. So I'm finna send the picture to my what's the name so I can show y'all my nigga Dread, dog. I'm gonna show you my nigga Dread and my cause him and my brother-in-law in the same picture. It's an interesting story. Let me see what Dread picture at. And what Dread picture at? I know I got Dread picture. I just saved this picture. Hold on. Did I screenshot that picture? Okay, that I got my nigga Choo Choo. I ain't never tell y'all Choo Choo story. What Dread at though? Hold on. I'm trying to find a picture for y'all. I got y'all. Right here, I got him. Okay, let me send that bit by email real quick. Oh, dread. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull that bitch up. Fifth person supposedly got arrested. Oh, the fifth person got arrested. Okay, let me check that out too. Let me see. Dread. All right. All right. These two individuals I'm gonna put on this page. Oh, this a hell of a. This one here, y'all. Okay. So the one with no shirt on, right? That's my brother-in-law. His name Pip, right? The one with a shirt on is Dread, right? That's what they say I'm waiting for info. Okay. Well, we're gonna go through. We'll look around. We'll snoop around and figure out and see what we can find about the fifth suspect in a minute. I'm gonna tell you a story about Dread, right? But both of their stories coincide, right? So the one with no shirt on, this is my brother-in-law, right? I knew him since he was 10 years old, right? His name Pip. He dead. Both of them dead. So I can tell you their stories, right? So Pip was a little funny kid. He's short. Both of them short. Both of them, Pip maybe 5'5", maybe 5'5", 5'6". Both of them short. They neither one of them motherfuckers five. They might be 5'7". Both of them, neither one of them big, right? My brother-in-law Pip, the one with no shirt on, he was a little funny kid, little goofy kid, but always stayed in the shit. His daddy and his mama had broke up or whatever. By the time I met him around about 10 years old, right? He from a street in Orlando called Jackson Street. That's one of the most notorious streets in Orlando. That's where that's a street that I used to hustle on, and that's where my baby mama from. My baby mama is from Jackson. My baby mama is from Jackson Street, the one that passed away. Her and Pip was best friends. My baby mama and him was best friends. But he ended up having 3 kids by my baby mama's sister, right? So that's how he ended up being my brother-in-law. I ended up having 3 kids, one stillborn, so I got 2 living. This by the other sister. So me and him, so his kids and my kids are cousins, and they be together every day, even still to this day. My kids and his kids, they hang together every day. But they cousins because they mamas and sisters, right? But they from Jackson Street, right? So he grew up, but he was a devious kid. I mean, god damn, he stayed in the shit. I mean, he was one of them kids that was advanced. Like he always stayed in the shit. He always was stealing something. He always had a gun. He always, whatever it was, he was into it. You know what I'm saying? His mama worked. His mama, he had a nice mama, Miss Pat. She worked. She provided. He had 2 older sisters. One older sister, one younger sister. His older sister named Ike was finer than a motherfucker. His first sister, his older sister Ike was thick. I'm talking about this motherfucker was fine. I'm talking about, but she was older than us. And he had a younger sister named Leia, and unfortunately, she's alive, but unfortunately, she started using drugs early. When I mean Leia is my age, and she started using drugs like in teenage years. I'm talking about when I mean drugs, I mean she started using like crack in like teenage years, real shit. Like his sister was a crackhead when in teenage years. It was sad as fuck, dog. Like real shit. Um, but anyway, He was a funny kid. He was a funny kid. Like he wasn't savage or nothing at all, right? Uh, but he loved the streets. He loved to be in the streets. He never was home. His mama tried to make him stay home. He'll sneak out the back. He'll sneak out the window, shit like that. And we used to do shit all the time. Like we'll go to the fair, jump the gate, and then they had like a skating rink down the street from the fair. So when the fair would close, maybe 1, 2, 12, 1, 2 in the morning, the skating rink down the street from the fair on Colonial Drive used to be called Funtastic Skating Rink. And it was an interesting skating rink because after 11 o'clock, everybody had to put up their skates. Everybody put up their skates, right? And once they put up the skates, it turned into a club. So the whole skating rink floor was a club. And I'm gonna tell you what times this was. This like the early 90s, like 90, like 89, 90, somewhere up in there, right? And this around like the time with BMF, like the series, it was like that time. So, you had motherfucking 2 Live Crew was the music, shit like that, girls dancing in the middle of the shit. Now this time I'm probably about 9, 10. But how we used to do is we'll go to the skating rink before the skate. You put the skates up, and once they put the skates up and everybody can't skate on the floor no more, and everybody started dancing, you could stay. So it was an interesting club because it was grown people. It was grown people in the club with kids. Swear to God, like I swear, it was like all ages, nigga. I'm talking about like from fucking elementary to goddamn 30 years old. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. And we used to be in there and, just chilling. They be smoking weed, all that type of shit. I remember 8-Ball MJG came to that club. And also, fun fact, the DJ of that club, his name was DJ Magic Mike. Later on, DJ Magic Mike ended up winning a Grammy. This is true story from Orlando. A local DJ named DJ Magic Mike won a Grammy. I don't know if he was the first DJ to win a Grammy, but he was one of the first DJs ever win a Grammy for a song called Feel the Bass. This was back when a lot of the songs didn't even have no words. They were just bass songs that people from the South used to play in their cars because they had heavy speaker systems and shit like that. I don't know if people remember that, but it was a time where dudes who had a lot of speakers and shit in their car, they just play bass songs just to show how hard they speaker system hit, right? So anyway, this is around that time. So my mama, this is around the time when I was living in the crack house and shit like that with my mama, whatever. But I would play with Pip. You know what I'm saying? So in the daytime, when the daytime come, like especially like in the summertime or like when school was out, I would go find Pip and I would go play with him. At this time, Pip is already selling drugs. I'm talking about, he started selling drugs like 10, 11 years old. Like he already selling drugs. He already doing shit. You know what I'm saying? He already in the streets. So it was fun to play with him. Plus my daddy knew him. But it was clear to see that Pip was going to be the next generation of dope dealer. He was going to be the next dealer. It was no deterring him. He didn't go to school. He didn't like school. He skipped school all the time. This was just the life that he was going to live. It was obvious that it was like old dog off goddamn Mental Society. Like it wasn't no other outcome for him because he never tried to do anything else. He never tried to go to school or do nothing that. He loved the streets. Right? So my mama, they end up doing it. My aunties them end up doing an intervention with my mama, and they came and got my mama out the crack house. My mama's other sisters. They came and got my mama from my auntie crack house, and of course I had to go. I had to go with her, and I didn't want to go. I remember the day they came and got me. Me and Pip and my other brother-in-law, which is my baby mama's brother, we was at a hotel called Vacation Lodge on Orange Blossom Trail, and we used to sneak in the hotel and we used to swim in the pool. We used to jump the gate and swim in the pool. So we was there. So some kind of way, my mom and them found me. This before cell phones really, and they came and got me. And I'll never forget the day I was crying like a baby, bro. I was crying like a motherfucker because I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to go wherever the fuck they was taking me. I didn't even know where the fuck they were taking me. But my daddy was. I told my mom that I want to stay with my daddy because I want to stay across town. I want to be over there. I was not outside, but I was outside. Because, of course, my mom in the crack house smoking drugs. So I get to go where I want to go. And that's another thing. My daddy, he never gave a fuck. He never really cared where we went because the whole hood was like a nursery. It was like everybody knew everybody. So all the kids could go in it. As long we could go anywhere in the hood, even though it was a lot of violence and shit going on, drug dealing going on, shootouts and everything. The kids was kind of protected because the kids was kids of people in the hood. So whereas it be violence and drug dealing and raids and shit going on around us, we saw it, but it didn't happen to us per se. It happened to people that we knew, grown people and shit like that. But it didn't happen to us per se because we was protected by everybody in the hood. You know what I mean? Like we'll be playing and shit or whatever, but we'll be looking and see. We'll know people. We'll know, okay, that's such and such. He sell dope right there. He's selling dope. We'll see the cars. We'll see the money, the girls, everything. So um they came and got me. When they came and got me, that's when we went to down there where Melly and them live at. That's when they took my mama down there. That's how I end up meeting all the motherfuckers, Spoon and all of them, because they call themselves doing an intervention with my mama and taking. Now, of course, I was with my mama, so they took us down there, whatever. So I'm about 10. So I go to middle school down there, 10, 11, 12. Actually, we stopped off in Melbourne for a couple months. We lived in Melbourne in an apartment complex called Briarwood, um, right down the street from Booger Heights, where Palm Bay / Melbourne. Palm Bay and Melbourne right side by side. First we lived in Palm Bay, then we lived in Melbourne. But it wasn't that long though. So that's how, and I went to Crystal McAuliffe Elementary School, I think my fifth grade, the end of my fifth grade year. So I'm like 10. So that's how I kind of know a little bit about Melbourne. You know what I'm saying? That's how I kind of a little bit know about Burger and all of that shit right there. That rapper Burger, the rapper that Melly did that song with that night, right after them boys got killed. He from All Galley. All Galley is right up the street. All Galley pretty much Melbourne, but it's right up the street. So that's how I know about that area. Whatever. I got an uncle that live in Melbourne, and he a preacher, and which is my mama's brother, and that's how we stopped them. But of course, my mama found the drugs in that motherfucker too. That's one thing about somebody that want to do drugs, bro. They go find the motherfuckers there where they go. But at the same time, though, so what happened was we moved a little bit farther down south after that. We stayed there probably it wasn't that long, maybe about 6 months, maybe a year, I'm not sure. But we moved a little bit farther down south, and that's where we ended up moving to Wabasso, and I ended up meeting Spoon and all of them right there when I was like 10 years old. And we all went to middle school together. I went to middle school all my years. I went to middle school. I went to middle school in Indian River County. That's where Melly from. That's where goddamn Portland from, Jay Green, all of them. And that's how I end up knowing Jay Green Daddy. I know Jay Green Daddy personally. His name is Jay Green too. I know him personally. Shout out to Randy. That's how I met Spoon them and all of them, and that's how I know all of their families. Listen, why that nigga be talking, bro? I just don't say shit because I'm not disrespectful like that. But I know all them people, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know his mama, I know his daddy, I know nigga. I'm on Facebook the other day. My cousin, my blood cousin, got the same last name as me. Him and Spoon's sister got the same daddy. You know what I'm saying? Now my cousin, he my cousin on my mama's side, but he got the same last name as me. Him and Spoon got the same sister. That's what I'm saying. Like I know all these motherfuckers, but I don't be telling these people business because these people ain't never said nothing to me. These people ain't never came at me sideways. But I could say a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't letting them. My problem with you, nigga. So when I catch up with you, or when you catch up with me, or however it go, that's how we gonna handle that. We ain't gonna, you know what I'm talking about? You ain't gonna pull me, cause nigga be trying to use reverse psychology. Nigga be trying to lightweight get you to say something about other motherfuckers, so these other people feel a way about you. To pull them, the side lightweight, try to get some help, some reinforcements. No, nigga. Your mama, she cool. Her business, that's sideways. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing to do with all that. Your daddy, God bless the dead bitch James, that's sideways. Like all that, I ain't your sisters, your brothers, and all them. I ain't got no. It's you, nigga. So that's how we gonna do that. You gotta have sense right nowadays. Nigga be trying to get slick, nigga. Oh, nigga want you to say something about the whole city, so the whole city have a problem with you, just kind of get reinforcements. Man, I ain't no sucker, nigga. I ain't no fool, nigga. All right. So anyway, I end up getting into some trouble, and I end up breaking in a bar with Spoon Brother, which is named James Thomas. He a junior. My homeboy Stick Man. This is down there where Melanie from. My homeboy Munt. Who else? Me, Stick Man, James, and Munt. It was four of us. We broke into a bar. I hit pretty good. I ain't gonna care. I got more money than all of them. And the reason why I got more money than all of them is because I found the money. While when we broke into the bar late night, and when I mean bar, it was like a juke joint, like a club, but it was like a juke joint. So it was easy to break into. One no security system and no shit like that. And I'm around like 13 at this time. So when I find they in the bar getting beer and soda and shit like that, because we still kids. Not me. I'm looking for the money. So I go straight to the cash register. I see the cash register open with the things all flipped on. Like, damn, they got no money. So some tell me to look up under the counter. When I looked up on the counter, I found one of them old cookie cans, and I opened the cookie can, and it got stacks of money in that bitch. $100 stack, $50 stack, $20 stack with 10. It got all them stacks. So I take the stack with the $100 stacks, and I put it in my pants, in my drawers, and I cuff it. And I say, hey, y'all, look, I found the money. They run over to me. Oh, they see the money. So boom. We get the money to go. And it's a bunch of change. We get a bunch of change and shit too. So we go back to my homeboy Munt house, because we done told our mamas that we spend the night over Munt house. And of course my mama cool with it, because she get to hang out and, you know what I mean, smoke dope with her homegirls and all type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. We busting down the money at Munt. I don't know what Munt mama was at, but it was nobody at the house but us, bro. Swear, nobody but our kids. And at this time, it's like 3, 4 in the morning, bro. I'm saying we could go where we want to go. So we busting down the money. I can't remember exactly how much money that I bust down with them, but everybody had about $1,000. But I had a stack that nobody knew about, and I just went on to sleep with it. You know what I'm saying? I never opened it up at my house or nothing. I just kept it in my pants. So the next morning, I hurried up. I got up and I told me I gotta go home. You know what I'm saying? You know, hey, sleep over, because we told our mama. Ended up going back to my mama's house, going in the bathroom, opening the counter, the money, the shit like $4,000. So I got like $5,000, and I'm like 13 years old. I ain't never had this much money in my life, and we poor than a bitch. We poor as fuck. When I tell you we poor, like real poor. Like it ain't nothing in the refrigerator poor. It's just me and my mama though. But we got our own apartment and shit. So I take the money and I bury it. I bury it out the back door, because the first thing I'm thinking, if I pop up with this money, they're gonna know it. Everybody's gonna know it. First of all, everybody gonna tell that the bar got broken in tomorrow any goddamn way. Everybody gonna know. They're gonna talk about it in Wabasso. So what I'm finna do is I took out $5, 5 ones, put them in my pocket, took the money and buried it. Cause I'm finna play the long game on this bitch. I'm finna let this money sit here for probably about 2 months. That way when school start back, I can get me some clothes and shit, and I can be fly. But at the same time, I'm not gonna draw no suspicion to myself. So that's what I do. I don't tell my mom. I don't tell nobody. So and just so you know, ask yourself why Spoon wasn't with us. Cause he wasn't outside like us. He ain't getting no fights. I don't remember now fight he got into when I was there. Not one. Nigga, I had about 5, 6, 7 fights. He had no fights. Only fights he had with his brother. And his brother used to beat him up. And he'll tell you that. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I be trying to say all this shit. This man ain't had no fights at all. None. I'm just keeping it real. And he had no girlfriend. To be real with you, and I ain't trying to say nothing about that, but he talking about all these girlfriends. Bro, I ain't even had no girlfriend back then. I'm gonna keep it real. I didn't have no girlfriend when I lived out there. I was a kid. But he didn't either. He didn't get no fights, and he had no girlfriend. So I'm just trying to tell you about all this gangster shit he be trying to tell y'all about. That shit had to happen. It definitely happened when I left, but it definitely had to happen once he got grown. That's probably why he's still living in his mind in that type of shit, because we done outgrew that type of shit now. But that's why it's so infatuating to him, because he didn't never had that lifestyle. He never did that. He could have probably, if he chose to, but for some reason he never got into shit. It was never nothing. You know what I'm saying? Me, on the other hand, I stayed in shit. So anyway, my homeboy Stick Man, he was like my brother-in-law Pip right here. He was real advanced. He stayed in a bunch of shit. So he ended up going up on the road and shooting dice with the grown niggas and lost all his money the first day. But while he was shooting dice with the grown people, word was getting around that he must have been one of the ones that broke into the bar because they knew he didn't have no goddamn money. So how he get all this money? So they beat him out his money. He broke the first day, right? So it is what it is. I'm just playing it cool. You know what I mean? Going to the store, still buying my little 50 cent juices and my little quarter little Debbie cakes and playing like I ain't got no money. Mom, what we gonna eat tonight? All that. I'm doing the whole nine, nigga. I ain't told her. So a couple days later, my homeboy mama come to my mama door, knock on my mama door and tell my mama that uh your son done broke into Miss Maddie bar with my son, and I'm finna call the police on them. They going to jail. This is what my homeboy mama said. Her name Beatrice. She's still alive. God rest. You know what I mean? God bless Beatrice. You know what I'm saying? But she did drugs too. She snorted powder very heavily bad. Um, and she was one of them mamas. Like she was like a hood mama. That's why I keep saying like when I be seeing these hood mamas and shit, like, I grew up with them types, you know what I'm saying? Like Mama Duck and stuff like that. We in the hood, we grew up with them types. So, that's our them the mamas we had, So it is what it is. We love them. That's just what it was. So when she leave and she tell my mom she going to call the police. So my mama like, what? My son ain't broken the shit. Like, bitch, get away from my door. So when she leave, my mama say, "Hey, bitch, say she gonna call the police on y'all." And fun fact, I stabbed Beatrice's daughter in the jaw when I was 13. Her name's Shay. I stabbed her in the jaw. She threw a knife at me, and Spoon was there for that too. She threw a knife at me. I picked the knife up, ran, stabbed ass in the jaw, and went home. And when I went home, her brothers came to my house. Munt and the older brother Johnny came to my house with BB guns. That's all we had at the time, and started shooting my mama windows and shit out. So I had a BB gun too, same kind they had, and we had a real deal shootout on my soul. We had a real deal shootout with BB guns, dog. I'm out my mama. I got the BB gun out my mama. I'm talking about we got high power BB guns though. We ain't got them little bullshit BB guns. We got the ones they'll do something, take your eye, bitch. You fuck around, get shot in the wrong place, bitch. You might die. So we having a real deal shootout with BB guns on my soul, nigga. Real deal shootout with BB guns because I stabbed the sister in the jaw. The police came and picked me up and put me in handcuffs and shit. And they told me they took me back to his house. And they told me, they said, if you apologize to her, we won't take you to jail. They say, because she threw the knife at you first. So if you press charges on her, she could go to jail, but you could go to jail too because she pressed charge back on you. You go to jail. So all you gotta do is go ahead and apologize to her. So that's what I did. They took me to my home, to their house, and she was in that bitch crying on the couch with a big ass like ambulance had been there. She had a patch on her jaw, and they told me to apologize to her. So I apologized to her. Spoon was there too at that time too. So yeah, your boy. So that they ain't take me to jail. They took me back home to my mama's house. So fun fact, your boy would have had an attempted murder because I stabbed in the jaw with a butcher knife. Real shit. I would have had attempted murder at what 13. Yeah, Spoon saw that too. That's why I keep trying to tell you, like nigga, like I ain't trying to glorify none of that, but man, look, man, I've been out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like real shit. But so my mom was back to when Miss Beatrice came to my house and told my mama that she was gonna call the police on us. So my mama said, "Boy, Beatrice said she's gonna call the police on y'all. What you talking about?" I said, "I don't know, mama." She said, "Well, did you break in the bar?" I said, "Nah, mama, I ain't breaking nothing." She said, "Well, if you don't tell me whether you broke in the bar, I can't help you." She said, "Now, if you tell me whether you broke in the bar, now I can help you." I said, "I ain't breaking nothing, mama." She said, "Michael, did you break into people's bar?" She said, "Because I don't want you to go to jail, so can you You gonna tell me or what? Or we gonna have to sit here and see what happens when the police come? So I went on and told her, I said, yeah, I broke in the bar, mama. She say, and I'm about 13. So never been to jail, nothing like that. So I told her, I said, yeah. She said, okay. She said, where the money at? I said, I buried it. I say I buried it. She say, where you buried it? I said, I buried it. Cause I'm so at this time, I'm used to my mama used drugs, bro. I love her to death, but I had at this time, I used to get the check. When we used to get a check every month, my mom used to give me the check and tell me and she'll take a couple dollars out and she'll tell me if when she come back, don't give her no money. Cause she knows she finna go get high. So once she get high, that goddamn monster gonna come out like on the Lord of the Rings, my precious. She gonna want to get high again. So she knew herself. So she had started telling me that once she come back, don't give her the drugs, no, don't give her the money. So I was used to that. I paid the bills, bro. I made sure, you know what I'm saying, we had money to last us, or money to eat with, or money to keep the lights on, shit like that. I did that. So that's why I was so protective over the bar money, because I love my mama and I know I'm not gonna give her all the money for sure. But I definitely, and I wanted to give my mama some money. Like I was gonna give her some money. I just had to wait until everything cooled down. You know what I'm saying? So I was gonna be on. I'm on some militant shit. I'm willing to eat spam in this bitch for 2-3 months until this shit die down in order to wait to go to spending the money. You feel what I'm saying? So that's why I didn't tell her initially. So then I was like, I got it. She was like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. She was like, she had a white dude that she used to smoke dope with. I don't know what his name is, but he was a cool little white dude. When they used to smoke dope, they probably were doing more than that. I don't know, bro. But when they used to smoke dope, he had a little Honda. So my mama would let me get the Honda and drive. And I would drive up and down the street, or I would go to the store. I ain't even 13 now, like 12, 13. Now, maybe they let me hold the car so they could smoke dope and get busy. I don't know what they were doing in the room. I could only imagine, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? I'm just throwing that out there because I'm assuming some shit went down. You know what I'm saying? Just keeping it real. You know what I'm saying? Just telling y'all full disclosure. You know what I'm saying? Just being real. And they used to let me, but I'm only speculating. I don't know about this real shit, but I just assume. Um, so I used to get his car and I used to drive up and down the road. So that's how I learned how to drive. I learned how to drive because my mama used to want me away from the house sometimes. And I used to drive up and down the dirt roads and shit with his car and shit right there. So she called him. When she called him, she said, I'm gonna take you to your dad. And she said, go get the money. I said, okay. So I went and dug at the money. We did all this within like an hour, to be honest with you. So we ended up getting the money. I ended up getting the money. You know what I'm saying? And my mama used to like to tell this story. Once I got grown, she said, "Boy, Michael sure would try to play that shit off. He was wearing dirt. Listen, I was wearing dirty clothes on purpose to make sure I ain't had no look like I had no money. Like I had some clean clothes, but I was walking around that bitch with like dirty shoes, dirty clothes. Like I was really trying to play this shit off like I did not break into these people bar, bro. Real shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't do it. I ain't got no money. I ain't do shit. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, she get the white dude. We go, hit the road, hit 95, and we going up to Orlando. Now this is the first time that I done been. No, this ain't the first time I've been back, but now I'm going back to Orlando. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I told y'all when I last saw my brother right here, Pip, and with Dread went around that time, but I last saw him, I was like 10. So now I'm going back. I'm like 13, 14, probably about 14. So I get back. When I get to Orlando, I tell my mom, I said, Mom, can you take me to the mall? Because I don't want to go pull up on my dad and them looking dirty and shit. So she like, all right. She take me to the mall. I go to the mall. I buy me some Nikes and two nice pair of Nikes, brand new shits, new releases, a couple pair of clothes, pants, shit like that. I spent probably maybe like $500, something like that on clothes. So I'm decent. So when my daddy see me, he don't know none. He don't see none. He ain't gonna know none about the poverty or none of the shit we going through or whatever. Plus, when the dope boys on the block, they know me. Like the dope boys that worked for my dad and shit, they all knew me from when I was 10. They shit, my brothers and all of them, they all knew me. So I wanted to make sure when I popped back out, I looked good. So I gave my mama some money. I can't remember how much money I gave her, whether it was like $1,000 or something, but I gave her some money. I did give her some money. Because that was the plan anyways. And she dropped me off. She told my dad, I remember she told my daddy what I had got into. And he said, okay. Like my daddy never, anytime my mom used to bring me to my daddy, he never ran me away. He never said, oh no, this and that there. And he never chastised me. My daddy never said nothing about that. He never said, oh, why you did that, this, that. My daddy more looked at that shit like funny. Like, boy, this motherfucker bad than a motherfucker. Now he gonna go tell all the dope boys and the brothers and all of that, and they would say shit like, boy, hey, boy, you here, but subconsciously, like low key, they looked up, they liked that shit. Like, you know, they encouraged that shit. I ain't gonna say they encouraged it like that, but you know, it made them feel like he had a little gangster in him. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, no, wherever you put this motherfucker at, he gonna get into some kind of gangster shit. So I meet back up with my brother-in-law right here with no shirt on. Pip. I meet back up with him, right? So now this nigga advanced in a bitch. This nigga listen, when I got back to Orlando, my nigga, I was happy, but I felt a little outsiderish because yeah, it felt good. Hey, look, I was kind of outsiderish because these niggas had done still kept going on, and I ain't know if they still remember me, but they did. Bro, my brother had cars, rims, music. It was like I had touchdown in Miami. You know how like Miami niggas be like advanced, like you'll catch a jet in Miami 13, 12, 13 round in a foreign. I swear to God, like in Miami, it be young niggas that be like advanced. Like that's how he was, right? So he advanced in a bitch. He advanced. Like he got cars, he fucking hoes. Like I ain't even fucking at the time. I ain't lose my virginity till like shit, 16, 16, somewhere up in there. My brother already slaying bitches and all. Like, I'm like, damn, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this my crew. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that we hung with before I left was full-fledged dope boys, full-fledged running the cars, full-fledged having bank rolls, full-fledged had golds in their mouth, full-fledged had chains, all of that shit. They had everything. All of the young boys that I was hanging with at 10 years old, when I got back to Orlando at 14, all of these niggas had cars, all of these niggas had hoes, all of these niggas had money, everything. So now I'm behind. I'm behind because I was down there. I ain't been doing all this shit what they was doing. So my eyes like big infatuated. So anyway, the fast forward the story up. My brother-in-law, he used to work for he used to work for this certain dope boy. I ain't gonna say his name, but he used to work for this dope boy. Like he was like, I ain't gonna say like a dope man, but he was like, if the big dope boy wasn't there, my brother-in-law had it. My brother-in-law had access to everything. Pip, the one right here with the shirt on, he had access to everything. He had access to everything. Like whatever you want. You want an 8-ball, you want powder, you want weed, whatever you want. He got access to it. He got all access to it, right? So he used to serve for this person. And he did this for a long time. When I mean a long time, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. He did this shit for like 5-6 years, bro. He'll run across shit every now and then. He always had a lot of money. He'll buy a couple cars, fix them up, this and that, there, whatever. But what he was doing was he was learning the game by being able to be in that environment around this guy, this dope guy. So he was learning the game. And he did this periodically because that dope guy ended up going to jail for a long time. So then my brother-in-law had to apply what he knew and then try to start his own shit. And it took him a long time, bro. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. It took him a long time. It took him probably about 15 years, bro, to be real with you. But eventually, he caught on. Eventually, he became the big dude on the block. You know what I'm saying? Eventually he did. Now, this is the same little funny kid that I used to know, that I used to jump the gate to the fair with and this and that there. But he grew up. He grew up and he started having a lot of money. A lot of money. He had cars. He had a lot of girls, things of that nature. So he grew up. He turned into a man. Hey, and if you pay attention, you see he got that blicky on the side right there, don't you? Okay, then. So he grew into a man, bro. He took a lot. He paid a lot for it. I'm not lying to you, but he grew into a man, y'all. He grew into a man. So he got into it. He ended up having his baby mama. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Cause this one's finna get real. This one's finna get real sticky here. This one's finna get real sticky here, y'all. So after a while, he had developed this reputation as a stepper. Now, to us on the block, he was still the same. Him crack jokes, laugh, kiki, ha ha. I used to crack on his ass all the time. Like he was a comedian. 90 90% of the time, he cracking jokes, laughing, funny shit. 90% of the time, right? That's why I go to tell y'all people, the killers, like we grow up with them, like we don't look at them like, oh, they go such and such. We look at them like that's such and such, yeah, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like girls and all in the hood be cussing out killers. Fuck nigga, pussy ass nigga, da da da. Real shit. Like I'm telling you. Hey, so anyway, but he ended up having a reputation as a killer. And I saw a lot of shit he used to get into, and I know some of the shit he used to get into. I know some of the shootouts he's got. He got in a lot of shootouts, a lot of them. I'm talking about a lot of them, like a lot of them. But and then I used to be around him, so I used to hear him talking shit like that. And I was like, bitch, you better slow down, bitch. Like that's how we talk. I'd be like, bitch, you better slow down. Like straight up, like you with the bullshit, bitch. But you better slow down all that bullshit. So he'd be like, oh man, these fuck niggas soft and shit like that. The same kind of talk what these young boys talk now. Oh, this fuck nigga soft, this and that there. You know how niggas be talking like they invincible and shit. So I'm like, all right, whatever. We hustling on the same block, but I just never got into that type of shit. Like motherfuckers ain't never really fucked with me. You know what I'm saying? Like not the I had a couple shootouts, but not a lot. Like maybe like three, two, three. I mean, I guess it's not. I guess that's a lot, but not compared to these niggas. These niggas getting 10, 12, 13, 14, 20 shootouts over the years. Like I just never got it. I just never had that type of problem. So but I did used to tell him. I did used to tell him, and he was real close with my kids. He was real close with my kids. Like I got pictures when him and my kids playing. Like with his kids and my kids, because his kids and my kids is cousins. He got kids from one sister, and I got kids from the other sister. So plus my baby mama and him is best friends. They growed up from the same block. You know what I mean? They knew each other since 10 years old, and he just ended up having kids by my baby mama's sister. So and even him and my daddy was close. Like my daddy looked at him like a son. Like I'm telling you, like we was all like family, like real shit. So anyway, he developed a reputation as a stepper. And the crazy part about it, us in the hood, we used to just be like flabbergasted that he had the reputation as a stepper. Like, cause we growed up with him. We knew, like, nigga, like bro, like you the comedy nigga. You the funny comedy nigga that crack on everybody. We all crack, laughing, jokey. But that's how he was with us. On the outside, up to the streets, to the other people, he was taking hits, allegedly. This is what I'm hearing. Fuck that. I like, yes, he was taking hits. Like if it was a bag on somebody, he would go get that. Like he would go get it. He would go do something to him. I heard a story once he had died, once he got killed, and I'll tell you how he got killed. Once he got killed, I heard a story that he killed the dude for some money, and how he confirmed that the dude was dead. He took a selfie with the dude body and sent it to the dude, whoever this was that paid him to kill the dude, and that's how he confirmed that he killed the nigga. Like, you understand how crazy that is? So he killed the nigga. This is the story that I heard. Nigga told me the story because nigga like, fuck it, he dead. Now we can tell the story. He killed the nigga and took a selfie, like smiling, like, look, you see the nigga on the ground dead? You see me? Took a selfie of himself and the dead nigga and sent it to the niggas who paid to have a nigga killed. This is the story I heard, and I heard it from a reliable source. I don't know who the dead nigga was. They never told me the nigga name, and I don't know who he killed or none of that. They just told me that. That's all they just told me, and they only told me because my brother-in-law was dead. Oh no, this ain't the story of Robert. This Pimp, but Pimp knew Robert too. Like, and I'm gonna show you something. Fun fact: do you see these apartments way in the back? Do you see them apartments right there? Those were my daddy's apartments right there. That's what we. This is the one way. This is apartments that we had right here. Fun fact. But anyway, so he had a reputation as a stepper, right? And we just used to all be fucking like just fucking flabbergasted, like how the fuck this nigga? You know what I mean? But that's how I be. That's how I be in the streets. Like you never know who turn into that, you know? Hold on one second. Hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button. Hey, y'all know y'all like story time with Merita, boy. So this is a good one here though. I'm gonna show you how tragic this shit is. So I used to be on the block sometime, and I used to be listening to him and seeing the shit he's getting to, and I used to be thinking, because he had a lot of kids, bro. He got a lot of kids. He got like 20-some kids, bro. Like, pussy was, excuse me, ladies, but vagina was never nothing hard for him to get. Like, a lot of girls liked him, you know what I'm saying? And he always had a girlfriend, 2, 3 girlfriends, like, for real shit, like, always. And even when he died, he had girls. He got kids on this earth right now that he never met. When he died, it was girls that was pregnant from him, like multiple girls, real shit. But anyway, he had a reputation of a stepper. So we respected his gangster, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we never treated him like he was a stepper. I ain't gonna even tell you no lie. We never treated him like he was a stepper. Never treated him like he was a stepper. And I got into a situation with him like that one time before because I didn't treat him like that. So one time, I think I told this story, but I'm gonna tell the story so because it's gonna all tie in. So me and my baby mom was talking on the block on Jackson, and me and her had broke up at this time, but we was talking, but it was a serious conversation. So he came up joking and playing, right? And he was pissing me off. He was pissing me off because me and I was trying to have a conversation, but he always come up joking and playing and shit. So I cussed him out. I cussed him out bad, like bad, bad, bad. I told you, like, this my nigga, like, growed up together. So I cussed his ass out bad, like a dog, like, you know what I'm saying? And he walked off. So me and my baby mom finished talking. She jumped in the car. It was early morning. She jumped in the car and she leave. So when she leave, I go to walking back up to the front because he had an apartment in the same building. So when I walk up, it was a crowd of niggas. It's probably like 10, 15 niggas. And they just park. They spread. When they spread, he's standing there with a 357 and he crying. He got that bitch down by his side of his leg and he crying like a kid. Like, so I don't know what's going on really, because I ain't think nothing of it about me saying that to him. So he say, leave, little Pico. He up the gun and put that bitch in my face. He say, leave, little Pico, leave. I say, what? Dog, this is the dumbest shit I ever did. I'm gonna just tell you what was going through my mind. What was going through my mind was, this nigga ain't finna shoot me. Now, was it true? I don't know. But that's what my mind was saying, right? He had that bitch like up to my forehead. Like, I say, what? I say, nigga, I ain't going no motherfucking way, nigga. You got me fucked up. I say, first of all, you wild as fuck and you tripping. I say, oh, so you mad because of what I just said? Bro, I say, bro, like, you way out of line. You way out of pocket. He tried to make me leave off the block. I say, nigga, I ain't going no motherfucking well, man. You got me fucked up. So by this time, it's like people who know all of us. And they like, Lil Pico, just leave, Lil Pico, just leave. I'm like, man, I ain't going nowhere. Now, it was a dumb move, y'all. And I don't advise nobody to do this. But at that time, I was banking on that me and his bond was so cool, was so close that he wasn't gonna do it. Like it was no way. But I also wasn't taking into account that he had done killed people at this time. So what had done happened was, and I realized what happened while it was going on. When I cussed him out, I embarrassed him in front of the other niggas. Cause it was other niggas out there that wasn't as close as we was. So they look at him as like, oh, this the killer stepper pimp. So that reputation, he was trying to protect that in their eyes. That's why I say never straighten a nigga in front of people. Always behind closed doors have a conversation with a man, because a man will act different in front in front of people, right? So it was an old dude named Peter Dot. He dead now. He got in between them and he told him, man, Pip, come on, let's go. So he was crying like a motherfucker. So he put the gun back down to the side and he would say, just leave, Lil Pico, just leave. I'm like, man, I ain't going no motherfucking well. And I couldn't leave, bro. I swear my feet had cement on them. First of all, if I leave, all my reputation, all the years that I took earning my reputation in the streets, it's gone. It's gone right there, because I'll forever have on my record that he made me leave. He ran me off the block. No, this is not finna happen. Was it smart? No, it was stupid as fuck for a street that I don't even fucking own. But I couldn't do it. My pride wouldn't let me do it. My feet wouldn't move. Them bitches was stuck. Then second of all, let me tell you something, when you turn your back on a nigga or you leave and a nigga got a gun on you, they most likely gonna shoot. Like they're gonna shoot at you. So I that wasn't an option any goddamn way, personally. So I was just ready to die right there. Real shit. Like it was like, this is what it is. Like it was so easy for him to just kill me, right? Real shit right there. So they end up getting between us and pushing him off, and they forced him in his car, and he left. He ended up leaving. I didn't leave. I stayed on the block all day, and he never came back. This is his block too. He never came back. And I did that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She said if he was gonna shoot you, he wouldn't have been so angry and cry. He would have just done it. You're right. You didn't run too dangerous coming down the mountain, but you didn't oppose it either. Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I'm gonna say this, bro. I'm not trying to. One thing about Merita, boy, I'm gonna tell you the truth, dog. You know what I'm saying? That's why if you ever hear a nigga lying on me, or if you ever hear a nigga tell a story, my nigga, about me, if I don't confirm it, if I tell you it's a lie, bro. If it's the truth, I'm gonna tell it. This is the God heaven truth. Like, I don't tell stories to make myself look any kind of way, because I'm confident who I am. It don't none of that shit. I'm just telling you really what happens. Sometimes you be on the good end of it, sometimes you be on the bad end of it. So I don't have no shame like that. I don't try to be macho. I just tell you what it is. So anyway, it was a dumb decision. It was a dumb decision, because if I was put in that same situation at this age, I most likely probably just leave. You know what I'm saying? But at that time, like, I don't know, bro. I'll just tell you what happened, bro. It wasn't a smart decision, but I did the shit, and God protected me, and it brought me through. So anyway, now I'm thinking like, damn, I gotta kill this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what the streets tell you. The streets tell you, put a nigga, pull a gun on, you gotta kill the nigga. So I'm like, God damn, I gotta kill this nigga. Like, God damn, like, I gotta kill this man. Like, real shit. Like, but then I'm thinking like, if I kill him, it ain't like, what's like my kids, like his baby mama, which is my sister-in-law, my baby mama, who's his best friend. Like, how this gonna, my daddy who cool with him, who we all know each other, like, how this gonna work? Like, we can't, it's like no kind of way none of this can happen without this being like some tragic shit. You know what I'm saying? So I just bank on, I do go strap up later on, but just for protection. But I just let it go. You know what I'm saying? He let it go too. But we still hustled on the same block. And after a little bit, we just never spoke of it. Nobody brought it up. They probably whispered about it amongst themselves, but they didn't bring it. Nobody brought it up. So later on, a couple of months or so later, I ended up going to jail, and he ended up being in jail with me. We ended up being in jail at the same time, in the same dorm, everything. And he pulled me to the side. He said, "Look, Pico, I'm sorry. I never heard the nigga apologize a day in his life, bro." And I said, "What you sorry for?" He said, "Man, I shouldn't have did that shit, dog." I said, "What you shouldn't have did?" He said, "Man, remember that time me you got in that shit, dog? I pulled that gun, dog." He said, "I shouldn't have did that shit, dog." I say, "Bro," I say, "Man, you don't gotta talk about that shit, my nigga." He said, "I love you, bro." I said, "I know you love me." I say, "Nigga, that's why I knew you weren't gonna shoot me, nigga." You know what I'm saying? He said, "But I'm sorry, dog." And that shit touched me because he not no sorry. He not the type of nigga to say sorry. He the type of nigga, he do some shit to you like that, he hates you for the rest of his life. You know what I'm saying? But I guess our history, I could only assume. But he apologized. It meant a lot to me because, and I'm gonna tell you this too. Nobody in the hood, they never looked back. That situation never was like a bad situation. They never joked with me about it. Nobody ever brought it back up. Nobody even talks of it. I'm the only person that ever have brought that back up. Ever. Nobody ever talks about it. Nothing like that, right? So but it meant a lot when he apologized because I was never gonna bring it back up, and I was still gonna fuck with him. You know what I'm saying? Like we still fuck with each other. Like we just went on with our lives like it never happened. So he ended up get out of jail. We ended up get out of jail. So fast forward, he ended up dating this girl. He ended up dating this girl, very nice looking girl, and the girl was dating somebody else at the same time. She was messing with somebody else. So he was one of them niggas. He was real jealous about his women. Like the nigga had like 3, 4 girls. I swear to God, like he never had just one girl. Like the nigga had like a lot of girlfriends. Real shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. And he was the type of nigga. He want all the chicks. Like you know what I'm saying? Like even if a girl his side chick, he don't want nobody messing with her. And he would go to war with niggas over chicks, right? So he started not liking this nigga because this nigga was fucking his chick, right? So they ended up beefing about the shit. The nigga had money, you know what I'm saying? And the nigga had more money than him. So they started going at it back and forth about the chick, shootouts and shit like that. Now it ain't even about the chick no more. Now it's about the gangster shit that's done went on about the chick at first, right? So now this turned into like a real full-fledged beef. This shit turned into a full-fledged beef for some extended period of time. Like if you see them niggas, if he see them niggas, he going at it. Them niggas see him, they going at it, right? All about a female. So I want to, cause I try to tell this story, cause I can't, I don't. Some parts this shit is like I can't really say, but uh, I'm gonna skip a part of this story. Um, and I have to skip it. It's very important, but I gotta skip it because uh people still around. You know what I'm saying? People still around and the shit over with now. So I ain't finna, you know what I'm saying, bring that shit up like that, you know what I'm saying? But I'm at work one day and my baby mama called me and she say, they killed Pip. So I said, they killed Pip. She said, yeah. She said they killed him. He had his apartment complex, his body laying out there. And I'm finna go out there to the scene. She crying and shit. I'm at I'm in a park working on a hospital, doing carpentry work. And I said, okay. And I got off the phone with her. When I get off the phone, I just go to crying, my nigga. I just go to crying like a bitch. Like I'm crying. Like my coworker, like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, no, I'm good. So I'm crying, but I can't stop it though, because I did all the memories that we had in our life just flash before my eyes. Like I'm just remembering every little thing that we ever did, every little fun little kitty thing from 10 years old all the way up to 20 something. You know what I'm saying? I remember one time I ain't had nobody to go to Daytona Beach with me, right? We used to have like Black Beach Week at Daytona spring break. I had rented a brand new Ford Explorer. This when that new body Ford Explorer had just came out like 2001. So I find him. I say, bro, you gonna go to the beach with me? He like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. He like, bro, you got this bitch right here. I'm like, hell yeah, bro. It's the first time anybody ever seen one of them. He had his car with rims and music and shit. He put his car up. He jumping on Fortis floor with me. He driving. He could drive like a bitch. He could drive his ass off. So we put some clothes in the bag. I probably got about $4,000-$5,000. He probably got about 10,000. We go to Daytona. We hung out Daytona the whole weekend, my nigga. He fucking I ain't fuck nobody. But he fucking hoes in the back seat while I'm driving. Swear to God, like this nigga wilding. Like I'm fucking. I got the mirror where I can see the hole. I can look in the back. Until he back there just beating the bitch brakes in my back seat. Like I'm like this shit wild, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking about all these memories and shit, right? So my baby mama. Matter of fact, hold on. I got y'all. 1 second. I'm finna see if I can pull up the news article. So my baby mama tell me that she going. My baby mama. Tell me she. My baby mama tell me she going to the scene. Okay. My baby mama tell me that she going to the scene, right? So I'm telling her like, look, I got it right here, y'all. Let me see. I got to end this one. Stop screen. Okay. My baby mama tell me that she going to the scene, right? So I'm like, damn. So she go to the scene. So I can't even motherfucking, let me see. I can't even finish my work, my nigga. What is shit at? They just had his face on that bit. What is? Let me see something real quick. So she tell me she going to the scene. What is this shit? What? They just had the video. Okay. She tell me that she going to the scene. I'm gonna see if they're gonna play the video. I think that's commercial, y'all. No. Okay, so here it go right here. Look.
Just into West 2 about a murder at an Orlando apartment complex. The victim has now been identified as 36-year-old Lawrence Pipkin Jr. Police say he did not live at the Village Park Apartments where he was shot and killed. We were at the scene this morning as officers worked to piece together the shooting. No suspect has been arrested, but police say they believe the gunman left in a silver Dodge Durango. Crime Line is offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to an arrest. This marks the 33rd homicide for the city of Orlando this year.
Yeah. So, yeah, there it is. So,
many different moving parts this morning there in the scene with the investigation and everything that's happening right.
So there it is.
Also, law enforcement officers just led procession in honor of the deputy who died.
Bitch, I don't want to see this shit.
Advent Health Waterman Hospital less than an.
Okay, we'll do it like that. So anyway, he get killed. So I end up going to tell my boss, man, 'cause I couldn't finish my work. So I end up telling my boss, like, what happened? He like, man, just go home. So I go home. I'm crying like a bitch. I'm crying like a motherfucker. So, I see the photos. They got the photos. They got photos of him laid out. You know what I'm saying? So they go to hit. So the news of him dying, getting killed, go to hit the airways. So Facebook going crazy. Facebook going crazy. It's people making fake pages like, yeah, we glad that fuck nigga dead. All type of shit, right? So at that time, I realized how much shit he really had got into or was allegedly behind in the city. And people really had a lot of hatred for him because he was really like putting in a lot of work, doing a lot of shit, terrorizing a lot of niggas. Like it wasn't nobody that he wouldn't get into it with. I promise you, like it don't matter who it was. It wasn't nobody that he would get into it with. wouldn't get into it with. Now I'm gonna tell you something. I'm finna, I'm finna, I'm finna bring it back. This shit finna tie in the dread. I'm finna show you how this shit tie in. It's crazy as fuck how this shit tied in, right? So Dread right here in the black, right? Before Pip died, he had brought Dread on the block. Now Dread we called him Dread because he was from the islands, right? He had a heavy accent, talked like he was Jamaican. I'm not sure if he was from Trinidad, Jamaica, Virgin Islands. I'm not sure, but he was a good dude, man, a good dude. And Pip brought him around. Nobody knew who Dread was, bro. Nobody knew him before Pip. Pip brought him around, and we just respected that. And he started hustling on the block. Now Dread sold weed, and Dread, when I tell you he was one of the nicest dudes you ever want to meet, bro. Like he talked with sense. He wasn't with no gangster shit, nothing like that. He just was a straight hustler. Dread had a lot of hoes and he had a lot of kids. But let me tell you something about Dread. Dread stayed in designer. Like this picture is probably one of the only pictures that you would see without Dread in some kind of Gucci or Louis or Montclair or all that. Dread, I swear, Dread had to have a $200,000-$300,000 clothes wardrobe, real shit. Not only that, every girl who Dread fucked with, he kept them in design. I'm talking about all of them and the kids. Like it's a bunch of pictures floating around with Dread. He had about like 7, 8 kids. If he gonna have on Gucci, all the kids gonna have on Gucci. All of them. The baby mamas, all of them. Even the baby mamas who he didn't fuck with no more. Like he was a great father as far as like a provider. Hands down, hands down. Like it was always a good sight to see. And a lot of hoes fuck with Dread because they saw how Dread took care of the girls that he fucked with and how he took care of the kids. Like it was amazing. Like his clothes and shit already cost a lot of money. And I just used to be wondering, like, how the fuck can he afford to pay to do all of that? Because I used to watch Dread. Like we hustled on the same block. And I never saw Dread get extravagant amounts of money. He stayed hustling. Now don't get it twisted. He stayed hustling. But I never saw him getting no fucking 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. He sold weed. But some kind of way he stayed in the latest shit. Like I swear to God, like I just could never figure it out. I used to watch him like a bitch, and I used to be like, because I used to be trying to study niggas. And I said, how the fuck he can afford all this shit? He never really had no cars. You know what I mean? Like like he'll have a car here and there, but it would never he never had no souped up foreign shit. His baby mamas mostly had all that type of shit. So he stayed moving around. Don't get it twisted. But he provided, right? But he was a non-violent type of guy, like very respectable, non-violent type of guy, right? So they killed Pip, right? And everybody assumed it was, because of the situation with the baby mama and shit like that, because that's who he had ongoing beef with. But he had did so much shit to different people to nobody really could speculate. But they did start trolling. He did get trolled. Niggas made songs, like rap songs, all type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like real shit. Like, you know what I mean? So it was speculated, but nobody knew, and I don't know who killed him either. Just to be real with you, I do not know. He did so much shit to so many different people till nobody knew, and still don't. His murder is an unsolved murder, even to this day. That it is what it is. So this type of shit that goes down in the streets. So it was a strip club that everybody used to go to called Flash Dancers. It's still there. Actually, one of my close friends was the general manager of the club. He's from Jackson with us, so we all knew each other. We all were friends. So when we used to go to the strip club, we had a nigga from our block that stayed on our block. That actually was married. He's actually married to my baby mama's cousin. So in a roundabout way, Pip and him family as well. So, and we all know each other. We all used to be on the block together. We all know each other. We all friends, all homies, all hustle together, everything. Kids, all that, play with each other, everything, the whole 9 yards, right? We family. So, he was the general manager of that particular strip club. So a lot of people go to strip club. I never liked strip clubs. I still don't like strip clubs. If I go to a strip club, most likely one of my homies wanted to go and I went with them. I don't like getting lap dances. It just don't do nothing for me. I'm just keep it real. I don't like the attention. I don't like, I like women. You know what I mean? I like to see them, but I don't like to be getting bitches dancing on me and shit in the club and all that shit. It just never felt. I don't like the fake fuck. I don't like a girl to be grinding all on me. What is we doing? Like, what the fuck is we doing? Like, what the fuck? Like, what is it really what we doing here? So you're grinding on me, like, okay, all right, I want to fuck. But we in the middle of a club. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm throwing money, but I ain't got no pussy. Like, it just didn't never compute to me. So I never liked that. But what I do like to do is I like to go to the strip club with girls. I love that. And I like to give them money and I like them. And it gotta be beautiful bitches. I like to go out with bad bitches. Like, I like to go out with bitches who look like they could be in this bitch dance. You know what I'm saying? And when I go out with them, I like for them, I pay for them to get lap dances. I would give them the stacks of money and let them get the hoes. And I like to see girls dance on girls. I like that shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's the type of shit I do. When I go to the strip club, I have to go with a girl or two. And whether I'm fucking them or not, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I just let them get the lap dances, and I just sit in the middle, and I just be smoking weed, rolling blunts, pouring drinks. You know what I'm saying? I'm just chilling. You know what I'm saying? All the lap dancing shit going on around me, but I'm just chilling. You know what I'm saying? You need some more money? All right, here go another stack. Here go another stack. That's the type of shit I like to do. I don't like the girls to be dancing on me. I just don't. So, but Dredd used to like to go to the strip club, right? So allegedly, this is alleged. Everything I say is alleged. Allegedly, the guys that did that to Pip, they knew that Dredd was Pip's friend, right? So Dredd, he always stayed out of the shit, and he assumed that he was cool because everybody knew that he wasn't with the shits. You know what I'm saying? Pip dead at this time, so everybody like, you know, Dredd wasn't even gonna ride for Pip. Like, he ain't even that type. He ain't finna load up with no guns, and it is what it is. Pip dead. Y'all killed him. Allegedly, it is what it is. Well, he made a mistake. He went to the strip club like he always do. Probably because he had a couple chicks up in there they were fucking with. And allegedly, the niggas saw him up there and baked the cake. You know, they gunned him down outside the strip club when the strip club was ending. They killed him. And after they killed him, word hit the streets that they knew he didn't have nothing to do with nothing, but they killed him anyway because he was cool. He was friends with Pip. So Pip caused him to lose his life. And he lost his life for no reason at all, but that he was cool with Pip. He never dissed. He never said nothing. He never was involved in any of the gangster shit. He just was his friend. And he lost his life. He was killed at the strip club because he just was friends with him. You know what I'm saying? And it was sad because everybody was that one hurt because everybody, he was not the type. He never, I mean, I'm sure he had a gun or two, but you never seen it. He never talked greasy. He never talked gangster. He never he got into a little fight or two on the block or whatever, but that was like hood shit. I ain't gonna even bring that up, but it was like hood shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna have to get into a little something in the hood for a nigga to see what it is with you. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't that. But yeah, he lost his life and it was sad. But he lost his life solely because he was friends with Pip. So these two guys in this video, in this photo, is both dead. This is my brother-in-law Pip, and this is Dred. And Pip's situation caused him to lose his life only because he was his friend. And his murder is unsolved too. So both of these murders are unsolved murders. We don't know who killed them. I don't know who killed them. Hey, it is what it is. It's street shit. But um, he lost his life because of that, dog. Shout out to CJ for the cash app. I appreciate you, gang. Yeah. So, and my brother-in-law Pip story, he got a long history. He got a lot of stories. Like I could tell you a lot of stories about him, but it would take too long. Like I wanted to do a mini documentary on him, and I probably still will because I got a lot of pictures. I've been gathering a lot of pictures, and he got a lot of more stories, bro. Like his life is like a fucking movie, like real shit. But I just tried to give y'all like the fast track as to how I knew him, the situation, how long I knew him, how close we was, how our family was tied in, how me and him got into certain situations, and then how he ended up losing his life in the streets. And he used to brag a lot. My brother, he used to brag a lot, right? So when he did shit to people, he would brag, he would tell, he would talk. And it was always a saying that like people used to talk in the street, they'd be like, he tell too much about what he do. Like he used to want people to know the shit that he used to do. So when he died, my baby mama cried like a baby dog. When she cried, when he died, oh, and listen, and I'm gonna tell you, okay, shout out to nephew for real for the cash out. Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you another thing too. When he died, I went to his funeral. His son and my son is cousins. They got their mamas and sisters, right? His son is a junior. So they asked his son to speak at his funeral, right? But his son was probably around like 10, 11, 10, somewhere up in there. And maybe a little young, I'm not sure. But his son ended up couldn't do it. Like he froze up. He couldn't walk up there in front of all those people and talk about his daddy. So my son did. My son, my son, who's probably about 10, 11, somewhere up in there, probably about 11, 12. My son, I can't remember, but he was young. So my son, I'll never forget, my son was sitting with me in the pews, and then he walked. They asked him to speak, and my son came up and got into the up there where everybody be in the pulpit, and my son spoke, bro. Real shit. My son, my Flyboy Mike Ofo, and he spoke at the funeral. I was like, that shit choked me up because I realized how much he meant to those kids. You know what I'm saying? And he spoke at his funeral, right? But my baby mama took it sad. She took it hard. She took it hard. She took it real hard. You know what I'm saying? And I remember seeing her cry, and I thought to myself, damn, I thought to myself, and it's crazy, but I'm gonna tell you what I thought. I said, damn, she loved him, dog. Like they was friends, like they was close, close, close. My baby mama been in 2 shootouts with him. You know what I'm saying? Like they used to be riding together and shit when he got his cars fixed up, and he would get into shit like niggas would go to shooting at him, and he'll shoot back. I remember 2 incidences where my baby mama was in the middle of a shootout, all because she was riding with him. You know what I'm saying? So they was close. They had been through a lot, and of course he got kids from her sister, 3 kids from her sister. So she took it hard, and I never forget. I was thinking to myself, damn. When I saw her crying, I was like, damn, she loved him. I was thinking to myself, I wonder if something happened to me, would she cry over me like that? You know, like I was in my roundabout way, and we wasn't together at the time. Like we had done broke up and shit, but we still all. I told you, my baby mama, she was my friend. Like once we broke up, I swear, crazy it may seem, our relationship got better. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we went through shit, little normal baby mom, baby daddy shit. But for the most part, she was my friend. Like I could call my baby mama. We could talk about shit. She'll talk about shit. Could talk about shit with me. We never double back. We never mess back around. We never tried to meet up at the hotel and fuck or no shit like that. We just was friends. It was just like a cool mutual love. Like I can't explain it. A lot of baby mama, baby daddies don't get to that point, that stage. But we did. And I cherish that relationship because it was like I don't know. It was that shit. Like that's why I be trying to tell y'all. Like if y'all could ever get to a spot, I don't know how y'all baby mama, baby dad situation is. I don't know how mature each person is in the situation. But if you can ever get to a spot where you and your ex and y'all got kids and y'all could just be friends and not be beefing and jealous of each other and shit like that, and y'all could kind of like co-parent really, really like with each other. That shit is a beautiful situation, bro. I'm telling you. Like me and my baby mama, like we used to if she didn't have it, like, and I had it, I would buy all the Christmas shit and I put her name on the presents. Sometimes I ain't have it. She'll buy the Christmas shit, put my name on the presents. We always chipped to make sure our kids had good birthdays. She'd be like, okay, the birthday's coming up. I got this girl. She got tickets at Wet n Wild. She's selling them shits for $25 a piece or whatever, or what they call that shit, aquatica. So give me this much amount of money. You buy the tickets, I buy the food with food stamps, and bye. We're gonna have this kid's birthday party. And we did that shit all the way up. We always co-parented with our kids. We always provided for them. And I think that's kind of why our kids kind of grew up okay. Because even though I wasn't I wasn't going with her, it was almost like we never broke up because I saw my kids every day. They came to the hood every day because their grandmama stayed in the hood and their grandma stayed on Jackson. My daddy stayed on Jackson. I stayed on Jackson. And it was the spot. So everybody came there. Every day my kids was out there. So my kids could go from their granddaddy house, their grandmama house, to my house, like to their auntie house, like all like right there, like next door to each other. Like this my house, this my daddy house, this they grandmama house. Like so the whole block, was they playhouse, they playground. And I think that kind of helped them not to feel like they didn't have their daddy. You know what I'm saying? Because it was every day. You know what I'm saying? My kids came to my house every day and played the video game that I had in there, all type of shit. I'm talking about from 4, 5 years old. They come, Daddy, what up? We come to play the game. It'd be about 5, 6 of their little ass up in that bitch. And I'm like, all right, play the game. And they'll be now arguing over who get to play next and control the next. And I sit there and hey, I'm like, hey, y'all want something to eat? Yeah, all right. Then I send the crackhead to the Chinese store. All right, get 20 wings. What you want? You want a cheeseburger? Y'all want a cheeseburger? Okay. You don't want no ketchup? No. Okay. All right. And this how we did the kids. You know what I'm saying? So all the kids, they was good all through the hood. You know what I'm saying? So but I'm gonna tell you a part so that I didn't think about what I thought about just now. So my baby mama died of COVID 2 years ago. She died. She was 40. She died. She died 1 month after my son graduated from high school. 1 month. 1 month. She died. She died 1 month after her 40th birthday. And she just died all of a sudden. I'm talking about they got a picture of her at St. Pete Beach 1 week before she died. She's standing in the water with her granddaughter. My oldest stepdaughter had a baby at this time. And she's standing in the water holding her granddaughter's hand. And hold on, let me see. I think I got the picture. Cause I want to show you this shit crazy, dog. She's standing in the water, holding her grandbaby hand, and she it's like she looking at the water. You know what I mean? At the ocean. You know what I'm saying? Let me see if I can find a picture. Oh, I got it right here. Okay, boom. I'm finna send it to my email so y'all can see this shit. So y'all can get a visual of all this shit. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up. So she's standing and looking out in the ocean, and the next Saturday she was dead. Real shit. My son called me crying, and I said, "What's up?" I was in Indianapolis at this time. He said, "Dad, my mama dead." And I said, "Your mama dead?" And I'm thinking like, what? Like I'm thinking like somebody done killed her, or she died in a car accident or something like this. But no, she died of COVID. Like she got sick Thursday. Um, they took her to the house. She sat around, she thought she had like a cold or some shit. She sat around the house trying to take medicine and shit like that. So they end up taking her to the hospital Saturday night, Sunday morning before before day, right? And all right, I got it right here. Before day. And by 6 o'clock, by 9 o'clock Sunday morning, she was dead. This is my baby mama with her granddaughter. One weekend before she died. She took this, she did this. This was a Saturday. The next Saturday night, Sunday morning, she was dead.
Is up and the sun it dies, till the rivers flood and the ocean dry.
See that? You see that? That shit so sad, bro. This is a week before she died, yo.
Is up and the sun it dies.
Look how healthy she looked.
Till the rivers flood and the ocean dry.
That's her granddaughter. That's her granddaughter. This is 1 week before she died, bro. Look how healthy she looked. Just look.
Is up and the sun it dies, till the rivers flood and the ocean dry.
Bro, that was my friend, dog. Dog, that was my friend. Real shit. Like, damn, that shit kind of got me emotional looking at that shit, dog. Just look how she looking out into the ocean. Look at her granddaughter. Like, she didn't know she was gonna be dead the next weekend, bro. Look, bro. Let's look at this shit, dog. Just look. You know what I'm saying? Just look at the visual. Look.
Is up and the sun it dies, till the rivers flood and the ocean dry.
That shit sad, bro. Like real shit. Like, you know, so let me see. I'm gonna try to pause that. Let me see. Know what I'm saying? 1 week before she died. Now, the reason why I brought that up, because I want to tell you something. So when she passed, right? Of course she had insurance. She had insurance, and my baby mama had a restaurant. She had her own seafood restaurant. She had a hair salon, and she had a car lot, right? So she was a hustler. She got money. You know what I'm saying? She took very good care of the kids. Everything was Gucci. She had a boyfriend. Me and him was cool. I used to go over my baby mama house with my girlfriends. Like my baby mama, she was very cool with any girlfriend that I ever went with after her. She befriended them. Like real shit. Like she used to do my girlfriend's hair for free. Now my hair, she used to charge me to do my hair, but she used to do my girlfriend's hair for free. Like real shit. Like you know what I mean? She was not no hater. I go to my baby mama house with my girlfriend, we'll barbecue and shit. Her boyfriend, me and her boyfriend to sit out back, smoke weed, drink, play games and shit. And my baby mama be in there with my girlfriends, and the kids be, you know, hanging around, having fun and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like we had that type of relationship. So when she died, right? Pip's mother had already bought plots at uh at the cemetery. She had already bought because Pip was dead at this time. So my brother-in-law. So the mama already had bought uh plots and shit. So Pip mama gave my baby mama a plot at the cemetery beside Pip. So my baby mama is buried right beside Pip. So my baby mama's family did not have to pay for a plot, like the part where you put them in the ground. They didn't have to pay for that part because Pip mama realized that my baby mama and Pip was so close to she gave my baby mama family a plot. So my baby mama is buried right beside my brother-in-law. True story. True story. True story. Real shit. True story. Yep. Yep. and we all knew each other since we was kids, and that's just how life goes. That shit hurt me. I was so sad. If y'all remember or not, it was about a year that I stopped blogging. Like when you look on my blogging on my how long I've been on YouTube, it's gonna say like 3 years, 3-4 years, something like that. But really, it's like 3. It's like you gotta take a year off of that because it was a whole year where I wasn't blogging, and I used to check in on my channel, and I see like Tanel, I see like a lot of y'all, the chick, I see a lot of y'all used to be hitting me up sometime like, Merita, where you at? Merita, where you at? Well, I was in mourning, bro. Like that shit really fucked me up. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it was so unexpected. She was healthy. Look, she was fine. She was fine. I don't know if her going to the beach had something to do with her getting sick, catching COVID or whatever. Maybe she caught a cold and that shit. I don't know. But it was sudden. It was like, what? And the crazy part about it, I had just talked to her that Wednesday. I called her that Wednesday. Like I always call her, but she's gone. Like even when my last baby mama got pregnant with my son, I called her. I say, bro, I got a goddamn baby on the way. She say, you do? I say, hell yeah. She say, yo, old ass. I say that ain't a man. I say that's crazy than a motherfucker. How the fuck I have a baby like this? I ain't had no kids since our last kid. She say, well, congratulations. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we used to talk like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and yeah, it's crazy. And that shit kind of fucked my son up too. Like Flyboy Michael Fo, like, it fucked all the kids up, but it fucked my son up too because, he the baby. He the baby. His mama only boy. And my baby mama loved all her kids. She took care of all of them. But of course, he the boys, and she always wanted a boy. So he kind of had a little special he had his own little special little spot, and they had a little bond. All of them had bonds with her, but everybody bond was different. And she guided him a lot. She guided him a lot. She did a lot of things for him. You know what I mean? Did a lot of school shit, signing up for this school, signing up for that school, or this type of shit. So it kind of threw him for a loop, and fucked him up a little bit. And honestly, all of them kids still mourn, to be real with you. That's why I be trying to say, like, that let me understand that I don't care if you don't like your baby daddy. I don't care if you don't like your baby mama, none of that shit. But you need to understand that if they're not here, that shit affects your kids, yo. It fucks your kids up, bro, because that's one of their parents. They need both of y'all. You know what I'm saying? And when they lose either or it takes something out of them and it hurts them. And one of the worst things as a parent to see is to see your kids hurting and you can't do nothing about it. This video is from my stepdaughter. She put this on her Facebook. I can't do nothing about that. She hurt. My kids post their mama all the time. I'm talking about almost every day. I'll be watching their stories, and they got so many photos and videos of their mama, and they hurt, and I can't do nothing about it. I can't do shit. I can't fix that hurt. That's a bad feeling as a parent, because as a parent, you don't like to see your kids hurt, because when they hurt, you hurt. And most of the stuff as a parent, you're trained to fix it. They fall down, scrape their knee, you help them up, and you put a little medicine on their knee, you kiss their little boo-boo, and you hold them and you rock them and you tell them it's gonna be all right until they feel safe again. But when this type of hurt hit your children and you can't do nothing about it, it hurts every time. When my son ended up getting his girlfriend pregnant, my baby mama was already dead. She never got a chance to see my granddaughter, our granddaughter. She got this granddaughter, you know what I'm saying, from her oldest daughter, but she never got a chance. The kids that I have from her, none of them had kids at the time. My daughter still don't have a kid, but my son do. So we did my son's gender reveal Had an Airbnb, it was nice, DJ, 6-bedroom Airbnb, chef, everything, right? But the next day, we cleared out the Airbnb. We paid people to come and clean up. They cleaned out the Airbnb, and then we had decorators come in and decorate it again. And they decorated it for my baby mama because we wanted to have a remembrance day, a balloon release for my baby mama. And I never forget. The day before when we had the gender reveal, once the gender reveal had happened and we knew my son was gonna have a daughter or whatever, I never forget. I went upstairs to my room and I cried like a baby. And I'm gonna tell you why I cried. Because my baby mama didn't get a chance to experience this. She didn't get a chance to experience this. So every milestone that my children go through now in life without and since they mama died, it's bittersweet because she didn't get to see this, and I know she would have loved to see this. Like she didn't. So, and then the next day when we had the balloon release, I swear to God, I take it no lie. I tell you no lie. When they released them balloons, it wasn't a dry eye at that goddamn Remembrance Day. It was so many of my daughter's friends, my son's homeboys, all of that. All of us was crying. I walked down the street. I didn't want nobody to see me cry. I walked. I left and I walked down the street. And I just kept walking. When I turned around, it was 10 people behind me walking, and all of them was crying. Like we was all trying to find somewhere to go to cry without nobody seeing us cry. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. So,
up in the sun, it dies.
yeah.
Till the rivers flood and the ocean dry.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was story time with Merita, boy. Hit that like button. I appreciate y'all. Hit that like button. All right, let's go dig around. See if we can find out what happened to Julio. See if somebody else got arrested with the Julio situation. Yeah, it's all good, man. Like I like to share these stories with y'all because it be kind of like therapeutic with me though. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like it be good to talk about the shit sometime to get the shit out. And like to let y'all know the type of shit that be going on in the hood, dog. Like shit be going on in life, bro. Like, and hopefully it make y'all appreciate the life that y'all got. We all got ups and downs. Like I be going through shit too, just like y'all. That's why I be trying to make y'all understand. I try to connect with y'all on that type of level so that y'all know that hey man, one thing about Merita boy, hey boy, Merita boy just like y'all, nigga. I'm a regular motherfucker just like y'all, and we could always kind of like, I'ma always kind of like vibe with y'all and be understanding and what I'm saying about shit that go on in life, and I ain't judging nobody. I ain't better than nobody. We the same people. I ain't never gonna sit up here and act like I everything cool or I'm better than y'all or cause hell no, bro. No, that shit to me, that shit is like it just ain't real. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck how far I go up or whatever. I'm gonna still stay the same humble me. I pray one day that I get wealthy so y'all can see, damn, Merita the same motherfucker we, you know what I mean? Like real shit. Like straight up. But that's why I share these stories with y'all. Also, so y'all can get to know me and connect, you know what I'm saying? Because I realized when I first started watching bloggers and shit, I used to watch them and learn, try to figure out how I want to start blogging. But I realized I knew nothing about these people. Like I knew nothing about the bloggers. Like when I used to watch all my favorite bloggers before I started blogging, I realized like I don't know nothing about these niggas. I want to know about you. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if you pay attention to now in this shit, that's what's happening. The bloggers that's the most entertaining or the bloggers that going up is the ones that connected with the people, the ones that you saw their life unfold in front of you. And even when I was going through the shit that I used to go through on the internet, like I went through the shit with Spoon, like I went through the shit with Music or Mickey or all of them, that shit used to bother me because none of it was fake, as y'all can see. It wasn't no plays. We wasn't trying to beef to get no the make a goddamn to make you click on my video or click on that video. All that shit was real. But when you know what I realized about that, it have to go down like that. When you doing this shit, when you on the internet, you putting yourself out there to be a public figure. Hate it or love it, we public figures. And I didn't like none of the shit, but I realized you got to go through something, Merita. Like you got like life ain't, you know what I mean? So all of those things that I went through is just my life happening in front of you. And even now, every now and then, I see people in the chat. They'll be like, "I've been rocking with you, Merita. I remember when you went through the little shit with Spoon, or I went through with this, da da da." And then I thought about it. I said, "Damn!" So these people actually watching my life unfold in front of parts of it. And once I realized that, it brings me it brings me a little bit of a piece about the shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it is what it is. This is real life, and it's really happening. Let's see what's up with this Julio situation. And I ain't gonna tell y'all no lie. I appreciate y'all. It's be like my therapy. It been times where I had a lot of shit going on, and you guys was there, and I got through a lot of that shit with y'all. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. Just being able to come on here and talk. Sometimes just being able to come on here and forget. Sometimes being able to come on here and just talk about Melly or whatever we talk about. And for a little bit, I would forget about whatever I had going on, and it would bring me some kind of peace, And then sometimes sometimes y'all be going through shit, and we'll talk in the DMs or, however. And y'all, those who know, a lot of y'all been there when I needed some advice or to talk my way through shit. Shout out to Audio Crack 22. Shout out to Tennille. Shout out to a couple more of y'all that ain't gonna say y'all name because but y'all know who y'all is. But that don't mean I don't just because I ain't say y'all name don't mean that I don't value that as much as I said others. I didn't say y'all name because I just don't want people to know everything about everybody that I talk to. But everybody know that I rock with Tennille and I rock with Audio, you know what I'm saying? And we done had them kind of conversations. I appreciate them people 100, like real shit. Like, it's good to have sometimes to have people that you can talk to. And I'm gonna say this too. I have people that I have met here on internet, and it's crazy. It ain't crazy, but it's refreshing. It feels good to meet people here who show me more love than people that I knew all my life. Real shit. Some of the people that I have met since I've been blogging, I done moved people that I knew all my life out of that spot, and I done put them in that spot. Know what I'm saying? Because I'm a firm believer in you should not have relationships in life that are one-sided at all. But once you get to a certain age, you realize, like, hey man, I'm not gonna be. If you're not my friend, like I need you to be my friend. You know what I'm saying? Or treating me the way that I feel like I need to be treated, or I treat you, then I don't have time for you in my life because it's only gonna cause me more heartache and pain, or I'm gonna get upset or something like that, or we gonna, and that go for family and all that shit. So I just distance myself from them people, and I find and when God bless me with people who uh I can talk to, or I can vibe with, or we connect with, I put them people in that spot, and I don't give a fuck what you look like. You could be white, you could be Hindu, you could be Chinese. I don't give a fuck. If you is cool and a good friend and all of that right there, hey, nigga, you could take my brother spot, nigga. Real shit. You could take my sister spot, nigga. Like real shit. Like, and that's how it's supposed to be. That, you know what I mean? In a perfect world, you would hope that your family or people, your friends that you knew would be that way, and we all hope that it would, but it don't work out like that sometimes. So I just done came to the decision to, well, I don't give a fuck who you is. If you don't treat me like I want to be treated or I deserve to be treated. And I ain't trying to say like no king or no queen or nothing like that. Just treat me like a regular person that you would that and treat me like you would want yourself to be treated. That's it. You ain't got to give me no money. You ain't got to do everything I say. You ain't got to agree with me. We can still debate, argue, whatever. But I'm talking about like if you the type of person that it's always one-sided, you know what I'm saying? Like I can't never depend on you for either a conversation or a ride to work or $5 or $10 or $20, or if I go to jail or something happened to me right now, you ain't gonna even look out for my children, just make sure that they okay, or hit the or send me a letter or write or collect or separate collect phone call. Yeah, I'm not gonna fall out with you about it, but just know your spot is goddamn so up for motherfucking to be taken by somebody who would do those things. And you got to build a village, y'all. You know what I'm saying? You got to build a village of friends and sometimes family, you know what I mean, around you. Because everybody needs somebody. Life get heavy, bro. Life get heavy. A lot of things happen. Everybody going through shit. Some people deal with things internally. Some people need people to lean on. And uh I feel like you need people. You need special people to help you get through. Cause it be a lot of times where life get tough and people be ready to give up. People be depressed. They may not tell you. People laugh at people because people be going through shit, and instead of being understanding and picking them up, they laugh at them. Like I'm gonna tell you something. I don't give a fuck what you going through. You can always come and talk to me. People do talk to me. People come and talk to me about some of the things that other people would laugh at them about, or people would judge them for. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that. I don't do that. If you come to me and it be some wild shit. Like say a girl come to me and she be like, one of my friends, like, and she'll tell me, she'll like, man, Merita. I'll be like, what up? She like, man, I done got myself in some shit. This is just hypothetical. This never happened. But I'm just tell you how what's the name I be. She be like, I'll be like, what happened? She be like, man, I was messing around with this dude, and how about this man had a girlfriend or something like that? I would help her talk her through that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'll be like, you keep messing with him? She like, yeah, I kept messing with him after I knew you had a girlfriend. I'll be like, okay, all right. So, da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? And I give them options. Like, okay, so either you're gonna do this or you're gonna do that. But I'm gonna tell you how this most likely gonna work out. Like, people talk to me about some of the most private things, and I never judge them for it. And a lot of people still talk to me to this day about stuff that they probably didn't even share with some of their close loved ones, because they know that I'm not gonna judge them. I'm not gonna laugh at them. I'm not gonna pick at them. I'm not gonna stop. You know what I mean? Because if you come to me and this shit serious, and it's some serious shit you want to talk about, and you might be embarrassed to talk about it about other people, I'm gonna talk to you about shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to help you out. You know what I'm saying? And you know how that shit goes. You can help other people with your problem, but sometimes you need help with your. You can help other people with their problem, but sometimes you need help with your problems as well. But yeah, yeah, yeah. So that was story time. Jump in the comment section. What y'all want to talk about, man? You know what I mean? I ain't really got no. I ain't really got no what's the name for this shit. I see. I looked on it. I'm looking on the internet. See, I see. I'm on what's the name now. I see. AK talked about the boxing match between Terrence Crawford. He won. I see Cuff Boys talking about the Young Thug trial. That shit boring to me. I already done talked about Kamala Harris, and I don't want people to feel like I'm beating up on Kamala Harris, because I really not. Oh, I'm gonna tell you, but I will say something about Kamala Harris that I did think about once because I put this question on I've been talking about it a little bit on my Facebook, just to try to raise awareness so people can do a little research. Because a lot of people don't be doing no research. They just go for what they see. A question somebody did hit in my comment section on my Facebook, and they said, well, Merita, if we don't have no choice but to vote for Kamala. And I say, why? And they said, because who we gonna vote for? Trump? And I say, damn. I said this to myself. I say, oh, I see what it is now. Uh the people that don't like Donald Trump and they might not like everything about Kamala Harris. They still picking they still picking what they feel like is the lesser of two evils. And to be honest with you, like I say, vote for who you want to vote for. But it did make me understand the rock and the hard place that people felt some people feel like that they stuck in between. So hey, vote for you what you want to vote for. You know what I'm saying? Hey, whoever you vote for, I don't give a fuck. I'm still gonna rock with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I'm one of the people that understand that's your God-given right as an American, and I'm not gonna not like you or dislike you because you vote for fucking somebody. You know what I'm saying? I'm not fucking ignorant like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, vote for who you want to vote for. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You goddamn it, you Trump supporter. If you Kamala Rice supporter, like, you know what I'm saying? Shit. And that's why I'm not gonna talk about Kamala Harris. I don't at this point no more because I don't want to feel like people make people feel like I'm just pro Trump or that I'm beating up on Kamala Harris because once that person in my comment section said that, well, who we gonna vote for? We only got two choices, her or Trump. And it made me understand that, like, regardless of whether we like anything about Kamala Harris or whatever she did, who the fuck is you gonna vote for? You got to vote for Trump or Kamala Harris. You got to vote for one of the motherfuckers. So it's at this point it's picking the lesser of two evils. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, or who you like the best. So I that's why I decided to lean off of Wicked Tuna, Wicked Tuna Kamala Harris. We can talk about. Hold on. I do think we got some time. Oh, I know what we can do. Y'all want to go over the Bloodhound Lil Jeff documentary? Y'all want to go over yeah, the lesser of two evils. Shout out to Miss Dade County. Hey, look, y'all want to go over the Trap Lord Ross documentary? Yeah, that we'll do. We'll do the Trap Lord Ross. You know, Trap Lord Ross did the documentary on Bloodhound Lil Jeff. We're gonna do that one. I started to do it early. That's why I ain't gonna lie, dog, because it really wasn't nothing. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what the fuck is it to talk about? I was like, what the fuck is it to talk about? Like, I be on some shit. Like, I'm gonna tell you, like, that's why I be getting y'all the game, dog. Like, that's why I extended the olive branch uh recently for people who might want to get into blogging. To they could come up on the platform and jump on the panel and get their feet wet, learn how to how StreamYard work and how to share your opinions and get kind of get your stage fright of being able to talk and all of that. Get your it's sort of like a comedy club when the comedians be working on their jokes and shit. Feel free to come up here, and especially if you got some well thought out points of views on a lot of these situations. And let's say you got a channel, but your channel ain't got a lot of subscribers. It ain't big or whatever. I'm extending the olive branch to where you could come over here and jump on the panel, share your opinion. You know what I'm saying? As time go on, you get your face out there. You'll get more comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Doing this, and then you could do it simultaneously on your own platform. Sort of like what SLK doing. He already got his own platform. He already got his own thing going on. But at the same time, he'll come over here. He'll jump on the panel, talk a little bit, share his opinions, and then he'll go on his panel. He'll go on his channel. He'll do his thing. He'll drop his videos. Hopefully, some of you guys will go over there and subscribe to his channel and support him, which I know a lot of y'all do. But we're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it. Keep doing that. And that's kind of what I'm saying. You could do over here. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, come over here, get on the platform, talk a little bit, get your shit together, learn how to, what I'm saying, how you want to come, learn how you want to talk, learn how you want to do it on your channel. Also get a little, what I'm saying, get your face out there a little bit, because even though I don't get on people panels as much as I used to, I still can, and it is a benefit to it. Like I can go over the Trigger Man channel. Shout out to Trigger Man telling goddamn me, y'all go subscribe to his channel. Uh, and I go on Trigger Man channel, and I can get on Trigger Man platform, and I can share my opinion. He'll welcome me over there, just like he's welcome over here. Shout out to Pooh Black. They welcome over here. I can go on Runner Mac channel and get on Runner Mac platform. Shout out to Runner Mac. Y'all go subscribe to his YouTube channel on Runner Mac. Also, shout out to Gangland and everything they doing over there. The olive branch is extended. And I appreciate them for that. And they can come over here and get on mine too. Runner Mac been over here too. Shout out to King AK-47. I could go over to King AK-47 platform, and he would invite me up, and I could share my opinion sometimes, and we could talk and things of that nature. And I appreciate him for that. You know what I'm saying? That's love. That's putting me in front of more people, and people will come and subscribe to my channel because of that. So I appreciate all of those bloggers for that. I can go to Lil Kel Truth Movement. I can go to Lil Kel channel and get on his platform and pop my shit. I can go to a career channel and pop my shit, and they all of these people are welcome over here. All of them. You know what I'm saying? I done had Skull over here on my channel. I done had old line ass Ratchet TV on my channel. I done had Duke Farrow on my channel. I done had Rainwater on my channel. I done had Fredo Bang on my channel. I done had Loose Cannon on my channel, courtesy of Lil Kel Truth Movement. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it does help to get on other people's panels sometimes. It's just a slippery slope because bloggers do end up beefing with each other. So it's kind of, you gotta kind of like balance it out. Because most of the time, like 80% of the time, eventually if you fuck around with if you keep, like, you know what I'm saying, doing that type of shit, you're gonna get into it with somebody. And I had to learn that the hard way. So I do it sparingly. I tend to have learned to, I just would much rather focus on building this platform and vibing with my peoples and y'all. And then every now and again I step out and I fuck with some of my blogger peers, the ones that I fuck with or like, and I jump on their platforms, or I extend the olive branch for them to come on my platform, and we'll do something like that. But I don't want to clout chase none of my blogger peers. I don't want to use none of them for their subscribers or nothing like that, or even for that to come across like that. That's why a lot of times when I go to people's channels, like I go to Sin City, I like Sin City channel a lot. I go to people's channels and I support them in the chat. As soon as they see me in the chat, they'll offer for me to come up on the platform. But I shout out to Broward County, Florida. So shout out to Sophia Walker. So I support them in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And they like it. Skull, I go to Skull channel, I support him in the chat. Trigger Man, support him in the chat. AK, I support him in the chat. Runner Mac, I support him in the chat. Look, you know what I'm saying? I go up on Lil Kel shit. That's family there. You know what I'm saying? But like, I support him in the chat. So just so they'll know, like, nah, bro, I'm here to support. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't trying to get up here and look at me. Nah, now if it's a conversation that I feel like I can add to the conversation, I get up on their platform and show some love. You know what I'm saying? But most of the time, if the conversation is doing good, they fine with whoever they talking with or the conversation flowing. I just support the chat. I tell people in the chat, hit that like button. I'm just a supporter here. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the real nigga shit. Like. And I think they respect that too. I think they respect that, like, yeah, that bro keep coming over here. He don't even want to get on the panel. He just want to be in the chat, supporting it. Because I'm gonna tell you another thing. When people see certain people in the chat, it helps. Like, we had Point and Shoot over here in the chat the other day. We had DJU in the chat with us. Y'all remember that? We had DJU in here in the chat with us. I don't know DJU from a can of paint. Never met him a day in my life. Never had a conversation with him. But he came through, jumped in the chat, and showed some love. That helps. on your channel. Even if they don't come up on the panel, it helps. That's like me. When I go to certain people's channel and I jump in the chat and I say salute or whatever, the people in the chat know me. They know my name. They probably done seen me around on YouTube or something. So they buzz back. They be like, hey, Merita boy in here, and that feels good. And I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? I just sit and enjoy the show. I like to watch Sco's channel. I like to watch AK channel. There's quite a few other bloggers. I'm gonna be honest with you. One of my favorite bloggers right now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how many of y'all watching, but Smoke News TV, that's one of my favorite bloggers right now. I swear to God. Like, I stumbled upon Smoke News TV channel maybe about a month ago, and I just like the way Smoke News TV content is, and it's appealing to me. So I can sit and watch a Smoke News TV video. I watch his videos back to back. Like, I go to Smoke News TV, I see if he got a video, and if he got a video, I'll watch that video, then I'll watch another video, then I'll watch another video. I watch about 4 Smoke News TV live videos back to back. I might watch Smoke News TV for about 3 hours. So shout out to Smoke News TV. But this is Trap Lord Ross document on Bloodhound Lil Jeff. I don't know if y'all seen it. Let me hit him with a like. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button for me too. I don't think Trap Lord Ross hit you with the copyright, but if it do, it's all good. I ain't start this live, you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand it's in the middle of the night and a lot of people might not be on this live. It was just me getting up in the middle of the night, wanting to vibe, wanting to talk, wanting to fuck with y'all, because I didn't give y'all a live yesterday. And y'all know if I don't get y'all live in a day or so, a lot of y'all hit in with me and be like, Merita, you good? And I appreciate that. A lot of times that get me back, you know what I'm saying, focused on this shit here, you know what I'm saying, what I'm supposed to be doing, and it keeps me going, you know what I'm saying? So keep doing that, you know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to Sante, saying Merita always coming through the clutch and late night. Yeah, man, like, I appreciate y'all. I really do, man. So, but let's see what Trap Lord Ross say goddamn about what's the name, about Bloodhound Lil Jeff, man. If y'all don't know who Bloodhound Lil Jeff is, Bloodhound Lil Jeff was the young man from Chicago who had kind of made a name for himself maybe 2 months ago in Chicago. It's alleged that he got at least Sante said, I just woke up too. Shout out to you. And he allegedly got like 10 bodies. And he was killed unalive like 2 months ago, something like that. I can't remember. Time be flying. Probably about 2 months ago, 2-3 months ago. But Trap Lord Ross did a documentary on him. So, and we all know, listen, I love Trap Lord Ross documentaries. I don't give a fuck what people say. Trap Lord Ross is the best person to do the best person doing documentaries on YouTube, hands down at this point. You got to give it to him. His shit be thorough and informative. I don't have a problem with Trap Lord Ross at all, but a lot of people do because he's white and he from Europe. But I be looking at it different. I be looking at it, is he lying? Is he lying on these people? No. Also, I be looking at it like, how the fuck is he able to get all of this information and he don't even live in the United States? So I be thinking to myself, Merita, you got to get better at what you're doing, because if this guy can be from the Europe and fucking he could get all this information on the people that's in the United States, that means I should be able to get that same information. And he's only going off social media. That's all he's going off of, social media posts and things of that nature. And if he could get that kind of information, that means that I could do my job a lot better too. And I use Trap Lord Ross's motivation. Motivation. I agree. He caught me up in a lot of he caught me up on a lot of people that passed and I didn't know about. Exactly. But let's play it.
Knows that in the past few months, there's been a new star rising, whose appeal was based on the very same idea that made King Von so irresistible to many fans of the genre, a combination of personal charisma and a reputation that they really lived the life they rapped about. What they most often rapped about was some of the most violent stories coming out of the most dangerous city in America. In a 3.5-hour video about King Von, it dawned on me that having allegedly killed at least 7 people, beating the bodies, and then going on to brag about it to the whole world while actively planning more hits, he actually met the FBI's definition of a serial killer. And unfortunately, in recent months, another rapper has emerged who not only claimed to have killed more people than King Von, but also rapped about it and quite literally modeled his persona on other famous serial killers. I'm of course talking about Bloodhound, or Bloodhound Lil Jeff, the self-styled Jeffrey Dahmer of Chicago drill. And to many, the next rapper who was on their way to becoming the next big thing in the drill scene with his wild claims that he had 10 to 11 bodies under his belt, rapping jaw-dropping bars, comparing his life to video game Call of Duty, and saying that he's really up 10 kills, to comparing himself to basketball legend Bill Russell, and inferring that he committed as many murders as Russell has won championship rings.
That's crazy. Damn. As many murders. Hey, I'm gonna say this, right? That's crazy. And I want to say this, man. Fair use is in the act, man. Everything here is alleged. This is just for entertainment purposes only. I'm gonna be stopping it periodically when we run across spots that make me want to give a little summary or commentary on, but we're gonna rock out. But it's just sad, bro, that we glorify this shit as far as like we are really at a day and age where young men are glorifying how many people that they have taken away from this world. Like that, that in itself is like I can't even explain how fucking like that just fucks with my mind. Yeah, and y'all talking about somebody, y'all talking to somebody who from the streets, lived in the streets, been in the streets, for an extended period of my life. Like family, my family is all street. We got a few people that do live on the right side of the tracks, but not very many. All of them do something, most of them. So I'm not somebody that's unfamiliar with the street life, but this shit done evolved, is what I'm saying. It's done evolved from when I was in the streets to a whole nother monster. And this monster is one that doesn't value life as much as it was valued in the past. And it's done actually turned from people who do shit to people or kill people. Because a lot of back in the days, I tell you no lie. I mean, it was serial killers and people did this shit, but there wasn't that many of them, bro. Like, you had your what this motherfucker name out of of course you had like people like Terrence Gangster Williams, who allegedly had been involved with over 40 murders. And then you got what this nigga named Wayne Perry out of DC. You got a few of these niggas, but now these niggas is everywhere. Like the King Von type, the Bloodhound Lil Jeff type. These motherfuckers is everywhere. Everywhere. In every city, in every hood, in every state. They even different countries. Like you got these motherfuckers in Canada, the UK, nigga. They don't listen, bro. They don't even allow guns in the parts of Europe, nigga. These niggas is stabbing niggas and becoming serial killers, nigga. Real shit. I swear to God. Like, and they're proud of this. So it's just amazing for somebody for this shit to actually be going on like this. Like, but yeah.
The Lil Jeff story, I need to give you a very important content warning. This video is going to contain themes of violence, death, explicit language, and gang activity, but every effort has been made to censor this video in accordance with YouTube's advertiser and community guidelines. And this video will feature absolutely no swearing, no violence, no drug use, and no firearms. So anyone from YouTube reviewing this video, please do not demonetize it. And it's really important for me to explain to you the purpose of this video is to provide an educational documentary, providing an authoritative piece of news reporting on a historic event in a journalistic context. It just so happens that this historic event is an important moment in drill music history. And I'm really not making light of these situations I'm going to be talking about in this video. And I'm not going to be recycling this tragedy into content for money like some of these YouTube channels do. I genuinely care about the drill music scene, its history, and I've done extensive research to try and bring you the truth behind the music. I am the #1 journalist in the entire UK when it comes to rap music, drill music, and gang street culture. So I am truly a trusted authority on the topic, and I really care. But that said, all of the opinions that you'll hear in this video are just mine alone, okay? Everything in this video has been taken from publicly available sources, and I'm not saying that everything here definitely happened, but what I am saying is that things were said and theories exist, a lot of them being online. I might say that somebody said that somebody killed someone else on Reddit. I'm not saying they definitely did it, but I am saying that people said it. Now, I'm not responsible for things that other people say, but you can't deny that these things were said, and I will be providing receipts for everything that I discuss in this video. Now, we've made every effort to ensure the accuracy of our sources, but I'm not responsible for the content that third parties publish. Now, any footage that's used in this video will be covered under the doctrine of fair use, which means I don't need anyone's permission to show you the images, clips, or comments that I'm going to show you in order to prove these things actually happened for journalistic reasons. This video aims to educate the public on true cultural events that are socially significant. And I'm not using any more than is strictly necessary to back up what I'm saying as facts, and this video isn't a substitute for any of the things that I'm going to show you in this video. It's a completely unique piece of research with a unique purpose. I'm not taking money out of anybody's pockets, I'm just trying to bring you the facts, and I'm allowed to do that. So any efforts that are made to censor my journalism using things like fake copyright claims or sending me threats and intimidation are completely unlawful and will be reported to the relevant authorities. And even though legally I should, under fair use, be able to play you things like clips from songs where people say relevant things or admit to crimes, or if I'm just analyzing a song and giving my opinion on what the relevance of that song actually is in the wider drill scene or what somebody's saying on the song, of course, YouTube's copyright system means that if I did that, this video could be taken down, blocked, or demonetized, despite fair use law. So as well as any violence, swearing, or smoking, in this version of the video, I've also removed any clips of any songs, which I would be able to show you on other platforms. And I've also removed a lot of random details which don't break any of YouTube's rules, but I just felt they were too long or boring or just detailed to put in this version of the video that I thought was appropriate to put here for everybody to see. So if you do want to see a director's cut of all my biggest videos, where I go much more in depth with a lot of the details that you're just not going to find here, please visit patreon.com/traplawross, where you can watch the director's cut for just $2. And also, you'd be supporting the channel. And I'll be quite honest, okay, a few of my recent videos haven't really done too well. They haven't been the most profitable, and the additional support that I get off of YouTube really just allows me to continue making the content I want to make with integrity, covering the topics that I care about the most, rather than just chasing the algorithm and the views. But if you're not interested in any of that, just hit the subscribe button.
Shout out to Trap Lil Ross. I let that play because I'm gonna use that. I want that to be a disclaimer. I want that to be kind of a disclaimer too in this video as we watch Trap Lil Ross's video, his documentary on Bloodhound Lil Jeff, and that's why I like Trap Lil Ross. Like, I could tell he's genuine. He's somebody that is really a fan of the culture, and he adds to the culture. He's not taking away from the culture. He's adding to the culture. All of these people that get these documentaries done by them, a lot of times they already passed, but at the same time, it adds. Like, King Von would have listen, I don't know King Von, but just listening to him talk, listen to his music, King Von would have loved for Trap Lil Ross to do that documentary on him after he passed. King Von wanted to be remembered. He wanted to be remembered as a gangster. He wanted to be remembered as a stepper, and hated or love it, he wanted to be remembered as a demon. Trap Lil Ross helped him with that. You know what I'm saying? Trap Lil Ross helped him and his estate with that. Now, going forward, his mama and whoever else is involved with his estate are going to be able to sell his story, his life rights, and I mean his life as movies, documentaries, whatever. They able to do that, and Trap Lil Ross helped them do that by him keeping King Von's memory, life, the things that he did alive. You watch what I tell you here. Eventually, we're going to get a King Von movie. I don't know who's going to do it, but it's going to be one done. And I'm here for it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm just saying, like, Trap Lil Ross, in my opinion, is not a culture vulture at all. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. But let's get going.
Ready to hear?
Oh, and he do like I do. I don't chase views here on YouTube. Okay, put it this way. The reason why I haven't blogged in like a day or so, or dropped a video in a day or so, because it wasn't nothing, I didn't see nothing that interests me enough to talk about. And I'm not finna just keep on goddamn vamping this Julio shit. Do you see that what bloggers do? A lot of bloggers do that shit. They'll do the same goddamn video on the same topic 1,000 times. These bloggers really love when these rappers die because it's like now they got something to talk about. They spin the narratives, they make up conspiracy theories, they make up stories. We done and with this Julio situation, we done seen it, y'all. Me, I only talk about the shit that is pertinent to the topic. Like, I remember we did one on voodoo, right? With the Julio shit. The reason why we did that is because if you go to Julio's Instagram, they keep talking about demigod. He coming back with the little Chucky clips and the Michael Myers clips and all of that. And then we got Julio talking about he went to the woo lady. His grandma is the woo lady. All this type of shit. So we went down that rabbit hole to figure out the validity of voodoo. Remember, we watched the actual videos. They ended up cutting that live, but we watched the videos of where they had documented cases of voodoo in Haiti, and we watched those little documentaries of some of those little documentaries about that. That's why I went down that avenue with it. You know what I'm saying? We just had the suspects arrested. Okay, we talked about them. We talked about the light-skinned boy who was the shooter. We talked about Zay. We talked about the girl. We went down that. So now we even talked about Rashad when he got caught with the standoff and the crying, came out with the puppy and the Bible crying and shit. Now what else is it to talk about? What the fuck else is it to talk about with that? Nothing. It's nothing to talk about with Julio case. He's dead. We know he's dead. They even had the narrative that he wasn't dead and he might have faked his death. Okay, well now we know he's really gone because these people is in jail for his murder, so he's out of here. What else is it to talk about? Nothing until they arrest the fifth suspect. Once they arrest the fifth suspect, then we'll make a video on that. But a lot of these bloggers, they just keep remixing the shit. They keep remixing shit and they do it for clicks, likes, and views. And I don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm never gonna do that shit. If it's not interesting, it's not interesting.
Craziest stories ever told. But interestingly, unlike Von, who was seemingly in the streets since a child, Jeff would wildly claim that he had only gotten involved in the streets about 3 years ago when he turned 18 and graduated from high school, committing all of these alleged murders in a very short time span.
So around what age did you jump off the porch and start hanging out in the streets?
I'm saying when I came outside for real, I was like 18 type shit.
Okay.
I just turned like 18.
Jeff also became known for his equally wild antics that showed he was a complete loose cannon. For example, when he famously snorted crushed up pills during his DJU interview. Then there was the time he seemingly shot his gun towards someone during an Instagram live, as well as openly bragging about how he was robbing people for their designer watches.
Hey, Lil Jeff, you should take this picture. I was going out, oh, wait, I got blood on them diamonds and I still won't. It's like it's what I was tattoo. They don't know if that's a tattoo or real. Nah, hey, no.
To compare Lil Jeff to King Von is guaranteed to anger some people, and by no means was Jeff's star power or rapping abilities anywhere near that of Von's. But then again, Von also had support from the biggest artist to ever rise from the drill scene, Lil Durk, and he was several years older than Jeff when his rap career took off. Furthermore, Von had already been in the streets for close to a decade, forming the reputation that would eventually help him to become the boogeyman of Chicago drill that he ended up being, as well as being an undeniable legend in the rap game following his untimely death in November 2020. Jeff, on the other hand, was still, by all accounts, very much still in the streets whilst he was trying to find his voice and talent on the mic. While Jeff's rapping style was controversial and divisive amongst fans of Chicago drill, there's no denying that Lil Jeff was evolving musically and becoming more and more comfortable in using his rather unique high-pitched voice. Kind of made him sound like the real-life Joker of Chirac. Unfortunately...
All right, salute Anonymous Ones. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to Anonymous Ones channel. Hey, I'm going to tell y'all another thing, too. If y'all have YouTube channels, put a link to your YouTube channel in the chat, man. You know what I'm saying? So, Anonymous, you always, you fan, you welcome. But I'm just saying for anybody out there, if y'all watching the live, bro, you know what I'm saying? Put your YouTube link in the channel, man. So, people could, maybe go check out your shit, man. It's all love, man. It's all love. Yeah, man. Straight up.
Never know what might have come from his music career because, as most drill fans know by now, On the 8th of June 2024, Lil Jeff was gunned down in the south side of Chicago, only about a half-a-mile walk from the notorious Parkway Gardens public housing complex, aka O Block, that King Von was known to rep. And as always,
so now we know, y'all, that where Bloodhound Lil Jeff was killed at was only like a couple blocks, a block or two away from O Block. That lets us know how close these guys actually be to each other, y'all. Like we be thinking sometimes they far away, the hoods far away, but nigga, them hoods is one street over from each other.
Seems to be guaranteed these days. Lil Jeff's demise and the shootout that led up to it was all captured on surveillance footage, even going viral within the drill community just after it happened. But it was not just the fact that Lil Jeff was killed that made his story blow up beyond the drill audience, but more so how he died. As when that surveillance video leaked soon after the news of his passing, the world saw a masked up Lil Jeff getting shot down as he was literally trying to chase another man into his house whilst wildly shooting in his direction, something that he'd even claimed to have done before in several songs. After Lil Jeff's death, the media attention around him would blow up, with even more mainstream rap media platforms like No Jumper, who had previously not reported on him, including him in their content several times.
So do y'all see now, when these rappers die, that's why, like, if you're a rapper, I'm just trying to tell you, like, you see how everybody eat off your death? You see how everybody eat off your death? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, hate it or love it, that's just what it is. I mean, the mainstream news been doing this for years. But I'm just trying to, maybe say something that'll deter these young men from doing what they doing, bro. Because when you die, like, that's what it is. He said No Jumper never reported on Lil Jeff at all until Lil Jeff died. That's crazy. Culture Vulture, told you.
The twisted online detectives of the Chiracology subreddit were going into overdrive. In the days following Jeff's death, dozens and dozens of new threads and comments from his fans and haters would fill the platform, with the most devoted Lil Jeff-ologists eventually even starting their very own subreddit to exclusively discuss and declare their devotion to their new king of drill. There were almost comical posts where Lil Jeff-ologists shared their grief, explaining how they were having sleepless nights and depression in the 24 hours following Jeff's death. These twisted posts would explain how the loss of their new favorite demonic rapper had been a personal blow, and how despite the alleged 11 murders to his name, they felt a personal connection to this flawed individual, and how his killer aura had resonated with so many. Soon would come updates, as fans posted saying that it had been 1 week since Jeff's death, and the devastation hadn't gotten easier, with this user explaining that he wants to drill himself so he can be with Lord Jeff, and asking other users if they have tips on how to grieve. Another update landed on day 12, as the user explained that he'd been saying Jeff's name in the mirror to try and bring him back, and explaining how he can still feel Jeff's presence around him, and that he's been seeing Jeff's reflection flashing wads of money at him in store windows. Now, all of this...
Now, you see how big of an impact these people be having on other people? That shit crazy, ain't it? Like, that's why sometimes I have to like really think about shit, like, cause I do my best to try to make y'all understand how I really feel as far as like a humble person. Like, I'm not no better than none of y'all. Like, I'm never gonna come across as I feel like I'm better than nobody, bro. Real shit. But I do have to understand that it is people that probably listen to my videos that probably do put me up like that, and I have to realize that I have a responsibility to make sure that I try to like lead the right way, because it is people that's listening to the things that I say, and this stuff is very influential. And if you pay attention, this person is talking about they want to go and be with Lil Jeff. Like, that's like, nah, man, like that's, like, you got a life to live, bro. So that just show you how much of influence that these people be having on people, maybe young people, you know what I mean? Your children, you might have a child, a son, or somebody that really looked up to Lil Jeff or like Lil Jeff, and that might be how Lil Jeff death made them feel. Evidently, it made somebody feel that way.
To show you the bizarre and twisted level of fandom that Chicago drill has really reached, with this adoration of Jeff even topping some of the most extreme King Von glazing that's been observed online. Chicago drill is truly the juncture where internet fandom meets music meets real-life true crime, where the very people actually involved in that life are getting killed by the hundreds every year. And when it comes to this combination of music and true crime, the story of Lil Jeff is surely up there with some of the wildest to come out of the drill scene in recent years. But Lil Jeff's story is still one shrouded in mystery, because while Jeff was certainly no stranger to letting the world know about his reckless escapades in the dangerous streets of Chicago, he was also a fairly new face in the scene who seemingly appeared out of nowhere just a few years ago, which makes his claims to have double-digit bodies under his belt sound particularly outrageous, making many fans of Chicago drill to quickly reject these claims as obviously false. Moreover, Lil Jeff hails from an area that's previously received only limited coverage in media focused on the drill culture. So in this video, we're trying to give the most in-depth look into the life and the music career of Bloodhound Lil Jeff so far, and try and determine, with all of the information available publicly today, was Bloodhound Lil Jeff really a street demon with 11 murders to his name, or just a wannabe serial killer on social media who effed around and found out?
Residents say they're fed up with violence like the weekend's mass shooting, and they're taking back the street. On Saturday, it was a different scene, 75th Street in Chatham, where one person was shot and killed, 9 others wounded.
Outside their school, homemade signs demanding peace, they gathered.
We gonna rock with it, roll with it.
We're only 17, 18 years old, and we losing our lives at a young age.
Man, we do this shit, man, every day, man. Drill City, we out here, man.
On one of the most violent streets in the city, 79th Street, artist and activist Common lends his support and voice to lift up this Chatham neighborhood.
Yeah, see them bandanas, that mean we Bloodhound.
So can you tell us like who introduced you to the street life?
My brother.
Your older brother, right?
Looking at it, bro. Yeah.
Unfortunately, there are many families who are suffering.
So you would say you've experienced some trauma growing up in these streets of Chicago. Because how old was you when Chief Keef came out? Like,
I was in 3rd grade.
because they said Bloodhound Lil Jeff got 10 bodies.
I ain't gonna lie, my mom and dad, it's on my face. She's right here.
See, money?
Yeah.
And how did this death affect your mentality, brother?
These, all I see is red.
What type of lifestyle that Devon led? Everybody consider him the top savage of the rap. Was that something you looked up to?
Yeah, that's him. I'm me.
Hey, y'all, listen to this real quick. Let me know it's all done. This smoke with the whole rack. Whoever want it, we giving it out on my dead grave. Summertime finna be a black.
We live in a time right now where, like, a lot of rappers actually live the life they say, whether it's like trapping or anything.
16-year-old Robert Boston and 17-year-old Monterio Williams were gunned down.
Chicago police investigating a fatal shooting yesterday evening. 19-year-old Jaleel Collins was pronounced dead at Rush University Medical Center.
Go ask my ops, that might go Drake his ass and get out that car. You know that?
So when y'all like in the booth and all that, how do y'all stay away from like even incriminating lyrics?
I went black for like a week. Poof. So after that, poof. I came back. Poof.
Bloodhound, 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 Bloodhound.
Bloodhound, Bloodhound. YB, Bloodhound, Bloodhound.
Lil Jeff, real name Jeffrey Lamar Harris, was born on the 14th of July 2002, getting named after his father, who shares the exact same name. Jeff's family has seemingly mostly lived around the same area, the east side of Chicago.
The Bloodhound Lil Jeff story today. Can you start by telling us where you're from?
Chicago, you know what? East side of Chicago. East side of Chicago.
East side.
Yeah.
However, this east side is not to be confused with the official east side, which is one of the 77 community areas of Chicago located in the far south side of the city. The unofficial east side, on the other hand, which is where Lil Jeff grew up, is mainly part of the Chicago folklore, and thus its exact borders are often heavily debated by locals, with many even arguing that everything in the south side, from State Street all the way to Lake Michigan, actually counts as the east side, which would even include hoods like the infamous O Block and their main rivals STL EBT and Jarrow City. And on the other side of the Washington Park, also hoods like Tay Savage's Welch World. Yet these hoods are typically not discussed as being part of the east side, but rather simply being part of the south side, as in the case of O Block, STL, and Jarrow, or more specifically in the case of Welch World, part of the so-called low end, another area that's a deep part of Chicago folklore, which roughly covers the area on the south side from the state to the lake north of Washington Park. In the drill culture specifically, the East Side has become particularly known for hoods that exist roughly south of 67th Street, with this street and the two huge green spaces, the Jackson Park and Oakwood Cemetery, that border the street, creating a natural boundary in the north. However, there are also sets on the north side of the 67th Street that claim the East Side, such as TYMB and Dro City, which both rep the 65th Street. While the line of where the East Side ends when going westwards from Lake Michigan is much more ambiguous, with the State Street and the I-94 next to it, generally acting as a sort of last cutoff point, in the drill scene, this East Side is known particularly for gangs like G Herbo and Lil Bibby's crew NLMB, which is made up of two clicked-up gang sets, No Limit and the Muskegon Boys, with these initials creating the NLMB moniker, which has also been used to stand for Never Leave My Brothers. However, NLMB's hood is located in the South Shore neighborhood, which is located very close to the shores of Lake Michigan, and is infamously known by the locals as Terror Town, a place with a long history for being particularly dangerous. Whereas when it came to Lil Jeff, his family seemed to mostly stay in a much more central area around the Grand Crossing and Chatham community areas, which generally have been much lesser discussed in the drill scene before Lil Jeff's recent blow-up, although the area has seen its fair share of rappers since the early 2010s repping these specific hoods. Now, Lil Jeff's family has long ties to the streets in the area. His father, Jeffrey Harris Sr., allegedly belonged to a street set called 068 C Block, C standing for Champlain Avenue, with their main spot seemingly being on 68th Street.
As y'all can notice, like that's what I'm saying. Like, cause when we see a lot of this shit going on, and again, I'm not judging nobody because nigga, I was guilty of this shit too. Us as parents, the parents have a lot to do with this. You know what I mean? I told y'all your kids want to look up, the kids look up to you. That's part of the reason I got out of the streets. I ain't want my child trying to live what he heard I used to be doing and shit like that. But that's what they do, especially if they come up in these environments and people always telling them about their daddy, or they seeing their daddy and people telling them that their daddy was a gangster or their mama was a gangster, all of this shit. If you pay attention, a lot of these young people were influenced by their parents, their family members, or the environment that they was in. That's how they get this way. It's a reoccurring theme, y'all.
Champlain. To put this location in context, this street corner is only about 0.3 miles.
The reason why I'm pointing this shit out is so that we could try to fix this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, people who hearing this video, who have children, who could take this information and tweak their life, or tweak the environment, or tweak the way that they do things so that their kids don't end up going down this same path.
From the location where Lil Jeff would eventually lose his life. And while there's not much available about this particular set online, Jeff's father was born in the early 80s, and thus he and his set were likely at their most active around the turn of the millennium throughout the 2000s. What we do know with some certainty is that Jeff's family were closely connected with the very people that Jeff would later go to war with, including the person alleged by many to have been the one to gun him down, although there's no real evidence at the moment to prove who was the actual triggerman. But what can be said with more certainty is that close to the hood of Jeff's father, there will be another large hood that
Jeff's father was allegedly friends with the man that killed Jeff. You just saw a photo that Trap Love Ross post that just put up there with Jeff's alleged killer. Everything here is alleged. I don't know who killed Jeff. I'm not saying that man killed Jeff. But Jeff's alleged killer and Jeff's father in the same fucking photo. See that?
End up playing a very large role in the street beefs that Jeff would get involved in. This hood was well known in Chicago even back in the 90s and 2000s when Jeff's dad was more active in the streets, and its history likely even goes much further back than that. Their hood was called the Lon City. For example, in the classic 1996 song by Chicago rapper D.A. Smart titled Walk With Me, he lists several Chicago hoods all around the area, with one of the bars referencing Lakeside, Paxtown, and Lon City, as Smart mentions how both Black Disciples and Gangster Disciples run the two latter hoods. But while Lakeside and Paxtown have more or less stayed intact until this day, at least in name, Lon City would eventually break apart, therefore it's not included in the modern gang maps. However, during the late 90s, in the trial against Larry Hoover, the infamous founder and leader of the Gangster Disciples, or GDs, one of the former members of Hoover's GDs, who turned informant, would give a very detailed description about the Lon City's territory at the time, this territory allegedly covering everything from 78th Street to 83rd Street, and all the way from State Street to Stony Island Avenue. This territory being absolutely enormous by modern Chicago gang standards. However, their main spots were seemingly on the 79th Street, such as 79th and Evans, which is just a stone's throw away from the 79th in Maryland that Jeff would later begin to claim. One of the highest ranking GDs of the 90s, called Shorty G, real name Gregory Shell, would even allegedly live in Lon City. Shorty G would also have a prodigy in Lon City called Lil Frank, real name Frank Smith, who would later rise to the top of the leadership of the original GDs before he was given a life sentence in 2023 for allegedly organizing a killing of another high-ranking GD member as part of a leadership dispute. Due to its large size, Lon City had likely always had smaller sets working within it, both GD and BD, although the area has seemingly been majority GD. However, coming into the 2010s, Lon City, like most Chicago hoods, had lost the majority of its original structure due to the collapse of the traditional gang hierarchies during the 2000s, which led to the large gangs like the BDs and GDs to break into small neighborhood sets without any central leadership between them. In Lon City, these separate sets were also becoming more independent, particularly 6 sets that were known as A-Tray Mob, Evans Mob, Hit Squad, Mix Mob, Wiz City, and Drill City, the latter of which would eventually become Lil Jeff's set. According to Chiracologists, these individual...
I just want y'all to listen, to pay attention to how much information Trap Lil Ross has and how much historical information Trap Lil Ross has on these situations, bro. Like, bro, did y'all got to get this man his motherfucking props, bro. This man is going back to the 90s and 80s and shit and pulling up rap songs from gang members who was repping those sets way before we even heard, before Jeff was alive, before King Von them was alive. This man is going back to the core of the history of a lot of this Chicago drill culture, gang culture. You gotta give him his props on that, bro. Like, that is fucking like amazing. And he's doing all of this from behind the screen of a computer, way in Europe. And this is all information that's on the internet, public information. And he is going and finding it and putting it in these videos for historical purposes, so we can know where a lot of this shit started from. Like, that's amazing, bro.
Would eventually break Lon City apart completely due to some of the BD sets backdooring the original GD leaders of Lon City. In the aftermath of this breakup, what's now known as Mix Mob would seemingly keep repping Lon City even after the breakup. Meanwhile, Drill City would seemingly get its name around the same time as the Chicago drill movement was starting. Chicago drill music being the ultra-violent evolution of gangster rap, with beats inspired by Atlanta trap and gritty lyrics all about real crimes that were actually happening in Chicago. With this set having some of the first pioneering drill artists, such as the rapper known as Fat Smack, who is in fact the actual cousin of the rapper Pac-Man, who hailed from the nearby Dro City hood and is generally considered to have been the original creator of the drill genre.
Fun fact, Pac-Man allegedly, for historical purposes, is credited as being the founder, as the first person who started drill rap. Pac-Man is. So if you know, you know. So it ain't Chief Keef and Lil Durk, and even though they was there at the beginning, you know, Lil JoJo and them, but it was Pac-Man who's credited with being the founder of drill music.
Before Chief Keef made it famous.
The devil might be real or a magic mystery, but I make you disappear. Poof, history. I know you sick of me, but Mac is the antidote. So if you act fruity, I have to split your cantaloupe. Hey man, you know this Pac-Man, Mr. Joe City. That's my hat, man. Hey, I tell him, the coupe looking like a Sunday, a chocolate Maserati, butter vanilla guts, ballet popping at the party. Yo, on my heels, she was jocking me in the lobby. See, the more we crocodiles pocket watching like she gonna rob me. I swipe for a room, penthouse, we at the W. The had your name on the neck and on my stomach too.
Already in late 2010, Fat Smack would put out a mixtape titled A Day in Drill City, this being among the first drill projects ever to come out. Drill City is also known as BNC, or Bar None Crazy, which generally refers to them being an insane or renegade gang set. This means that they generally don't adhere to any central structure of a historical gang, like the BDs or GDs, and essentially are willing to go to war with or kill people that descended from the same original gang as them. It seems that Drill City will first call with another set from the former Lon City called Wiz City, or Whisper City, named after a boy called Whisper, aka Wiz, who seemingly died in 2008 from medical complications. Similarly, as Drill City being bar none, Wiz City would be known as Brain Dead. This generally also meaning that they are insane or renegade BDs, who again don't abide by any centralized BD leadership and are willing to go to war with other BDs. In the very early 2010s, Wiz City was seemingly already beefing hard with several of the former Lon City sets, including Evans Mob, Mix Mob, and 8-Tray Mob.
Hey man, so I just want to talk about that Mix Mob thing, man. It's getting ridiculous, man. For real. On some real shit, man. It's getting ridiculous. First of all, we say that right there. Hey, y'all is here, man. You feel me? Y'all lucky I'm on this house arrest because if I wasn't, I was going down.
Y'all see how this shit start? Y'all see how this shit start? This shit start over just like an opinion. Like motherfuckers have opinions of other people. Oh, y'all pussy. Oh, y'all soft. Oh, y'all ain't on shit. Woo, woo, woo. And that is. You see what I'm saying? Like this be a lot of this shit be the dumbest shit. But we also gotta realize these are fucking kids, bro, who fucking minds ain't even fully developed. Their brains ain't even fully developed. And this is where this shit started from. Listen, like what was the fuck was this to say? Like I don't know this young man, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying, like, who gives a fuck? Like if you pussy, I don't care. That's your business. You know what I mean? You could be as pussy as you want to be in your lifetime. I ain't got to never say nothing about it. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Personally, I don't care. But this is what happens.
Things real, man. Old 87 movie, man. We ain't playing no games. Boy, Drake, this is crazy. Right? You already know it's crazy. What? That's out. Hey, Drake, mob. Mix mob. What? Y'all had Brian did crazy. What? You say that fast. Get it.
Meanwhile, it appears that Drill City members were originally much more open to linking up with different sets, even ones that were already at war with Wiz City, such as Evans Mob and possibly even Mix Mob, which might be why someone on Reddit presenting them as having lived in the area during the late 2000s and early 2010s describes Drill City as playing sides. Meanwhile, another Redditor claims that Wiz City was getting close with the TYMB set, which is known from the early drill culture for getting shoutouts from the likes of Chief Keef. However, Drill City was beefing with TYMB, and there are even rumors that they killed one of their most loved members in 2012, a young man known in the streets as Obama. Real name Reginald Smith, the 24-year-old was shot and killed in a walk-up style attack on the 6500 block of South Drexel Avenue. The wildest rumors even claim that this killing led to one of the Drill City members getting kidnapped by TYMB before getting released for a $10K ransom. However, the consensus among chiracologists seems to be that Obama was more likely killed by a member from another set that would become very close with Drill City. But more about that later. In any case, TYMB continues to be one of Drill City's longest ops, which is at least partly why even Lil Jeff would drop a Y sometimes in his music videos and on social media. At the time though, Wiz City's alliance with TYMB would allegedly cause Drill City to separate themselves from them and ally fully with their biggest ops, the Mix Mob instead. This alliance eventually going under the moniker DCMM, or Drill City Mix Mob, as represented by Fat Snack and another Drill City member called Leaky.
I want y'all to see how far this culture goes. How far this shit goes, y'all. How far back this shit go. So when we diagnosing and trying to figure out how this shit got like this, how it got this bad, and why does it seem like it's a never-ending story as far as like the killing and the drilling and the banging and all of that in Chicago. As we can see, this is a culture, bro. Like how LA got a gang culture. This is a culture in Chicago, and of course it's spreading across the world because we have people that's drilling in Canada and Europe. You know, we got them everywhere now. But this is a culture. They've been born and bred into this shit, bro. That is from their daddies, from their cousins, from their uncles. This shit go back to their granddaddies and shit, bro. Know what I'm saying? Like these young men are born. They've been born into this shit. They've been born into this environment. They mamas is in gangs. They daddy is in gangs. Like this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? This ain't nothing they just started with King Von them or Lil Durk them. No, this been going on. You know what I'm saying? They've been in this environment.
2013 song by the same name. And they would also openly claim to be Wiz City K and vice versa with...
What happened is the internet happened, so we was able to see it. You know what I'm saying? But by the time we saw it, they was already 3 generations in with the gang banging and killing. You know what I'm saying?
City members vowing to K or kill anyone from Mix Mob or Drill City. The war between all these former Lon City sets would only keep escalating in the years to come, and alliances would keep changing over time. But moving forward, Drill City would seemingly also keep certain enemies that stayed the same, such as the majority GD sets, H-Ray Mob, Evans Mob, and Hit Squad. who have seemingly always stayed relatively united with each other, and against Real City or BNC, as well as the Brain Dead BD set with City and another nearby Brain Dead BD set called MTV 079 or Money Through Vernon.
I heard before, like, you know, all this, like, if you have a kid in Chicago and you raising a kid in Chicago, I promise you, I'm just, this is my opinion, but I promise you, it got to run across your mind that, man, my kid ain't gonna live to see 21. Like, it got to, especially if he's a male kid. If it's a male child being born and raised in Chicago, as a parent, it has to run across your mind that, well, my son gonna be a gangbanger. Well, my son ain't gonna live long. Like, it has to run through your mind at this point. And at this point in time, with all these people, these kids being killed, it has to run through y'all mind. When the violence started, I heard like y'all was everybody, every hood was all in one. Like y'all used to go by Lawn City or the Line. Is that true or not?
Yeah, Lawn City is like the whole area.
Like from Shadow to Apple.
We is Shadow. We is Shadow.
But y'all was a part of y'all hood was a part of Lawn City, right?
Yeah,
Lawn City movement.
You know, drill city and all that shit.
You know, them the other side though now.
I ain't gonna lie.
I ain't saying how it, like, you know, how it happened, but I'll say what year would y'all say all this broke apart?
I ain't gonna lie, folks.
2009 to 2010.
2010, bro. That's when really everybody, like all them on the other side, they started turning video all type of shit.
You know what this is?
A bunch of weird. We was the only GDs. I ain't gonna lie, we was the only GDs. We clicked up with nobody.
You talking about like for X-Ray and Evans Mob?
They be
saying the shorty GDs too.
Yeah, we got some BDs for them phones. Like,
I ain't gonna lie, this shit clickbait, boy.
Yeah, like we EBK, we ain't just no.
And that part of the shit I never understood, because if y'all crew is a hybrid crew, right? If you got BDs and GDs, ain't the diss that y'all do, ain't like when they be dropping the rates and all of that shit, don't that diss the other side? Don't that diss the other members that's in your clique that's from that other, that's repping that other faction? You know what I'm saying? Like, I never understood that, like the hybrid crews, like, because okay, so my case in point is this: if I'm a BD, right? Just say hypothetically, if I'm a BD and I'm in a crew with GDs, right? Y'all my enemies, right? Supposedly. So how am I even a GD or whatever I'm at is how? Because I'm not upholding any of the beef or nothing that I should have for the other side. So really, we might well just drop all that shit. We might well drop all the BD, GD shit, and we might well just rep our hood, our clique, because I'm with the ops. I'm hanging with the ops. I'm friends with the ops. So it take away from what I'm saying I am. And I just never understood it. It just don't make no sense to me. It don't make no sense to be a BD and a GD and be in the same clique with each other. Y'all might well just drop the BD, GD shit, and y'all might well just be on from this side of town. We from the east side, and these my homies. Might as well, because other than that, like, and then what good it do to be a BD or GD and you BD or GDK? What sense do that make? Like, you know what I mean? I'm a BD, but I'm BDK. I'm a GD, but I'm GDK. And if y'all don't know what that means I'm a BD, but I kill a BD. I'm a GD, but I kill a GD. What the fuck? What? It don't make no sense to me. I didn't understand that shit.
Out of these three majority GD sets,
y'all lost. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like y'all lost, confused than a motherfucker.
Evans Mob is perhaps best known through their early 2010s connection with the infamous Washington Park-based set 600, due to two of their members, 600 Breezy and S. having a childhood and family connection to this set. Evans Mob is also known for a now classic moment in drill history, when two of their members would catch infamous drill rapper Lil Reese from Lamron, aka the Grim Reaper, with this video causing the so-called Lil...
He talking about that video where them dudes beat up Lil Reese and he doo-dooed on himself. That video was crazy. I don't know if y'all ever seen that video where Lil Reese got beat up and he doo-dooed on himself. Man, them dudes is handling him.
Poopgate, as people would claim that the video showed visible skid marks on Lil Reese's underwear.
Sante say that's how it was in Atlanta back in the day. It was good versus good inside of town until the new gang generation with the gangs. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just don't understand. It just don't make no sense to me. Like, in Florida, in Orlando, where I'm from, we wasn't no gang bangers, but we neighborhood bang. Put it this way, like I'm from Crosstown. Like my name on Facebook, if y'all don't know, is Crosstown Pico. So I still rep. I'm Crosstown through and through. You know what I'm saying? My family there, everybody there. Crosstown is like my home. You know what I'm saying? That's downtown. That's the downtown part of Orlando. That's where the arena at. That's where all the stadiums and all of that shit at. All that shit. You ever go to Orlando, you see the stadiums and the arena where the Magic play. That nigga, the Magic play Crosstown. The Magic Stadium is in Crosstown. All of that shit. Downtown Orlando is Crosstown. That's where I'm from. That's the heart of Orlando. I'm in the inner city of Orlando. Not the outskirts, not no suburbs, none of that shit. I'm right there in the middle of that bitch in the urban communities, nigga, where all the crackheads at, nigga. We ain't got no houses, nigga. We ain't got no grass, nigga. We got projects and goddamn houses on bricks and run down apartments. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no grass there, nigga. You know what I'm saying? But that's where I'm from. But it's different hoods inside across town. You got Long Street, Jackson Street, Beirut, Griffin Park, Grand Avenue, what else we got? You got Callahan, you got Livingston, you got 50, you got Polk Street. You know what I'm saying? Like you got a lot of little hoods inside of Randall, Jernigan, Quill Street. Like you got different little hoods inside across town, but it's all still across town. They all of us don't get along, but for the most part we do. For the most part, everybody get along with everybody, you know what I'm saying? But it's not no, oh, I'm a BD, oh, I'm a GD. No, we just was born there, raised there. So as we grow up, that's kind of the side that we represent. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm from West Side Atlanta, inner city, Bankhead, straight trenches. Exactly. That's exactly how we did it too, bro. Same thing. That's how it is in Orlando. Just how it is, like how y'all shit is, that's how our shit is. You know.
Stinky conspiracy in Chicago drill that's been debated for years, and one which fans would eventually go all in on, analyzing the patterns of the specific boxers that the Grim Reaper had been wearing that day to eventually debunk the theory and prove that it was all a big poopception all along, as the alleged brown stain actually turned out to just be part of the design of that particular set of boxers. But anyway, 8-Tray Mob are a lesser-known set to the average drill listener, although they too would have some rappers attempting to come up in the original drill wave, with artists like Don Darius and Murder Mal dropping some early songs that would gather some decent views, such as their 2013 music video for a remix of Lil Durk's song Competition, where one 8-Tray member can be seen proudly presenting his shirt, which says MTVK, BNCK, and Wiz City K. Hit Squad, on the other hand, is perhaps the smallest set out of these three, getting its name after a man called Hits, real name.
And I'm gonna say this too: we never set out to kill no niggas. Like if you from the other side, that shit ain't we didn't care about that. The only time it was gonna be some gangster shit is if most of the time it happened at a club. We'll get into it with some niggas at a club and they from a whole different side of the city. And then that's how gangster shit got spilled over and gangster shit happened. But we wasn't every day riding through your hood trying to catch some of your niggas out there and kill them. Like none of that shit would happen unless it was an actual ongoing beef. Know what I'm saying? Like that's the only time that shit happened. Like we, for the most part, we in our hood every day, getting money, hustling, serving our crackheads, serving our junkies, fucking our hoes. You know what I'm saying? Hanging out, whatever. We doing all that shit in our section. Know what I'm saying? Enjoying ourselves, block parties, whatever. We doing that shit in our section. We ain't worried about nobody coming through, doing no shooting or none of that, because we not into it with nobody. Now, if some shit get down, we get into it. Then we got some gangster shit going on. And a lot of times it didn't even last that long because either somebody gonna die and it's gonna be over with, or either somebody gonna get it, but somebody gonna squash it. Sometimes, like some niggas, they just gonna work it out. Like, you know what I mean? A lot of times niggas will work shit out. It'll be a little gangster shit, a little shooting back and forth. You know what I'm saying? But long as nobody die, a lot of times niggas just let that shit go. You know what I'm saying? Back then, you know what I'm saying? It's different now. Like it's up now, but back then that's how it'd be. Like, we ain't just go looking to kill nobody. Like, you could be in your hood for 20 years, nigga. And as long as it ain't never no static between us about no particular situation, we don't give a fuck. We ain't fucking with y'all. Like, y'all ain't fucking with us, we ain't fucking with y'all. Y'all getting money over there, y'all riding clean, y'all looking good. We over here doing our thing, riding clean, looking good. When we post up at the club, we got our section, we deep. Y'all got y'all section, y'all deep. We vibe. You know what I'm saying? Like, we doing our thing, y'all doing y'all thing. Like, and we go home. That's how it be. But you know, some shit get out, then we get out. Gucci say Gucci was East Atlanta. It was West Side versus East Side, Hood versus Hood, etc. Wasn't no real games in Atlanta. They made it up during Cash Money, Lil Wayne era, claiming Bloods and shit. Yeah, for real. Like, that's even like in Orlando. Like, we got Bloods and shit in Orlando, but really no, not on my side, not on the West Side, not where the black people at. In the East Side, where the Latinos at, yeah, the Latinos always been more traditional, Latin Kings, shit like that. They was organized gangs. On the black side, no. It was niggas that was claiming blood gang. It was niggas that was red flagging and all that, but they was fake. They was make believe. Like, they saw the shit on TV and started wearing red flags and shit. They couldn't tell you shit about the history of the blood gang. None of that shit. They was just fake. And it popped off around the same time with Lil Wayne and all them started doing that shit too. But we always looked at them niggas because we knew them niggas. Nigga, they growed up with us. They was our cousins and shit. Like, nigga, when did you become a blood? You don't know now. One real blood gang member. Stop the bullshit. We used to pick at them and shit. But it was just niggas trying to like follow the shit. But yeah, it ain't, even to this day, it ain't no motherfucking, it is not no full blood gang set in West Orlando. Not where Glock 9 from Mercer Drive, the Palms. I know where Glock 9 from. I done been all up through that motherfucker. I got plenty of cousins that live in the Palms. I done been in the Palms. I done fucked hoes in the Palms, all type of shit. Where Glock 9 from, I done been all through that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I used to hang in the Palms, but I done been through that bitch 1,000 times. Where Pootie from, he from Carver Shores. Been through that bitch 1,000 times. You know what I'm saying? Pine Hills, I used to live in Pine Hills, where Hot Boy from, but Pine Hills a little different. Pine Hills is so fucking big it's like the suburbs. It was like, Pine Hills was like where black people who had a little money used to go live at. You know what I mean? So Hot Boy and them, they don't got no projects. They got houses. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got some apartments, but mostly they got like houses. Like, the people in Pine Hills, like, you got Pine Hills, niggas ran Pine Hills down. But Pine Hills used to be like the suburbs for uppity niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like, we looked at niggas from Pine Hills like, y'all niggas living the good. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all grandmamas and granddaddy own houses and shit. So Pine Hills different. Like, they got houses, like grass and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It's rough parts of Pine Hills. Don't get it twisted because niggas don't ran it down. But I'm saying, at its beginning, Pine Hills, we didn't even consider Pine Hills a hood. Just to be real with you. Like, but it is a hood now, though. It's a hood now. Like, real shit. Like, Pine Hills is hood as fuck now. So Hot Boy and them is from the hood. And niggas from Pine Hills always did get money. Like, they got money. But in its essence, it came on, Pine Hills came on late. Pine Hills just got gangster probably in the last 15, 20 years. Like, but like in the 80s, like, my hood, Beirut, was the one. That's why that bitch called Beirut, like, for real. Like, it was Beirut, real shit, projects, like, real shit. Everybody, let me tell you some real shit, bro. I ain't trying to toot my own horn here. But I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Everybody from Orlando, every hood, every section, they all looked up across town. And I'm not just saying that just because I'm from crosstown. I just happen to be from crosstown. Like, my dad and my mom and them, I was born in ORMC. Nigga, that's crosstown. My grandmama and them, my granddad and them, all of us live crosstown, like everybody. Like my family is from crosstown. If I was from Pine Hills, I'd be probably repping Pine Hills. I just happened to be born there. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't no, you know what I'm saying? But to be real with you, I'm telling you 100% honest with you. Everybody, every other hood in Orlando, they always looked up across town. And we wasn't the most getting money niggas or no shit like that. We just had the most influence. Like we just was the most, I can't explain it. Like our style, the way we did shit, niggas liked it that. Like when we get in jail and how we would fight, or the slang we had, or the style we had, niggas from other areas like that. So they used to like us. So they used to try to hang with us and be with us. I never once tried to hang nowhere else in Orlando but crosstown. And there's a lot of places I could go. There's a lot of places I was welcome to come. But I never went to nobody else's hood and tried to post up and tried to get no money or nothing like that. It's a lot of niggas that be crosstown, that hang crosstown right now, that are not from crosstown. You know why? Because once you come crosstown and you hang crosstown, you never leave. You never leave, because it was like how them boys say, it was busting. You know what I'm saying? Crosstown was busting. Like we was like live, like it wasn't nothing like it. It was like the party was always going on. Barbecues, hoes walking down the streets with their ass out. You know what I'm saying? Niggas on the block with their cars, with the 20s, with paints and jam, and it crosstown always looked like we was having a party. You know what I'm saying? So when niggas come across town and we'll let them, we, you know, whether they are cousins from another side or whatever, you know, they never leave. We never went nowhere else like that. We never went to no another nigga hood and was like, oh man, I'm finna be from over here. I'm finna be from a park. I'm finna be from Mercer Drive where Glock 9 from. No, we wasn't with that shit. Once you cross town, once you a cross town nigga, you realize, nigga, I'm one of them. Like, this is the spot. You know what I'm saying? And just so happened, I'm cross-town royalty. Like, my daddy is an OG nigga from cross-town. Like, my family got a lot of OG gangster niggas, young gangster niggas. Even now, my family, I got a lot of family members that's running shit. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? Like, they still out in the streets. You know what I'm saying? They was kids when I was out there. See what I'm saying? So the young niggas and my family, cousins and shit, they done grown up and that's what they doing. I be trying to tell them, but you know, and I feel bad too, because you know, we kind of influenced them, you know what I'm saying? And I talked to my homie the other day about that. Tory Guns, he be in this chat. I talked to him yesterday about that. I say, bro, when we was out there doing what we was doing, did you realize that that those kids was looking up to us and we was influencing them? He was like, yeah. I say, I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that till I think I had kids. Then I realized it. He said, yeah. He said, that's why I used to try to talk to them, try to lead them the right way. He said, but yeah, I realized that they was looking up to us. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of them now done took our spot. So it's sad, bro. So I think in a roundabout way, that's why I be trying to reverse some of this shit that I done did. Even though a lot of them ain't passed yet, some of them got killed and all. Some of these young kids that was out there looking up to us while we was out there in the streets, they took our spot. Once we growed up, the ones that did survive, the ones of us that did end up getting out the streets, getting jobs, and just retire out the streets, my nigga. Those kids looked up to us, and a lot of them tried to do what we did or be who we was. And some of them dead. Some of them dead right now. Some of these young boys is dead, and that shit bothers me. And I don't know the amount of influence that I had on a certain ones of these children, but I do know I remember them. I remember when I used to be out there serving, running cars, having little shootouts and shit. I do remember them being in the hood. I do remember them at 10 years old. I do remember them at 5 years old. And now they 20, 21, and I see they picture slide across Facebook and they just got killed. You know what I'm saying? And this is my homie's cousin, or this is my homie's son, or some shit like that. So that shit bothered me, my nigga. So that's why I be, you know, trying to do what I do here on YouTube.
Duvos, who was killed in 2010, being shot in the head and neck. These are already many sets to keep track of, but ultimately, these were just the sets from the original Lon City Hood. Whilst the story of Lil Jeff also includes numerous sets from nearby the original Lon City, because during the early drill era, while Lil Jeff was still just a young boy with dreams of pro basketball, his big brother, Jay Boogie,
Salute, Illuminagro. Salute, OK Sante.
would jump headfirst into the streets, becoming friends with the very people that Jeff would later want to kill so bad that it ended up costing him his own life. For many fans of Lil Jeff, his big brother Jay Boogie is perhaps best known for being the profile picture on Lil Jeff's Instagram account. However, Jay Boogie is almost 5 years older than Jeff and has had a long history by himself in the streets of Chicago, his name being familiar to many of those drill fans who have followed the scene since its inception. Both Boogie and Jeff seemingly spent their early years in the far south side of Chicago in the Burnside neighborhood, more specifically in a hood called Flipside, which reps the 93rd Street, with Jeff attending the CICS Elementary School close by on the 95th Street. Boogie, who is at the time also going by the name Young Khalifa, will be close with one of the most loved members of Flipside called Tay, who would unfortunately be killed in August 2014, with Flipside starting to call their hood Tay Block in his honor. However, it seems that before Tay's death, Boogie would seemingly either move more up north or at least begin to spend more time around the Woodlawn neighborhood, not far from Drill City's hood, with guys from a set called Chris World. Chris World is named after a 14-year-old boy called Christopher Travis, also known as Lil Chris.
I want to say this too, dog. Do y'all see how what be happening though? Like these be kids, bro. They be kids. Like, okay, so Lil Jeff was just in elementary school, whatever, right? So just imagine you a little kid, right? You growing up in the hood. You got your daddy who banging. You got your friends' fathers and shit, or cousins and shit, or the older people around you, they banging. So you watching it, you know what I'm saying? So you ain't own nothing. You know, you a kid just going by living your regular life, but at the same time, you seeing this shit. You seeing the dead, you seeing the police taping the crime scene and people getting killed and shit like that. And you just continuing on living with your life, but you growing up in this environment. You seeing all this shit, right? Not only that, okay, so at the same time, in school, they know where you from. Like you from this side. So I promise you, you damn near start repping your side in elementary school, bro. Real shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that's just because of where you live. You know what I'm saying? You growed up, you know what I'm saying, wherever you growed up, and that's the side you from. So the kids know this. Kids, okay, he from Livingston, he from Crosstown, he from Mercer Drive. Okay, ba-da-da. That's how I go. So that's how you get sectioned off to your side. You know what I'm saying? Plus, you seeing the older people rep your side. You seeing this shit. You out there every day. You seeing this shit. But you just a kid. You just playing. Now, after a while, as you get older, you go to getting in fights and shit with other kids from other sides. You know what I'm saying? You gonna get in kids fights with kids from your side too. But you gonna get in. But at a certain age, those fights between each other stop happening, and and y'all end up start forming a bond. Like first you fight the kids from your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? I guess to establish a hierarchy. You know what I mean? It's always certain kids that can fight better than other kids. You know what I mean? There's always other kids that turn on late, or whatever, and however it go. But eventually y'all stop fighting amongst each other, and eventually y'all start fighting with the other side. And it just starts from there. You know what I'm saying? And then as you get in high school, of course, middle school, that's when guns get involved and shit like that. And it just balloons into that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you something, what it really be, bro. I'm gonna tell you what it really be. It's the environment, it's the influences, and it's also young people be trying to find themselves, like especially the young boys. They try to find themselves. They don't know who they are. They don't know who they are. So they just adopt the influences around them to turn into and become who they think they are. But they could have been somebody else. They could have been somebody different. But it's just, or inside they really could be somebody different. But it's just the environment that they in and the influences that they have around them. And this is what happens where they turn to that. I was a prime example. I'm from the hood through and through. But inside, it wasn't nothing that I ever really cared to be. I just was there because this is the hand that was dealt. I was dealt. I'm young, couldn't see that far down the road as far as like where I wanted to go, where I wanted to be, peer pressure, outside influences, along with the poverty and all of that. It just took me down this path. You see what I'm saying? It took me a long time to get out of that, to break that train of thought, and to mature and to understand who I was, where I want to go, where I want to be. But by that time, shit, you already done accumulated felonies and bad credit or no credit and all this type of shit. So, you know, your life is like forced down this path now, you know what I'm saying? But what it really be, I'm telling you, bro, it's the outside influences, it's the environment, and it's young boys need something positive to pattern their existence after. If you put them in a certain environment and they got nothing positive, or they got more negative influences than positive influences, they're going to conform to the environment most often than not. It's going to be a few of them that's going to be able to break those generational curses and get out and break that the influences of the environment or the people. But that's going to be few and far between. You know, we hear about those type of people ending up going up, making it to the league or becoming something great. But for the most part, the deck is stacked against the kids, and most likely they're going to conform to the environment, most likely. You know, because you also got the environment is telling them this is cool to do. You know what I'm saying? To be real with you, if you at a certain age and you ain't really and you see all your friends, they hustling or they doing something, they getting money, and you ain't getting no money. They got all the newest shit, they got all the new clothes and this and that, and they getting money. You probably go get picked at. You know what I'm saying? So the peer pressure alone gonna kind of steer you a certain kind of way. And you're gonna be like, man, fuck this. I wanna look like my friends, them. I wanna have money like them and things of this nature. Yeah, they selling dope to get it, or they might be robbing to get it, or they might be doing this, but shit, they got it. And I want to have too. Plus, they picking at me for them having, and I ain't having. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot, bro. It's just a lot, bro. You know what I'm saying? Illuminator gonna say, I didn't let the hood make me fit in. Man, salute to you, bro. Salute to you. Shout out to Slime Like Matt. Salute to you. And that's, listen. I want you to understand, people like you all deserve a lot of credit and a lot of praise, because not a lot of us had strong enough minds to do that. You know what I'm saying? Real shit.
Who was killed all the way back in 2010 by a man named Cordell Glover, known as Wheezy or Wee Wee, allegedly from the EBT set. Lil Chris was seemingly part of TYMB and can be seen in old pictures with them, and Chris World would then begin as a faction within TYMB, or YMB, meaning Young Money Boys, as the set was known before they would eventually change their name in honor of a dead member called Ty, real name Edric Walker, who was killed a year earlier in 2009 during a particularly violent night where 4 people died in 3 shootings. But while TYMB was primarily repping the 65th Street, Chris World would begin to rep the 66th Street, which Chris had seemingly frequented, even though he would in fact live near the 64th Street. Around this time, TYMB, the newly founded Chris World, and Wick City, that would later become known as O Block, were all seemingly pretty close with each other, with their main ops being sets like SDL EBT. However, this would allegedly change when Obama from TYMB was killed in March 2012, with many now seemingly thinking that his killer was a man called Kenny Mack, not to be confused with the Kenny Mack from the FBG Duck murder case, or several other Kenny Macks from different sets all over Chicago. This Kenny Mack was part of Chris World, and by all accounts, one of the central members in that faction. According to some Chiracologists, Obama's death was the result of a dice game gone bad, which would make sense, given that even though witnesses would seemingly describe the killer simply walking up to Obama, he was in fact found dead in a hallway. Others have claimed that the beef between TYMB and Chris World actually goes back way before Obama's murder, with some drill fans claiming that one of TYMB's top rappers, Money Man, was in fact already dissing Chris World in a song together with Obama back in May 2011, with it being suggested that this dissing then led to Obama's death. However, in fact, Money Man appears to be shouting out Chris World just like he shouts out several other people before them, including E-Day from 600 and Boss Sean from Wick City, that would later become known as O-Block, meaning that around this time, the two sets were seemingly still on good terms. But what does seem clear is that the beef between TYMB and Chris World would indeed begin even before Obama's murder.
So now when you see what they doing, all this dissing and all this shit in these songs, y'all got to realize this shit been going on for years, for decades, yo. So when you have people like these younger drill rappers in Chicago that's popping up now, you got to realize this is all they saw. Lil Jeff say goddamn Chief Keef came out when he was in the 3rd grade. You see that? So Chief Keef was saying smoking on Tuka when Lil Jeff was in the 3rd grade. What was 3rd grade? Like 8 years old, 7, 8 years old? You see what I'm saying? So this is what they see. This is the culture. And they just listen, I'm gonna say this too, bro. I don't give a fuck what nobody tell you. This is scientific proven fact that humans are followers. We are followers. We are what they call it, a community. I forgot what they call it. Like where the animals interact in a community, like how chimpanzees and certain, it's a hierarchy. Like we interact like that with each other. But humans are followers, bro. Like real shit, scientifically proven fact. We are followers. Like every now and then you'll get a few of us that are rise up and legitimately go against the grain and be leaders. But for the most part, we are followers. We follow trends, we follow fads, all of that shit. Like real shit. Like if you look around on social media and things of this nature, it's really a lot of us just following each other. Real shit. I'm just telling with anything. Like case in point, do y'all remember back in the days where they had like the Temptations days and you know how they had a bunch of back then what they had a bunch of singing groups, right? You had the Temptations, you got the Four Tops, you got the Whispers, you got the OJs, you know what I mean? Even with the women, you got the Supremes and all of this stuff, right? That's what the shit was. That's when all these singers came out that we love. Smokey Robinson and Sammy Davis Jr. and all these motherfuckers, right? That was a fad. That was the thing. Now it's the route. It's the route. You see what I'm saying? Why do you think all of these people came out doing the drill and all of this shit? It was they followed, they copied. Right now, I be listening to I would listen to the dudes in Jacksonville talk. They using the terminology that goddamn Chicago use. And I do it sometimes too, but I do it as a joke when I say on phone now. You know what I'm saying? Or something like that. Because some of the shit do sound cool and we like it. But they say it's merged and all of this shit. Like they say all of the slang. Where do you get it from? Smoking on this and that. Where you got it from? You followed. You heard them people saying it, and now you saying it. Some rappers even got in trouble at one point when they started doing it. Remember, Young M.A. famously got stepped down on by FBG Ducknell for saying smoking on Tuka. What did she say? She said, I didn't even know what that shit meant, bro. I just started saying that shit because I heard them niggas saying it and that shit sound cool. I thought it was some weed or something. You see what I'm saying? Following. That's what we do. And it's just in our DNA. You know what I'm saying? Like real shit. It's a scientific. I saw a couple experiments that they did to prove that we followers. Like we follow the crowd. If you look at a lot of shit on Instagram and all of this shit, a lot of people doing this shit just because they see the shit on Instagram and they see a lot of people doing it, so I want to do it. Like I'm gonna give you a case in point. These TikTok dances. You ever notice that? You ever see when a TikTok dance come out, you'll see everybody doing a TikTok dance. I see niggas even doing the boss man D-Lo shit now. I know I like it when it's earth, baby. Like a water, let me surf it, baby. I'm looking at niggas like, what? Y'all doing the female dance to the boss man D-Lo song? Like, you gotta see how dudes start wearing fingernail polish and shit now. They following, bro. Like it's all following. People are followers, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it's not hard when you understand people, human beings, to see how this shit happen. That's why it's so important to have your children in a environment where a lot of this shit ain't going on, bro. You know what I'm saying? A lot of shit shouldn't. Kids need to be able to be kids as long as possible, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like You want your child not to see certain shit. Your child should be able to be on social media, or your child shouldn't be able to hear Sexy Red talking about a booty hole brown and a coochie pink and shit like that. Just like the young boys shouldn't have to listen to, oh, I just killed this nigga, I just smoked on this nigga, I just did this, I just did that. But the problem is, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Like the internet is to make everything accessible so they could see this shit. So it's hard as a parent to shield your child from this. You see what I'm saying? Even the radio plays certain type of music now that they used to wouldn't play before. I remember they tried to ban 2 Live Crew music from being ever even played, nigga. But they won. They won with a Supreme Court ruling because it was freedom of speech. But really, that opened the floodgates for a lot of this music and shit to be heard by these children. And of course, us as parents, we like the songs too, so we play them around the children as well. I remember a lot of times where we would have a birthday party for the kids on the block. It'll be one of the children on the block birthday. They might be turning 8, 9 years old. We'll throw some meat on the grill. This on the block. We'll throw some meat on the grill. We'll get the DJ to come through. We'll pay the DJ, or we had one of the niggas on the block who had a bunch of DJ equipment. We'll pay him $50, $60 to bring his equipment out, and we'll be playing. Now walk it out, all that little shit for the kids. You know, they used to love that little song. Now walk it out, now walk it out. West Side, walk it out. The little kids be playing with all of that shit, right? Nigga, soon as that goddamn cake get cut and the plates get passed out to the children first, nigga, after that, nigga, we playing Jeezy, we playing T.I., we playing Lil Wayne, we playing all the grown people music. And if you black from the hood, you know the kid party is going to turn into an adult party at some point in the motherfucking party. And that was, we smoking weed, we drinking, we doing all this shit right around the children. I'm just trying to tell you how this shit get like it is, bro.
Well, there's even a photo of Jay Boogie himself seemingly throwing up the Y in January 2012, a few months before Obama's death, while hanging with a rapper Bad Habit affiliated with Chris World. Already later that same month, a girl affiliated with Chris World would make...
And we ain't gonna even talk about the mamas who be talking to their friend girls in front of the children. Like, oh, fuck that pussy ass nigga. Oh, yeah, girl. Oh, she fucking him. Oh, she was just fucking that nigga. Oh, that whole pussy this, that whole, like, all of this shit. I remember, you know, coming up where kids weren't allowed to sit around and listen to grown folks talk. You know what I'm saying? That shit got a lot to do with it too. Kids sitting around listening to grown people talk. Like, case in point, I heard how Boosie's daughter talked to him, and I could tell for a fact that she was around people that talk like that. Either he talked like that in front of her to other people, or her mama talked like that in front of other people, in front of her to other people, or either her mama talked to her like that, or regardless of what, this type of way she talked, she's a fucking kid, and she talking to grown, she talking like she fucking grown. Like, man, I wish one of my children would talk to me like that. I mean, as a child, well, any goddamn time. But I'm just saying, like, you crazy little motherfucker. You finna be talking to me like that. Man, I'll bust your motherfucking lip. Make it so bad, you're not talking to any grown person like that. You're a fucking child. Know what I'm saying? You let me do all the talking. Matter of fact, you take your ass wherever you going. I'm gonna beat your ass. I will beat your ass for talking to any grown person like that. I better not never catch you talking like that. Know what I'm saying? To hear Boosie's daughter how she talk, that's crazy. Know what I'm saying? But that just go to show you.
Post on Facebook saying F the other side while dissing YMB, aka TYMB, and also shouting out 3 sets: Chris World, Trap City, and Drill City. It appears that even before Obama's murder, TYMB had been beefing particularly hard with another Woodlawn-based set, this set being called Trap City, also known as Zone 7, with the 7 representing the 67th Street that they would claim, more specifically, the intersection of 67 and Rhodes. This location is only 0.2 miles from the intersection of 67th and Langley that Jay Boogie would post to his Facebook in September 2012, with this being the first photo that he still has up on his page. Trap City and TYMB's beef was at this point well established, with beloved members like a 17-year-old named Rio, real name Ryan Gibson, having allegedly also been killed by TYMB in October 2011. Trap City and TYMB had also been beefing through music, such as the TYMB member B Gutter releasing a diss song towards Trap City called Gangbang 067K diss in January 2012, a song where he dissed numerous members and ended the song with an outro, sending a clear message to both Trap City and Drill City, as well as shouting out TYMB's allies at the time, Wick City, aka O-Block, Lamron, 600, and Mac Creek, which at the time was a faction that was part of Dro City. It seems that as early as late 2011, Chris World had been getting increasingly close with Trap City, in the process cementing their beef with TYMB. Therefore, when Obama was eventually killed in March 2012, Trap City and Chris World would immediately become one of their targets for revenge. Regardless of who may have been behind the murder, J Boogie and other Chris World members were now in an active war with TYMB, together with Trap City and also Drill City, or 06679 as they would call themselves collectively, based on their respective streets on the 66th, 67th, and 79th streets. TYMB's revenge for the murder of Obama would allegedly come in August 2012 when Trap City member Scooter, real name Johnny Howell, was gunned down in Trap City's hood. Needless to say that going into 2013, the war between TYMB and the 06679 was getting increasingly heated, with TYMB members even making custom shirts where they would exclusively diss these three sets. TYMB would also diss them heavily on the music side, with Money Man releasing a music video in April 2013 with none other than Prince Dre from O-Block, where Prince Dre would shout out Lil Chris while paying tribute to what he called Chris Way, before Money Man would go in dropping a very disrespectful verse dissing Drill City, including their rapper Fat Smack, as well as rapper Tank Montana, who had been part of the Mix Mob, Drill City, and the Bloodhounds, would later change his name to Bloodhound Hothead. Money Man would also essentially admit to TYMB killing Scooter from Trap City before also dissing Chris World. A few months later in June, B Gutter would also re-release the song 067K diss, but this time with a music video where he can be seen driving around Trap City's hood. Unfortunately, things weren't about to just stay online, and only a few months later, in August 2013, 06679 would lose another important member, none other than Kenny Mack from Chris World, real name Kenneth Barber, the very person rumored to have been behind the murder of Obama. A few days later, a photojournalist would capture the scene where Kenny had been killed and where his friends had left him a memorial, with one of the images capturing the tribute messages left for him by his friends, one of these messages saying simply, RIP Kenny, CWBAS, YMCPDK, F Obama. However, unlike so many murders in Chicago, this one would ultimately be solved, as the law enforcement would eventually charge a man named Anthony Bradley, also known in the streets as Capone from Dro City, more specifically a faction called Snowblock, which were affiliated with TYMB. Capone would end up receiving a massive 55-year sentence, but would eventually be granted a retrial where he would seemingly end up receiving a much shorter 20-year sentence, for which he would end up serving about half, and he's seemingly been released on parole. The killing of Kenny would hit Chris World hard, and the members such as J Boogie have continued keeping his memory alive throughout the years. But the death of Kenny wouldn't only affect the older guys already heavily in the streets, because Lil Jeff himself, who was only 11 years old at the time, would later tell during an Instagram live how he would witness Kenny's murder firsthand, even admitting that this had likely messed his head up.
Long live my nigga back. I was down. Hey, Jug, on my dead grandma phone. You alive? I damn that shit in the telephone phone. That shit hurt me a little bit. I was like, dang, it's real. Long live Kenny Mack. I was there. I witnessed that. We was by the lake. I think ever since then I've been fucked up. That's probably what it was. I feel like they caught my homies.
Perhaps this was truly the first of many life-altering experiences that would affect a young Lil Jeff, that would ultimately eventually push him towards the life of violence that would end up costing him his life. But 2013 would also mark a moment when the Chris World members, including J Boogie, would end up getting heavily involved in the drill music scene, likely influencing Jeff to do the very same thing, as well as seemingly starting a new clique, a clique that Jeff would also eventually end up joining years later. That clique would of course be the Bloodhounds.
Damn.
Going into 2013, the Chicago drill music scene was reaching its peak, propelled by the immense popularity of Chief Keef. But while other up-and-coming drill artists were largely keeping the similar dark and violent themes that had made the genre popular, both lyrically and sonically, Chief Keef himself, who was now living the good life in the rich suburbs just outside of Chicago, and surrounded by all the lean and loud he could possibly consume, would quickly begin to experiment with his sound, cranking his auto-tune settings to the max, while beginning to add much more melodic elements to his rapping. combined with an often heavy slurring, likely at least partially caused by his increasing consumption of that prescription cough suppressant. Keith would also largely ditch his day one producers during this period, instead accepting beat submissions from random YouTube and SoundCloud producers, many of whom had taken the more upbeat elements from Keith's earlier projects, particularly his debut album Finally Rich, but turning those elements up tenfold. These beats were much more influenced by the late 2000s and early 2010s Atlanta rap and trap music, with artists and groups such as Roscoe Dash, Travis Porter, Young LA, and J Money, as well as of course Future, with inspiration also being taken from prolific producers from the area like DJ Spins, London on the Track, and KE on the Track. But with a new twist, these beats eventually got the label of futuristic beats amongst fans. While at the time, this era of Chief Keef was extremely criticized by mainstream rap fans, it's now largely considered perhaps his most influential era, playing a large role in making him one of the contenders for the most influential rapper of the 2010s, with this era that his fans tend to call the Lean era, together with what would eventually evolve around 2014 into an equally fantastically named era, the Zan era, arguably largely birthing what would become known as mumble rap, as well as playing an enormous role in influencing the flows, rapping styles, and beat choices of later popular artists like Lil Uzi Vert, Playboi Carti, Kodak Black, and countless others. But the reason why Chief Keef's 2013 era is so important to mention here is because by late 2013 and going into 2014 and 2015, the members of Chris World would also end up getting heavily involved in the buzzing Chicago music scene. But unlike the majority of rappers coming out of Chicago at this time, they would attempt to build heavily on this new sound that Chief Keef was creating, even using the same YouTube and SoundCloud producers such as Intel on the beat, who was one of the producers behind Chief Keef's classic that perhaps best describes the Lean era, the song Love No Thotties. Another producer who was getting commissioned a lot during this period was the French beat phenom Cash Money AP, who produced numerous songs for Keith and other GBE members during this time. Chris World would do this under the name Finesse Crew, which the Chris World rapper Saw J would present in his solo song titled after the group in September 2013. In the music video, we can see many key members of Chris World, including the main people of the Finesse Crew, including of course Saw J himself, as well as Chief 2 Times, Smooth, Bad Habit, now going by BH, and J Boogie, who incredibly at this point was still only 15 years old. J Boogie would eventually not only appear in these videos, but also participate in the rapping, such as the song BAS, released with a music video in May 2014, and a music video for Finesse Party, which was released in November 2014. J Boogie would release early solo songs, such as his 2014 remix of Bobby Shmurda's Hot N-Word, but for whatever reason, these songs have been now wiped off the internet. Despite most of Finesse Crew's songs being pretty upbeat party anthems, they would also keep rapping their gang sets in their music videos, including in the banger titled Forever Mac and Chris, which was released in June 2015, as well as being seen dropping Wise for TYMB. However, TYMB was taking the dissing once again to another level, as Money Man would release his remix of Lil Durk's Competition, titled No Competition, in July 2014. Once again, it would get straight to the point, beginning the song by dissing Scooter and Rio, as well as Kenny Mac and Chris World. He would then begin his verse by saying how he blew someone's brain back on the 67th before aiming his diss directly at J Boogie, saying that he better cool, and asking how is he even Chris World when he didn't even know Chris personally, as he had seemingly stayed flipside in 2010 when Chris was killed. Whether or not J Boogie actually knew Chris personally is unclear though, as Boogie himself has seemingly indicated that he did in fact know him, and that he has stayed on 67th since he was a young boy. Money Man would also diss Drill City and several other members from 06679 and their affiliated sets, such as Lil Ricky from Chris World and Lil Ant from Mix Mob, who was killed in 2013. Perhaps as a response to this song, Finesse Crew would eventually end up making their own dedicated diss track, released with a music video in May 2015. This song was called simply War, and the beat was a much more standard dark drill anthem. In the song, the Finesse Crew rappers go back and forth, spitting bars whilst dissing their ops, particularly TYMB, with Boogie also taking part in the rapping, saying that he's the youngest running things, being now 17 years old, foretelling how he's driving through the ops hood with big clips while dropping Wise with both hands. This music video would also have a major cameo from a rapper who was making a lot of noise around this time, having become known a few years earlier for being one of the best friends of a true Chicago drill legend, LA Capone. This rapper was JB Bin Laden, who is the first person to appear in the video, he too dropping Wise with both hands. But this was not in fact the first time that JB had made an appearance on a Finesse Crew video, as already in December 2014, he can be seen in their music video for the song Kickstand Lean Boys, together with none other than Boss Top from O-Block, with this possibly reflecting how O-Block had now fallen out with TYMB too. JB is from a BD set called 400 East or 400E, which is directly on the other side of the Interstate 90 from Trap City, and Chris World, with their main block being on the 71st and King Drive. Due to JB's close relationship with LA Capone, and LA even allegedly living on 400 East Hood with JB for a period of time, the set would even take on the name LA Gang in his honor following his death. But it seems that JB had a particularly strong bond with J Boogie, as he would often post it and shout him out on social media.
Bow. Smoke your it's like a blue cigarette, a blue one. Bow.
However, not everyone was happy about people outside of 600 paying tribute to LA Capone, and 600 member Blast His Ass, aka Blastum, would in fact call out J Boogie and Chief 2 Times, aka Vontae, for throwing the LA hand sign on social media. But anyway, Chris World and also members like JB from 400 East were still also close with 0679, aka Trap City, and the Drill City Alliance, and particularly they were hanging out with members like CJ from Drill City. Meanwhile,
I want to say something. This movie right here is on the screen is A Quiet Place Day One. I got to say this. I don't watch all of the Quiet Place movies. The first and the second one. This is the third one, which is like a prequel as to what happened before the first one and the second one. This movie is trash. 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 The first two, fire. This one, trash. Trash. So don't waste your money. I'm telling you.
Meanwhile, it appears that in Drill City's hood, a new clique was forming, where guys like CJ were heavily involved in, with the earliest mention about the name seemingly going all the way back to the early 2010s. This clique, of course, being the Bloodhounds. It appears that they were particularly influenced by the early Glory Boys rappers, like pretty much all of Chicago at that point, and would often quote on social media lyrics from rappers like Lil Reese and Gino Marley, mentioning how they were like Bloodhounds. Towards the end of 2015, CJ would even begin to tease what appeared to be a music project titled Bloodhound Savages. Going into 2016, CJ, J Boogie, and JB were seemingly still spending a lot of time together. Also, members from other sets were beginning to claim the Bloodhound clique, such as the members from the MTV 079 set.
Yeah, you see them bandanas, that mean we Bloodhound.
Yeah.
Go right through with your flag out.
Got the man running, get your car flipped over.
Video, he just looking at us, bro. Bloodhound. Yeah. Are we Bloodhound on burning too?
As mentioned in an earlier chapter, MTV 079 is a brain-dead BD set that has had a long-running beef with the same sets as Drill City and Trap City, namely the historical majority GD sets from Lon City, Evans Mob, A-Tray Mob, and Hit Squad. However, MTV's relationship with Drill City and Trap City was a complicated one, as they had seemingly until recently been also cool with the other brain-dead BD set that these two were beefing with, called Wiz City. This being likely another example of just how quickly the alliances and beefs were evolving in the area. But in any case, soon the Bloodhound clique was beginning to drop music, just like CJ had teased in late 2015, as in May 2016, they would drop a new song called Vicious, featuring the rappers MTV Cash from MTV 079, Hothead from Drill City, formerly Tank Montana from Mix Mob, and Drizzy Bands from Drill City, and in the chorus, labeling themselves as the Bloodhound Villains. Some months later, in October 2016, Hothead would drop a song with a music video titled simply Bloodhound, where he warns his ops that if they're on any type of BS, they're going to die, and that he's a bloodhound, and he wants his money dirty, like blood money. Around this time, J Boogie was now also repping the Bloodhound crew commonly on his social media. And going into 2017, the clique was beginning to gain increasing momentum, culminating in their biggest song at that point, the song Bloodhounds, released with a music video in April, which at the time was the song featuring the most Bloodhound-affiliated rappers, including CJ from Drill City, JB Bin Laden from 400 East, Hothead from Drill City, and MTV Chino and MTV Cash from MTV 079. The song is a pure Bloodhound anthem, mixed in with a very dark drill beat, with CJ beginning the song by rapping how the Bloodhounds are making noise in the streets and that he's not talking about the music. JB comes in by also repping Bloodhound from the start, followed by Hothead, who raps how the ops know that the Bloodhounds are the ones sending shots and the killing won't stop. MTV Chino then begins his verse with a much more pointed diss aimed likely at either the A-Tray Mob or the Evans Mob or both, as well as dissing Brick Squad 069, made famous by late rapper Lil Jojo, who was seemingly close with the A-Tray Mob at the time.
A-Tray Mob. On the motherfucking oh, here, say, man, we out here, man.
The song is ended by MTV Cash, who implies that others are trying to claim the name Bloodhound, but they are the real Bloodhounds. Also, J Boogie is in a visible role in the music video, where he's often shown toting his gun with a laser beam. And at the very end of the song, someone who sounds a lot like Boogie even begins to rap a few bars before the song fades out. The Bloodhounds were at this point clearly an established group, seemingly made primarily out of members from Drill City, Chris World, 400 East and MTV 079. But while they were for a time being putting out quality music, it was clear from their raps that they were also staying very busy in the streets. Meanwhile, Lil Jeff had gotten to about high school age, still holding on to his dream of becoming a professional basketball player, with his 2017 sophomore team even seemingly winning some tournaments. Unfortunately, though, it would appear that the next year his dream would come crashing down, as Jeff would not make it to his high school's varsity team. He would later talk about this during his DJU interview, saying how not making the team made him realize just how real life is, and that he had no idea what he would do after.
So all this is brand new. This is a brand new life you living, Lil Jeff, because you 21 now. So I wonder what you were doing at 16.
16. Around that time,
You were doing the soldier boy.
I was trying to play basketball, but that's around the time I ain't make the varsity team. So at 16 was when I was realizing this shit for real. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do.
Do y'all see that? Like it be small shit sometimes. Y'all see that? Y'all see that 18 years old, he thought he was gonna be a basketball player. He wanted to be a basketball player. And when he didn't make the varsity team at that age, he felt like it was over, which it wasn't over, but it made him feel that way. And that's kind of helped push him down the path he ended up on. But if you really think about it though, so if you don't make the basketball team, your varsity, yeah, it's like, yeah, you probably like ain't feeling like you good enough to, go to college and play. You feel like you're not gonna be able to get a scholarship or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? So I could see how that could affect a young person. But just think now, up until 18, he wanted to be a ball player. He wasn't even planning on going down the path that he ended up going down. You see what I'm saying? You see how small little shit can happen to get these young boys to go down these paths? Boy, it's tough, boy. You gotta, a parent, boy, you gotta be a parent 24/7, boy. Shit real. But it bothered him and affected him. Look, you heard what he said.
Cause after that point, like once you don't make that team, it's over.
It seems that this was likely the moment when Jeff's life would truly begin to take a new direction. And with his previously desired career path now falling off track, he was looking for a new future. Jeff would still graduate from high school in 2020, with his mum throwing him a fancy graduation party. But Jeff wasn't about to head to university to chase an ordinary career. Instead, it seems that he would end up following in the footsteps of his big brother. Soon, he would begin showing up in the streets, raising hell with the rest of the Bloodhounds.
Honestly, we should have used a condom, but we got distracted.
Honestly, we've been together for a while, so...
Getting tested never really crossed my mind.
I know I should get tested for HIV, but honestly...
I'm afraid to find out.
Honestly, I should ask him about his HIV status, but...
What if he gets weird about it?
Honestly, no one wants to think about HIV, but there are things that everyone can do to help protect their sexual health.
It starts with condoms and getting regularly tested for HIV and other STIs, so you know your status.
And talk honestly with a healthcare provider about your sexual health and all your prevention options.
If you're HIV negative, you and your healthcare provider can decide if PrEP may be right for you. PrEP means routinely taking prescription medicine before you're exposed to HIV to help reduce your chances of getting it.
Be honest with your partner. Talk to them about their HIV status. When you do, it can help you both be more protected.
I'm gonna get tested and find out about all of my prevention options.
Because honestly,
our health is worth protecting.
Team Porsche have done an absolutely
Ion. Electrified. Tired.
Hold on, my bad, y'all.
Coming into the 2020s, J Boogie and the rest of the Bloodhounds would keep repping their new clique in their music, such as the May 2020 music video for the song Go by Boogie, JB, and another Drill City rapper called Lil Vic, where Boogie first raps that he's only been out for 60 days but has already ran his...
I want to say this too. Shout out to Trout Lil Ross, man. Y'all can't tell me. Y'all knew all of this shit. Y'all knew about Jeff Big Brother, and y'all knew about all this history behind how the Bloodhound gang start, and the people in the history of this shit? Like, no, we didn't know this shit. Trap Lil Ross telling us this shit. It's people that he discussing their deaths that we knew nothing about. That the only people remember them is their families and the people that knew them back then. Some of these people, some of these deaths that he talked about, these ain't the famous people of the drill culture. These people long gone and forgotten about. But they immortalized now because Trap Lil Ross done put them in a documentary. They name lives on. Their history is now told. They are known now because of us. I mean, because of him, to us, because of him. You see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I know it's not no consolation. We wish they wasn't dead, but shit, they dead now. At least they name live on.
For backup, with this likely referring to his 2017 arrest on numerous charges, the most serious one being UUW, or unlawful use of a weapon, for which he would end up receiving a 4-year sentence. He would then mention the Bloodhounds, saying that they will come and get anyone for the right bag, all while the members would be flexing big bags of vacuum-sealed dope in the music video. JB then steps in and calls the Bloodhounds his family, while flexing a new Bloodhound chain, which is the very same design that Jeff would later rock in his own music videos. Boogie also comes back towards the end, as he compares the Bloodhounds to an army due to the wide selection of guns that they have. The Bloodhounds would also have a new rapper that would begin to drop a bunch of songs around this time too. His name was Bloodhound Z Money, real name Zaire Nelson. In fact, he's actually Lil Jeff's cousin, with some of Jeff's family members from his mother's side commonly liking and commenting on Z Money's family's social media posts. There are also old photos of Z Money from the early 2010s together with J Boogie and the mother of Jeff and Boogie. In a music video by Z Money dropped in December 2020, Z Money can be
shout out to
hanging out with
SD
J
Chosen
Boogie,
for
flexing
the
big guns and stacks of cash. Unfortunately, not long.
Shout out to SD Chosen for the follow on Instagram. I see you, gang. Just popped up on my phone. I'm finna follow you back. Shout out to SD Chosen. I just followed you back, gang. Appreciate you. It's love. I'm gonna check out a couple of your shits when I get some time, and I'm gonna like a couple of your photos and what you got going on. Appreciate you, gang. Appreciate you.
This video dropped, Boogie would get in trouble with the law once again in August 2020, when he was seemingly arrested twice on numerous charges, including possession of a stolen vehicle, once again UUW. This would once again see J Boogie doing another long bid in prison, with his projected parole date now being in 2027. Meanwhile, the new generation of Drill City, Trap City, and Chris World members were also reaching adulthood, one of these kids being the Bloodhound rapper Vert, or Rel Vert, who seemingly spent much of his childhood in these neighborhoods. In fact, his and his old friend's social media accounts still have plenty of pictures left from around that time period, and in these pictures a young Vert can be seen dropping the Ys, likely once again for TYMB, whilst also throwing what seems to be either a 6 or a B hand sign, perhaps either as a homage to 66th Street meaning Trap City or Chris World, or for Barnum that Drill City rep. Or the B may possibly even represent the Bloodhounds, which at this time were already a major thing amongst many of the older members from the area who were using this very same hand.
I'm gonna say this too. A lot of these young boys, if they grew up in these environments where it's a lot of violence, a lot of banging, they join these gangs for protection as well, bro. Like I seen Tay Capone talk about this. He say, you know what's worse than being killed and being in a gang, being killed and you not in a gang. A lot of people lose their lives. A lot of those some of those young boys lost their life and they weren't in a gang. They just lived in a certain area, a certain neighborhood, and being that they lived in that neighborhood and was from that area, the ops still got down on them. You know what I'm saying? We heard this a bunch of times that a lot of guys wasn't known shit. A lot of guys that end up lost their life wasn't known shit. And because rival gangs would try to use them as part of the score, like, oh, we got such and such, but really, then you'll hear the gang come out and say, well, them dudes wasn't even in the gang, they wasn't on shit. You see what I'm saying? And that's part of it too. Like, who the fuck wants to get killed and they have nothing to do with nothing? I'm just from over here, and just because I live over here, y'all niggas know I live over here, y'all gonna kill me just to hurt the people that's in this community because I growed up over here. So a lot of these guys, you know, felt like they had to get in gangs in order to survive, my nigga. You know, that's a part too. That's a part that I hadn't talked about now. You know what I mean? I want to make sure we have we think about all of the situations as to how they get to what we see they get into nowadays.
Now, Vert is slightly older than Jeff, and he would also begin his rap career a few years before him. For example, his music video for a song called Next Song Remix, dropping in early 2019. The music video begins with Vert saying that they are posted up on the 79th, meaning Drill City's hood, before once again dropping Y's and throwing the 6 or B hand sign.
Hey, you know how the fuck come in? You know, come in. Hey, 07 now, you know, we in this, man. Yeah, a lot of that. Yeah, a lot of that.
He then begins his verse by saying how he's posted on the 9 and sometimes on the 6, meaning that he hangs out in both Drill City's hood and Trap City or Criswell's hood. While it appears that Vert was mostly repping Drill City, he would also be very close with Trap City members, as can be seen from his 21st birthday vlog in 2022, where he hangs out in Trap City's hood, with this video being eerily posted exactly 2 years before Jeff's death in that very same hood. More specifically, Vert is hanging in the video near 67th.
He 21 in that video. Don't he look like a kid? Like, that's why I be trying to tell people, like, I got a 20-year-old son. And when I was 20, I was full-fledged in the streets. But now that I can look back and look at how these people look at 20 and 21, they still kids. I was still a kid at 20, 21, even though I had been outside living on my own for years by then. I got my first apartment, me and my baby mama. We got our first apartment. I was 19, she was 18. You know what I mean? So we've been living on our own since then. You know what I'm saying? And I had been living on my own before then. I had been living in hotels and shit with my homies and shit before then. But I'm saying, like, I got my first apartment at 19, just 19. I had just turned 19, maybe a couple months. You know what I'm saying? So, like, yeah, like, but they still be kids though.
Evans, while Jeff would be killed near 67th and Rhodes, only about a 0.3-mile walk away. Vert would also explain in his early 2022 interview with Truth Teller TV that he was both Drill City and Trap City.
I'm from 67 Trap City and 79 Drill City. My name is Lil Vert, man.
Meanwhile, during the late 2010s, another main rapper from the new generation of Bloodhounds, who is also...
Do y'all hear how Vert talked back then compared to how he talked on that DJU interview? He drugged out like a motherfucker. Like, them drugs done got him, bro. Like, I could understand what he was saying right there. But on that DJU interview he just dropped, you can't even understand what he's saying, bro. I promise you.
Cousin of Jeff and Z-Money, Q50, was still attending high school, eventually graduating in 2022. Jeff, on the other hand, was still largely absent from any social media activity concerning Drill City or Bloodhounds coming into the 2020s, with one of his first appearances seemingly being in a late 2021 music video by Z-Money titled
2020. He wasn't even nowhere doing on the internet, doing none of that gang shit. 2020. It's 2024. So he went from virtually not indulging in any of that street shit, well, doing what he was doing, that he ended up doing to lose his life. And 4 years later, he dead. That's crazy.
On MIA, where a 19-year-old Jeff can be seen chilling in the background while his cousin raps, while his other appearance will be soon after in a music video for his brother J Boogie and JB Bin Laden's track titled N-Words Green, where Jeff can be seen next to his big bro smoking big blunts and toting a gun with a drum magazine, showing that at this point he was already likely deep in the streets together with his brother. Coming into the 2020s, it seems that the beefs of the 06679, aka the Chris World, Trap City and Drill City Alliance, which now included also the Bloodhound clique, were now increasingly beginning to revolve around their oldest enemies, the GD majority sets of the former Lon City, A-Tray Mob, Evans Mob, and Hit Squad, which is likely why they were increasingly dropping rakes for the GDs in their music videos instead of the Ys for TYMB like they had primarily done throughout the 2010s. That would have been back when the beef with TYMB was particularly hot. But still, Vert would aim his disses in his September 2020 song No Dissin' squarely at TYMB and A-Tray Mob, saying both Die Y for TYMB and F83rd for A-Tray Mob. However, in his November 2021 remix of Lil Durk's track Piss Me Off, he would rap how it's F the Ops and Young Money, perhaps showing that the beef with TYMB was a much more passive beef now, while the beef with A-Tray Mob, Evans Mob, and Hit Squad was much more active at this time. Some months before the release of that song, on the 1st of March 2021, a very respected A-Tray Mob member called Clay, real name Darian Cherry, was sitting in his car in the A-Tray Mob's hood on the 86th Street when another car pulled up next to him and somebody began firing shots from the inside. Clay received a gunshot to the mouth and was transported to the University of Chicago Medical Center in critical condition. situation. Clay would survive the shooting for the time being, but would remain in hospital fighting for his life. One member from the H-Ray mob who would comment on Clay's situation particularly often was a guy called Lil Crew, real name Nyree Curtis, who was seemingly a very close friend of Clay. Crew was also an aspiring rapper who had been releasing music since at least 2017. Crew would comment on Facebook the very next day how he wasn't going to say too much, perhaps insinuating that he was going to respond by actions and not with words. However, his later post would also make it clear that Clay's situation was weighing heavily on his mind. Crew would also write about a week after Clay had been shot how they were testing their guns on stop signs because the ops weren't outside. And later, he would comment on how the ops had been on their high horse after Clay had been shot, even though they knew Clay had been sliding on them often. Unfortunately, Clay would eventually succumb to his injuries and pass away in May 2021. And to honor his memory, H-Ray mob would begin to call their block the Clay Way. Clay's murder has never been solved, but the rumors online have placed the blame on a few different people. One of these, perhaps somewhat surprisingly, being Lil Jeff himself, with some people claiming that this information comes from a reliable source, while others would claim that Clay had in fact been killed by Vert. However, to be absolutely clear, there's seemingly no real evidence to tie either of them to this murder, although they would certainly take part in dissing Clay on social media, and in music, such as on Vert's song, Knock If You Buck, that was released on October 2022, where Vert raps how H-Ray mob thought that Clay's name was ringing in the streets, but now he's irrelevant, as well as dissing another H-Ray mob member for allegedly getting shot and injured. Unfortunately, Vert and Drill City were soon about to experience a major loss of their own. During his teenage years, Vert had seemingly been particularly close with a guy from Drill City called Ruger, real name Jermaine Darden. Unfortunately, Ruger would be gunned down in Drill City's hood in March 2021, whilst 2 others were wounded. This would be another devastating loss for the people close to him. Q52 would pay his respects to Ruger right after his death, showing that while he might have been absent at this point from the music videos of guys like Vert, he was very much involved in the street side of things. Like Clay before him, the killing of Ruger would also become yet another unsolved murder in Chicago. However, there has certainly been some interesting posts that have come out after his death, one of these being a post from one of the cousins of Clay, who would say how he'd risked his life to get back for Clay. Then, less than a month after Ruger's death, on the 13th of April 2021, at around 7 p.m., Lil Crew would be outside the very same 300 block of 86th Street where Clay had been shot at the beginning of March, when someone would open fire at him, striking him in the chest. Crew would then be taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center, just like Clay had been. But this time, the injuries were immediately too critical, and Crew would be pronounced dead soon after arrival. Yet again, the murder of Crew would go unsolved. But in online spaces, such as Reddit, Jeffologists themselves, who have been rumored to possess an almost otherworldly ability to see the victims of their demigod and his disciples in their crystal balls, have once again pinned this murder on Vert. Some will even claim that Vert himself had got shot in the leg before Crew's murder, which he references in an unreleased song. This possibly even being the same shooting where Ruger would die and 2 others would be injured, one of these 2 then possibly being Vert. Vert would also mention Crew in the song Knock If You Buck, as well as the rapper Don Darius from H-Ray, who was one of the early rappers for the set before he was killed in 2013, saying that he can't go out like Don D and that H-Ray haven't got a get back for Crew and Clay, with at least the implication being that the 06679 were indeed behind the murders of both Crew and Clay. But perhaps the most telling lyrics from Vert are in a lesser known song from early 2022 titled Live or Die by the Chris World rapper Chief 2 Times, now going by the name Big Boss 2 Times, featuring Tero and RB Tasky from Trap City, as well as Vert, who raps in his verse how it's F8 before specifically mentioning both Crew and Clay, saying how he got them both lit. Yet others have claimed that Crew was in fact killed by somebody from the Woodlawn set 800, who are known for beefing with numerous sets, including both the Bloodhounds and the H-Ray mob. However, what is once again clear is that following the murder of Crew, Vert would use many of his songs to send messages that they had in fact gotten get back for Ruger. Firstly, in the beginning of June 2021, Vert would drop a music video for his song titled Play by the Rules, where the video begins with a tribute clip of Ruger dancing to Lil Durk's song No Auto Dirk, where Durk raps the famous line, "New op pack in the air, this gas or what?" Then, a few months later, at the end of August 2021, Vert would drop a music video for his song Drill Life, where he raps how he has to kill 10 of his ops for them to feel what he felt. With this,
bro, listen, again, I'm gonna say that, and I understand. I hate sounding like the old nigga, but I just be trying to diagnose and try to make sure we understand the mentality of the younger or this new generation and this new shit they got going on, because a lot of this shit is like shocking to us, even those of us who've been in the streets. This new generation, this shit is shocking. But to see them fucking celebrate the death of killing another motherfucker. Like, listen, let me tell you something. I know niggas that got into gangster shit, this and that there. They might not like the nigga, you know what I mean? Like, they might have got shit had to kill a nigga. They might not like the nigga. But in my generation, niggas did shit and just went on with their life. They didn't troll the ops. You didn't see a nigga celebrating after he just caught a body. You know what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't even know a nigga caught a body unless you was in them certain circles, or maybe it got done to where the streets knew about it, or it was like public or some shit like that. But other than that, you wouldn't even know. Like, you wouldn't even, like, niggas wasn't running around like, yeah, fuck that nigga did. Fuck no, that once a nigga dead. Like, it wasn't no, oh, I did this or I did that. Like, this shit crazy than a song, bitch. Like, for them to even be celebrating, like publicly. Like, that shit crazy as fuck to me. Shout out to Carmen Tate. Good morning. I'm finna put your comment up there. Good Sunday morning, straight up. Good Sunday morning.
Being another reference to Ruger. This was followed in November with a much more direct claim in Vert's Pissed Me Off remix, with Vert rapping how they got get back for Ruger and how they lost 1, but their ops lost 4. Then, once again, at the end of December 2021, Vert would drop a music video called Gang, together with JB and a rapper called Lil Cap, where they can be seen with a cutout of Ruger, while Vert begins the song by rapping how they cried for Ruger, but also slid for him, and the score is not even, with him implying that they are doing so much damage that their ops are claiming that 06679 is cheating. The dissing would continue in 2022, when Vert would release the music video for his song titled simply Drill, where Vert first repeats a bar of how someone was dissing on their raps, but now they can't speak, with this being a possible reference to Crew, before then continuing to pay tribute to Ruger, saying that he's pulling up on his ops block and making them run. And the references to Ruger would just keep coming, with Vert then releasing a music video for his song 21 in June 2022, with this being the music video that they had been filming in Trap City's hood during the celebration for Vert's 21st birthday. In the song, Vert once again mentions how he cried after Ruger's death, but he had then wiped his tears and got to sliding, and saying how it's been back-to-back homicides ever since. At this point, it was clear that no matter who had been behind these murders, the war around the East Side was getting very heated. And unfortunately, the war wouldn't only continue between the established alliances, such as A-Train.
I agree, Sante. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I tell y'all what I know. I don't know everything. I just tell y'all what I know and what I done experienced. But I ain't gonna even tell you no lie. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. This shit is confusing. Like you said, this shit baffling in a motherfucker to me. Like, I just be trying to understand this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but realistically, I know it's a thing because we see it. This is what it is. This is the culture now. But I'm lost. Like, I don't understand how the fuck. That's why I be glad. That's why I've been narrating this as we go through. So certain little shit that I want to highlight, I talk about it so we could think about it. And we could kind of somewhat understand how did this generation get here. But as far as like why they doing it, like the reason, like it don't make no sense to me. So I'm with you too. Carmen said Louisiana on this. Shout out to Louisiana, man. I ain't gonna tell no lie. Louisiana is the #1 place that I want to go my next trip. And I'm gonna tell you, I just want to go eat, dog. I want to go eat the food, dog. I swear. When I go to Louisiana, I swear I'm gaining 10 pounds, my nigga, because I'm eating every fucking thing. I want to eat it all, dog. I swear. I want to have me some good za, some good gas, and just go and eat for real.
Evans and Hit Squad versus the Drill City, Trap City, Chris World, and the Bloodhounds, but it would eventually morph into a deadly civil war within the 06679 alliance.
I need.
In late 2022, the time would finally come when Lil Jeff, or Bloodhound Lil Jeff, as his artist name would be, begun his rap career, dropping his first song and music video titled The Bloody Family, together with JB Bin Laden, with the name of the song being an obvious reference to his gang in the streets, the Blood.
I'm going, Denise. I promise I am. I promise, bro. I promise. Listen, I'm by all that shit. Like, Like that type of like I'm an outdoors type motherfucker. Like I like to fish, I like hunting, I like all that type of shit. I ain't did none of the hunting and shit in a long time, but the fishing, like me and my son, we fish when we get often when we get a chance to. So I enjoy that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So all that shit what they be doing in Louisiana, all that eating all that food, I want all that, nigga. I eat frog legs, nigga. I eat motherfucking the crab boils, all that type of shit. Like I want to experience all that shit, like the gumbo. I want all that shit for real.
In his DJU interview, Jeff would attribute the beginning of his music career to Vert, who had encouraged him to start rapping. This part of the interview coinciding with Jeff's right-hand man Q50 chopping up some prescription-quality pain medication with a doctor-like focus and precision, showing that while Jeff would later earn the nickname the Pistol Professor, it was Q50 who was truly the Pill Professor.
Bro, I ain't gonna tell you no lie. When I saw that, we went over that video here on this channel. When I saw Q50 crushing up them motherfucking pills, dog, that shit blew me, dog. I didn't know niggas snort perks, dog. Not only that, the boldness of it, the I don't give a fuckness of it. Them niggas crushed them bitches up right on DJU, nigga, and snorted them bitches, nigga. They call it Tony Montana. Hey, look, bro, listen, that shit was shocking, sad, all of the above, my nigga. And if you watch Q50, he was twitching, he was fidgeting, he couldn't stop motherfucking moving, all of that type of shit, bro. Hey, look, and if you pay attention to that DJ interview, I was watching Bert at the time. Bert didn't indulge in none of that shit, but you could tell he probably wanted to, but he was on motherfucking DJU. Shout out to 985J. Y'all show Jay some love in the chat, man. Shout out, show some love to my brother 985J. Appreciate you, Jay. Hey, look, yeah, for real, he wanted. Hey, yeah, that shit was crazy. But you could tell Vert wanted to indulge. He was just like, nigga, we on TV. I ain't finna do that shit. But Q50 and Bloodhound Lil Jeff, nigga, them niggas was savages on that motherfucker. I was like, damn, they don't give no fucks. Like, bro, like, listen, bro, I'm gonna say this, bro. You got to be down bad like a motherfucker to be doing that shit like on TV in front of everybody. Like, bro, like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, people got whatever they do. You know what I'm saying? I ain't judging or whatever. You know, some people got some shit they do, whatever. But my thing is, brother, if that's what you do, my nigga, at least keep that shit low key, my nigga. Like that one for it. We ain't have to know that. You know what I'm saying? We ain't have to know that. I mean, for us, the spectators, it was like, you know, must see TV to us, but damn, Lil Jeff, y'all was down bad, bro.
Bloody Family would be followed about a month later with Jeff's first solo song titled Can't Beat Us. In these songs, a babyface Jeff raps with a monotone delivery, lacking the high-pitched Joker-style voice that would later become his trademark. And this version of Jeff almost looks like a different person from the charismatic neck-tattooed demon that he would later appear as in his music videos, walking around his hood like he owned the place. Nevertheless, since the beginning, Jeff was rapping like he was really, truly about that life, ending the song Can't Beat Us with an outro monologue where he repeats twice how he's really not a rapper, whilst insinuating that he's actually a killer who just raps because
by this time, I ain't gonna tell no lie. I'm under the impression that once these jits jump off the porch, the first thing they gotta do is go kill somebody. That's what it looking like. That's what it looking like. It looking like these jits from Chicago, as soon as they jump off the porch, the first thing they gotta do is go kill somebody. Like, that's what it looked like, bro. Like, real shit. Like,
what the fans want to see. This was followed in late November with the first collab between Jeff and Vert, a song and music video titled I Love My Draco. And the music video begins with a clip showing a masked up Jeff in traffic, contributing to the image that Jeff and the other young bloodhounds were actively sliding in the streets in between dropping their songs. This would also be the first video where Jeff would begin to showcase the more high-pitched voice that would later become his trademark, with him giving a little monologue mid-song dissing his ops, particularly TYMB. Jeff would then begin rapping how his mum prays every day that he makes it back home, but he tells her that he's okay because he's the one doing all the killing, before flipping the script Lil Durk style as he announces how this is all fake and just a song, the insinuation of course being that this is really not just a song. The music video then ends with a scene of JB, Jeff, and Vert calling J Boogie in prison.
Freedom boys, we them boys, man. Folks on the way.
Free J Boogie, man.
Free J Boogie campaign. Free boogie, man.
But coming into 2023, Jeff would keep dropping new music with videos like the song N-Words B12 on March the 23rd, as well as the song Big 3 on April the 3rd, together with Q50 and another Bloodhound rapper, Slimito. In both music videos, Jeff can be seen surrounded by the Bloodhounds, including this time also his cousin Z Money, who is now playing the role of background character whilst giving Jeff all the limelight, as he once again continues to portray his image of a killer, insinuating on N-Words B12 how he'll see people that he's killed in hell. Unfortunately, as these music videos dropped, a tragedy had already stricken Jeff and the Bloodhounds that would completely change the alliances in the area, and ultimately caused the downfall of Lil Jeff. A few years before, in 2020, a bunch of rappers from the 0679 alliance of Trap City and Drill City, including RB Tasky, Lil Cap, Vert, and Mooka, would drop a music video for their song titled On Fire. The music video, which was filmed and released by AMF Visuals, who would eventually also become Lil Jeff's manager, is now interestingly unlisted. The music...
Hey, I'm gonna say this too. If you watch a lot of these young rappers' old first videos, you see that a lot of the first videos drop on the channel of the director, right? We got finesse like this here too. Listen, it be finesse. What should happen is once you pay the director to shoot your video, you need to drop them bitches on your own channel. The reason why the director dropping that bitch on their channel so they can get the money off the views of that bitch, bro. Real shit.
Begins with one of the most random cameos in perhaps all of drill history, with the camera showing King Von's sister, Kayla B, the late Texas rapper Enchanting, who would sadly pass away in 2024.
Hold on.
Both of them hanging out in Trap City's hood. The video also shows guys like Vert hanging out in Trap City, like on the corner of 66th Street.
So Kayla B knew Enchanting, and Enchanting was way out there in goddamn Chicago, cause she from Texas. Damn, see what I'm saying? Trap Lil Ross does it again.
Market Road and Rhodes Avenue, while the rapper Mooka raps a bar about how the alliance between Trap City or Chris World and Drill City would never divide. Indeed, coming into 2023, the alliance between Drill City, Trap City, and Chris World, aka 06679, had lasted for over a decade, with these sets seemingly never having any larger qualms during this period. Unfortunately, in 2023, this alliance would finally come crashing down, with one murder shrouded in mystery changing the relationship between these sets irreversibly. On the 7th of February 2023...
It's always interesting how a lot of these celebrities, they be done cross paths at different points in their life. Like we got the video of Sexy Red hanging out with FBG Duff them way before Sexy Red ever blew up. Like I would have never knew that Sexy Red had hung out with LBG Duck them and was, you know, fucking around with them if she had never blew up. If she had never blew up, we would have never knew that. Just like Cardi B used to be around, fucking around with King Yella and all of them. You see what I'm saying? That shit be crazy.
Bin Laden would tweet a cryptic message saying how tables turn, bridges burn, but it is what it is. JB's tweet really could have been about just anything, but what would happen only a month later would certainly make this tweet.
And Enchanting was young. How the fuck she end up way over there? Like, how the fuck did she end up way in the trenches in Chicago with the Bloodhounds? That's crazy. She was like, it must be family or some shit. Hit that like button, guys.
Ominous in hindsight, as on the 16th of March 2023, at about 2 p.m., Jeff's cousin Z Money, aka Zaire Nelson, was sitting in his car on the 1300 block of East 79th Street near the intersection of 79th and Kimbark. This location being in the Avalon Park neighborhood, about 0.6 miles.
I want to say this before we get to it. So Z Money died in 2023, which means that Jeff died a year later. Damn.
East from the main intersection of the Bloodhounds on 79th and Maryland, which is in the Chatham neighborhood. There, another vehicle would reportedly approach Z Money's car in a parking lot of a dry cleaners. Someone from inside that car began opening fire, hitting Z Money multiple times. Z Money would be taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where he would unfortunately be pronounced dead. Chi-Town crime chasers would later arrive at the scene to film the aftermath of the shooting, showing the police combing through the scene with numerous shell markers left on the ground. In the comments of the video, Q50's mum would react to the footage, clearly personally affected by the death of Z Money, and the loss of Z Money would be a huge blow for the Bloodhounds.
Hey, I'm gonna say this, dog. When I was young, Sexy Red and Duck got the same last name, and you know St. Louis and Chicago next door. You right now. Shout out to Carmen. You goddamn so right now. But I don't know what that relationship was, but yeah, I do know she fucked with him in St. Louis and Chicago. It was right close to each other for sure. When I was younger, bro, And you know, that's another thing that's indoctrinated into you in you when you're in the streets. If something happened to your homie, you know, it's just like indoctrinated that you got to do something about that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a nigga you'll hang with every day. You got love for him, that's your friend, you know, whatever, you supposed to do something, you supposed to do something about that, right? That's just what it's that's just part of it, right? But as I'm am who I am now in the day and mature and thinking about it, I think that definitely kind of adds a lot to a lot of this shit. You know what I'm saying? People feeling like they got to do something about it because something happened to you. At the age I'm at now, I don't want nobody to spin no block for me. You feel me? Let the police do their job. All my friends and my homies that I'm still cool with, we grown now. They got their own families, they got kids to take care of and all of that type of shit. I don't want nobody spinning no block for me. Know what I'm saying? I'm a grown ass man. If something happened to me, knock on wood, I hope nothing do. But let the police handle that, dog. However it go, it's however it go. Know what I'm saying? Like I don't want none of my homies, none of my friends risking their freedom and being away from their children for something like that. I don't want to continue to cycle no more, my nigga. Like now, if I was younger, still in that same frame of mind, I might feel different. But I done got a chance to mature and grow up. I don't want nobody doing nothing like that for me, my nigga. Just let the police handle their shit, do their shit, let them do whatever they do. And if a motherfucker end up going to jail or some shit like that, then hey, that's how it be. But I don't want nobody risking their life or nothing like that for me because it's a never ending cycle, my nigga. It's a never ending cycle. And that it never ends, my nigga. Like, and I'm thinking about my friends, my people who I really care about, who I really love, and I don't want them to end up going to jail or being away from their children and none of that shit for me. I'm just saying, that's just me. I'm not saying that's just how I feel at this point in my life because I done got a chance to grow up. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's all, you know, however you feel. I'm not saying that's how you should feel. I'm just saying at this point in my life, that's how I feel.
Jeff, as his cousin had likely been like a brother to him in the streets ever since his real brother Boogie had gone to prison. To pay tribute to him, both Jeff and Q50 would get Z Money tattoos on the top of their eyes, as well as a bunch of Z's tattooed on their index finger, aka their trigger fingers. But, as can be imagined, Z Money's death was an even greater loss for his family. In December 2023, a non-profit journalism project called The Trace, which investigates gun violence in America, would actually write a story about Z Money, aka Zaire. And in the piece, they would interview his mother. In this truly heartbreaking piece of journalism, the mother explains how Z Money had been dropped off at the hospital, but according to a doctor, he'd been dead on arrival, having been shot over 29 times. The mother would also reveal that Z Money had been waiting for his friend in the parking lot who had gone to drop off some clothes at the dry cleaners to be tailored. When the shooters appeared, this made Z Money attempt to run away, but ultimately getting caught by the hail of bullets, with it also being explained that his friend had then arrived and returned fire before fleeing the scene. And that friend was later not willing to speak to the police in fear of getting in trouble with them himself for using his gun. Unsurprisingly, Z Money's murder would once again go unsolved by the Chicago Police Department, leaving his mother even more traumatized, with her explaining in the article that she was tortured by the idea that she might just be walking the streets amongst her son's killer in the local community. The mother's fear was indeed legitimate, because as the rumor goes now, Z Money was allegedly killed by people who were very close to him, more specifically by his old friends from Trap City who had allegedly backdoored Z Money. At the time of the shooting, Z Money's death would be posted in Reddit's drill community Chiracology, but the speculation about the reasons behind his death would only truly begin after Lil Jeff began making noise in the drill scene, with some claiming that the killing was actually all the result of a girl and a stolen gun, while others completely denied that any backdoor situation or setup had even taken place. However, the case would seemingly get some clarity in July 2024 when members of Trap City, including Trap City Rob, Vert's former good friend Tero, who's also a rapper, and OTF Black, who's actually a friend of Lil Durk. And
we actually saw this interview here on this channel, remember? But we're gonna let it play. But we watched this interview where he finna reference on this channel.
City OG would give an interview to the Chicago YouTuber X-Man Rico, where they would insinuate that the relationship between Trap City and Drill City had actually gone sour over a stolen chain.
Because the way Reddit, that's why I want the clip too. They say his dad from down here, Big J or something like that. Big J?
Yeah. Anybody you got
so his daddy is from down here.
Yeah, used to hang with them. They know what they did.
So okay. So okay, the Bloodhounds, y'all was cool.
Everybody got a
That was
chain.
my homie.
He stole the chain, bro. We tried like took it. He stole my homie chain.
Was that South Jazz?
Nah, brother. One of the other guys. This other legend went to jail. He come back. Like he got into a house when he was 12. Man, saying he lost it. You know what? That's how much
Yeah.
You know what's crazy?
Yeah.
You know Jay Boogie, like
Facts, Carmen. They be looking innocent than a bitch, but them bitches be hard down killers.
Jay Boogie under just like shorty. Like I was in the field with this kid. Like this little brother. Like better. I don't know how this gonna play out. They say he ain't claiming the hood still, but he Trap City. That's what I'm saying. That's where he's from. That's all weird, bro. And you over Saturday night blood. Like you can't but we already know Trap City and Drill City was the same. Lucky and Water. Like that's our family.
So that chain incident really split it up? Or was it something else before then?
It was a chain, man. They tried to steal a chain. He ain't take it. No, I ain't trying to limit his image. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like when it came to like when you quit.
And just so y'all know, this guy right here, the big guy, Trap City Rob, is allegedly. This is what they said. Everything is alleged. I don't know who did what, but they said Trap City Rob right here is the guy who unalived Lil Jeff right here. They calling him the Defensive Player of the Year. If you look on Reddit, that's his nickname, the Defensive Player of the Year.
Because you know we don't just move on situations, so we just feel like a lot of people feel like it was just a dumb chain on my soul. Like, but from our hood being friendly, let them away your chain. Who does that?
We may never know exactly what took place, but what does seem clear is that following G-Money's death, the Bloodhounds would cut all ties to their old friends around Trap City and Chris World. And as Jeff would rap in his feature on another Bloodhound rapper, Hotheads, aka Tank Montana's song, Still Walking, released in November 2023, losing his cousin would also make him lose his mind, with Jeff's focus from that point onwards seemingly being one thing and one thing alone, the get back that he would allegedly get during the summer of 2023. When it comes to Lil Jeff and his alleged bodies, the rumors and theories tend to range from the absurd, suggesting that he's truly a deep.
Yeah, I got a question too. So now that we see this timeline about Lil Jeff's life, hit that like button, guys. Please hit that like button. Where the fuck he at? Hey, I'm not just discrediting nothing. I'm just saying, we got a chance to rack up 10 bodies. Like, I'm not saying it's not possible. These motherfuckers be doing some shit. You get 2, 3 motherfuckers at the same time. And allegedly, Lil Jeff did get 2 young boys at the same time on one incident. But I'm just saying, like, I don't see it. I mean, I don't want to see it either now. I'm not wishing hoping he had it or whatever. But damn, like, I don't see it. And I was about to say, especially Big Boy, he don't look like he will hurt a flea. For real, he didn't, did he? He didn't. I swear he did. Bro, I ain't gonna even tell you no lie. I was looking at that nigga mouth. It looked like he missing teeth and all in the front of his mouth. I promise you. Know what I'm saying?
Catching all of these bodies to pretty much complete denial that he ever killed anyone at all. But there's no doubt to me that Jeff was really in these streets though, with several videos circulating on Q50's Instagram years later showing that by 2024, Lil Jeff was indeed a hardened gangster riding around the city, constantly strapped with guns, ready to kill at a moment's notice. However, it would seemingly be a process of several years before he would become the hardened gang member he was known as today. In one of the earliest YouTube videos covering Jeff's alleged bodies, his rumored murder spree stretches all the way back to September 2014, with his first alleged body supposedly being an 18-year-old who went by the name Mally Marr, real name Kamal Burton, who was allegedly affiliated with the A-Tray mob. Although the murder itself would take place in the far south side in the old
Hold on here, y'all. Hold on here, y'all.
At the time, Jeff was barely being mistaken for a grown.
Hold on. I got it. Hold on.
As he too, quote unquote, stood on business. This perhaps being a reference to Jeffrey Harris Sr.
Hold on. I gotta see about these bodies, dog. Cause that said 20. What did they say? 20 what? Cause Jeff died at 21.
When it comes to Lil Jeff and his alleged bodies, the rumors and theories tend to range from the absurd, suggesting that he's truly a demon catching all of these bodies, to pretty much complete denial that he ever killed anyone at all. But there's no doubt to me that Jeff was really in these streets though, with several videos circulating on Q50's Instagram years later showing that by 2024, Lil Jeff was indeed a hardened gangster riding around the city, constantly strapped with guns, ready to kill at a moment's notice. However, it would seemingly be a process of several years before he would become the hardened gang member he was known as today. In one of the earliest YouTube videos covering...
Okay, 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. He died in 2024, bro. Check this out now. Check this shit out now. He died in 2024. This was 10 years ago, which means Lil Jeff was 11 years old. Man, y'all get the fuck out of here. Like, I mean, it's possible. It's possible. But let's just real shit. Jeff just died fucking June, I think. Yeah, he died in June. His birthday was in July. He died in June or July. He died right before his birthday, dog. Or this year. 2014, he was 11 years old. He died at 21. 1921. He died at 21, y'all. So by this timeline, Jeff killed the motherfucker at 11. I'm saying it happens in Chicago. It happens. But come on now.
Alleged bodies, his rumored murder spree stretches all the way back to September 2014, with his first alleged body supposedly being an 18-year-old who went by the name Mally Mal, real name Kamal Burton, who was
an 11-year-old killed an 18-year-old. It's possible. I'm not saying it ain't, but I'm just saying.
affiliated with the A-Tray mob. Although the murder itself would take place in the far south side in the Old Geld Gardens community, at the time, Jeff would have barely been a 12-year-old boy.
That's what I'm saying.
In basketball, he would have been spending most of his days training for a career in the sport. Also, according to a CPD spokesperson...
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, he right. You right, Carmen. Some people do it that early. Shit, I told you, I almost had an attempted murder at 13. You know what I'm saying? I stabbed a girl in the jaw. That's an attempted murder. That's above the waist. That's in the jaw. That would have been attempted murder, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And that was been 13. That shit is crazy.
Mal was approached by two men who then opened fire. The idea of a scrawny 12-year-old Jeff being mistaken for a grown man in this case sounding pretty unlikely. But for further context, even Jeff's own brother, Boogie, would have still only been 16 years old at the time of Mal's murder, albeit he would arguably always look older than his age. In more time, we'll likely learn much more about Jeff and his...
Look at Jeff, man. Look at him, bro. A kid, dog. Damn.
Years as things come out. But when it comes to his deeds in the streets, it's likely much more sensible to take his own account of his childhood seriously. As he would recount in his DJU interview, Jeff would allegedly truly get in the streets quite late in his life, around 2020, this being his last year in high school and graduation.
So around what age did you jump off the porch and start hanging out in the streets?
I'm saying when I came outside for real, I was like 18 type.
Okay.
I just turned like 18.
However, this certainly doesn't mean that Jeff's childhood was normal.
Bro, he was dead. A month after this interview, he was dead. You know what I'm saying? And jumping off the porch at 18 is crazy. Like, you know, I done told bits and pieces of my story, my life story, periodically, and even told part of it at the beginning of this video. That's how most of us, that the people that I know in the streets, that's how most of it went with us. We got out them bitches early due to life, due to the circumstance, the family dynamic, tragedy, poverty, shit like that. If 18, bro, listen, if I would have made it to motherfucking 18, ain't no motherfucking way I would have been in the street, bro. I promise you I wouldn't have. I promise you. I probably would have still had street like in me because I grew up at. But if I would have not been in it, selling dope and shooting knots and trapping and shit like that, I promise y'all I wouldn't have been in no motherfucking streets. Man, jumping out the... Listen, anybody that tell you that they jumped out the porch 18 and up, I want you to look at them like they fucking crazy. It is no reason. First of all, you behind. If you jump off the porch at 18, you behind in knowing how to maneuver and have an experience in the streets. Like it takes experience. Like you need experience as a motherfucker, and you run into a lot of different circumstances that school you to the streets. The crackheads, the hustlers, the hoes, the danger, everything, the police. It's a lot. How to hustle. It's a lot that goes into it, and it takes time in order to get the skills that you need in order to be able to survive. I ain't even talking about be successful in the streets. And when I mean successful, I mean get money. I'm talking about just the skills that it takes to survive. It takes years to get those, and you get it and normally you get them early. You get them while you're young, growing up. It's sort of like doing certain activities in sports. You got to be done started early, so by the time you get to 18, you ready to go pro, or you already done been pro. Like, not to use that analogy, but yeah. But so like jumping out the porch at 18 is crazy.
By any of broader society standards, as Jeff would also open up to DJU, saying that his father was not in his life growing up, as he too, quote unquote, stood on business. This perhaps being a reference to Jeffrey Harris Sr.'s alleged time in the streets with the 068 C block.
They say back then he went around.
So I was acting weird. You know what I'm saying? But it was cool. I'm dope, man. He doing what he do.
So how did that affect you back then, though? Not having pops around.
OG stood on business, so you know, it matter for real.
But moreover,
that's a reoccurring theme that I hear a lot, and I'll just keep bringing it up. I ain't gonna dwell on it too long, but I'll just keep throwing it out there. Not having a father around, bro. Ladies, I know y'all do the best y'all can, but then I know some of y'all circumstances ain't y'all fault. Some on me or some on me. But I'm gonna tell you something. I don't give a fuck how good you do. You could be the best mom in the world. Them boys need their daddy or a strong, positive male role model to listen to follow. Whether it's gonna be your dad, whether it's gonna be their granddaddy, whether they got an uncle, whether they got a brother. I mean, you got a brother or somebody, but they need somebody positive that you're gonna give them authority over them, and it got to start early. It got to be early. It got to be five and on up. Know what I'm saying? Because by the time they get 10 years old, you try to bring a nigga in there. Them boys ain't studying them niggas. The boys done see you bring niggas in and out this motherfucker over the years, and that nigga is not their daddy, and they is not finna listen to that nigga. They'll listen to him for a little bit cause he a grown man and you telling him this your nigga and all that. But by the time they get by 16 and that nigga go to try to talk that shit, man, them shits ain't listen to that nigga. They'll listen to their daddy because they know that's their daddy. Biologically, they know that's their daddy. You see what I'm saying? And they might not even listen to him depending on how long he been absent out of the family dynamic, whether he been to jail or whether he ain't been around or whatever. The point I'm trying to make is, ladies, you can't, you yourself cannot stop these boys from turning to the streets. I promise you, it's not gonna happen. Either they're gonna have to choose it themselves not to go that way, or they just gonna go that way. Like, you know what I'm saying? But you're gonna be working or doing whatever you're doing, and you're not gonna be able to be on top of them. Plus, at some point, the shit that mama say to us go in one ear and out the other. What you gonna do to me, mama? Hit me? That shit don't hurt me no more. I'm bigger than you, mama. Like, what you gonna do? Beat me up? Like, mama licks don't hurt no more. After a while, all mama do is talk shit. And kids learn to tune that out. Whereas a daddy, he gonna go upside your motherfucking head. Or you gonna think he gonna go upside your head. It's the fear that he might go upside your motherfucking head. And that's exactly what young boys need to deter them for certain actions. Trust me when I tell you this shit here. I was a young boy.
No, now, Jeff's big brother, Jay Boogie, had clearly been in the streets since at least the early 2010s, which would seemingly affect Jeff's life and his experiences growing up significantly.
And I'm doing that. I've been seeing my whole life, you know what I'm saying? I told you I got an older brother.
Yeah, you're right, bro. Nobody daddy was around in our generation, for real. A lot of my homies' daddy was crackheads and shit. Yeah, our daddies wasn't around like that. Shit, my daddy wasn't around until I ended up going. I went over there where he was at. Think about the story I just told you. My mama took me back to my daddy. You know what I'm saying? She took me there because I had broken to that bar. He wasn't coming. My daddy never once came down there to see me when I lived down there in Indian River County and shit down there where Melly and them from. He never once came down there to visit me. I went to my whole middle school years down there. If I would have went through my whole high school years, he still wouldn't have came down there. See what I'm saying? The only time my daddy, I saw my daddy was when I either found him in the hood because I knew where he hustled at, or either my mama took me to him. See what I'm saying? But yeah, they wasn't around. Hell no, they weren't around. For whatever reason. And my daddy never been to jail. You know what I'm saying?
Nothing new for real. It's the same shit I've been seeing. Everything I was doing, I saw.
One of these significant moments in the young Jeff's life would, of course, be witnessing the murder of Kenny Mack. Whilst another incident that affected Jeff growing up was his family house getting shot up with one of the bullets, according to Jeff, whizzing by right next to his head.
So can you tell us, like, who introduced you to the street life?
My brother.
Your older brother, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was he showing you the ropes?
Let me tell you, my crib got shot up when I was like 14. I was some stupid ass. The bullet that flew like right past my face. They had shot the back and the front. Then they blew the car and set that on fire. It was bust. I ain't gonna lie, it was going on. They almost hit me, though. See what I'm saying? Though, shit like that. They play a part. I was like, just seeing that shit every day. I was seeing it every day. See what I'm saying? So like everything I was seeing that shit all the time. Just
You see what I'm saying? Didn't I tell y'all? Didn't I tell you? You see how this shit affect them? It's like the environment, the trauma part of it.
I'm doing right now. It's just I'm a part of it now. So
now, it's important to remember that while Jeff would seemingly appear in the drill scene almost out of nowhere, he was always the product of this environment, and that environment being one of the most dangerous in the whole of Chicago during the 2010s and beyond. When it comes to Jeff's time in the streets after 2020, when he supposedly got involved with the Bloodhounds heavy through his brother, there's still no shortage of alleged victims that are commonly or less commonly attributed to his supposed double-digit body count, with even the YouTuber who had originally published one of the first supposed body lists of Jeff spinning back with a new video sometime later, this time including only names post-2020. One of the more obscure names on this list of people that Lil Jeff allegedly took the lives of was an alleged member of the crew Hit Squad by the name of Lil Gutter, real name Ronnie L. Sistruk Jr., who would lose his life in 2021 around the same time when the young Bloodhounds, such as Vert and Jeff, would allegedly be responsible for the deaths of the A-Tray members Clay and Crew, with Gutter being shot down on the 13th of May 2021, eerily exactly 1 month after the murder of Crew on the 13th of April. Gutter would be caught on the 700 block of 79th Street, this location being a mere 4 minutes walk from the intersection of 79th and Maryland, one of the main spots that Jeff and other Bloodhound members have claimed in their music videos. However, when it comes to any actual proof that Jeff or the Bloodhounds were behind this murder, the evidence seems to be slim to none, with this particular case further muddled by the fact that Hit Squad would have another, much more known member called Gutter too, who would unfortunately also end up losing his life, in this case in 2015, allegedly by the Bloodhound affiliated set MTV 079, whose members have commonly dissed this Gutter over the years too. Another less commonly heard name in this YouTuber's list is an alleged member of the Evans mob called Black, real name Roger Lewis, who was a 33-year-old OG of his block, shot dead in a drive-by whilst driving in March 2022. The only problem with this theory is that Black's alleged killer was in fact charged already the following month in April 2022 and is now serving his sentence for the murder. Also in 2022, Jeff would end up losing someone seemingly very close to him, a man named Jamarian Loston, better known in the streets as J-Mo, who was allegedly part of the 06679 Alliance. There are some rumors that claim that it was this murder that motivated Jeff to catch his first body as revenge, this victim getting allegedly caught outside of a corner store or gas station, as Jeff and other Bloodhounds have implied in several songs. Later on, there would also be some rumors surfacing online that Jeff was supposedly even carrying out contract killings all the way in Milwaukee, with one Chiracologist dropping a picture in the comments of Jeff hanging out with some alleged local gang members from Milwaukee, with this picture being from a music video of the rappers Ghost, 53206, Super Throwed Feifei, and K-Rax called Plenty Missed Calls, released in July 2023. This outfit actually being the very same one that Jeff is wearing in his music video for the song N-Words B12, released on March 2023. In fact, even now, K-Rax still seemingly has Jeff as his profile picture on Instagram, which he likely changed following Jeff's death. Jeff and the other Bloodhounds would also later make several references to doing contract killings and to Milwaukee, with JB Bin Laden rapping in the song Run But Can't Hide that also features Lil Jeff how the Bloodhounds have blood for hire, meaning that they're selling hits too. whilst Jeff himself would also rap in the song LA Freestyle how someone tripped and got killed and how he's in Milwaukee like the NBA team, the Milwaukee Bucks. Q52 would claim in the leaked song BH4L how people know that he has bodies from state to state and that he's clapping people in Milwaukee for money. However, while some people on Reddit swear that this is a fact, there seems to be very little actual proof to back up these claims, and it appears that when it comes to the more plausible rumors, these will begin not long after the death of Z Money in March 2023, with one of the first alleged victims of Jeff following Z Money's murder being a young man called Lil Pooh, real name Pierre Boozer Jr., who hailed from Jeff's old stomping grounds, being allegedly part of the Flipside set who repped the 93rd Street. However, Pooh was seemingly well affiliated in the East Side, with his brother allegedly being part of the 95 mob located in the Princeton Park neighborhood, while Pooh was also, according to some, allegedly affiliated with none other than Trap City, with him even having 067 in his Instagram profile name. However, there's very little to be shown about his affiliations on his social media. To the contrary, there's more to be shown about Pooh's connection with the Bloodhounds, although the reason behind these connections could be either affiliation or rivalry. Whatever the case, at the time of his death, Pooh was seemingly living far away from Flipside, Trap City, or Drill City, all the way outside of the borders of Chicago on the 1800 block of 223rd Street in the community of Sauk Village. There, on the 9th of April 2023, a few weeks after the death of Z Money, police would respond to reports of shots fired and find an unresponsive Pooh laying on the front lawn of his home with multiple gunshot wounds, and his death would soon be ruled a homicide. Unfortunately, it seems that from the beginning, the police had very little to go on to solve Pooh's murder, and they would end up reaching out to the public in the hope that they would receive some clues or witnesses might step forward. But
now, I'm gonna say this. I told y'all a while ago, the reason why a part of the reason why I got out of the streets also is I saw a lot of my friends dying around me, and I got tired of sitting up in that church, seeing my friends up in that casket. But it was also that the crew was whittling down, like more and more and more and more members of the crew ended up with dying. And I just looked around and I was like, hold on now. If I stay right here, I feel like eventually that's gonna be me in that motherfucking casket. It just feel like it. It just feels like if I stay right here, if I stay doing the same thing I've been doing, it just feels like I'm gonna end up there sometime soon. That's what I felt. That's the feeling that I got because I just kept seeing the frequency of my friends, homies, associates die from various reasons. So, you know, like the point I'm trying to make it like they don't see that. They don't see that. And I moved and knock on wood, it's been working so far. I'm talking about when I mean moved, I mean I moved out of that spot doing that shit in my life. I moved, I changed it. Now I changed it late, you know what I mean? Late like a motherfucker. But I'm saying like I still did it, you know what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is none of that shit don't come across their mind. I'll be confused.
Would never seemingly materialize, and this murder remains unsolved. However, in this case, there are several examples of Lil Jeff seemingly claiming responsibility for Pooh's murder. For example, on the 9th of April 2024, the French Chicago drill aficionado Squid Ape would make a tribute post to Pooh on his Instagram, which would quickly gather numerous comments of people laughing at his death, which one commenter would ask what he had done to invoke such a reaction, to which Lil Jeff himself would comment saying that Pooh had been dissing Z Money. Then, a few days before Jeff's death, an unreleased song of him was leaked online, the song having a bar where Jeff seemingly describes Pooh's death, saying how Pooh had dissed Z Money and now he's gone, before describing someone waiting for him to come home whilst laying in the grass outside his house. This bar seemingly describing exactly what might have taken place before Pooh's murder. On Reddit, one commenter would point out how Jeff had been hanging out with members from Flipside not long before his death, whilst guessing that this is why the song was never officially released at the time. However, on Jeff's posthumous album Stepping in Blood, this song is indeed included with the title In Your Home. But what makes the matter even more confusing is the fact that one of Pooh's good friends from Flipside would seemingly post an earnest tribute to Jeff following his death. And to make matters even more complicated, Jeff by no means wasn't the only one dissing Pooh after his death. Only a few days before the murder of Pooh, the young man would be killed in the community of Park Forest during an altercation.
So you killing motherfuckers because they dissing somebody that's dead? Listen, let me tell you something. I had to learn this shit too. You can't stop motherfuckers from talking about you, bro. You know how motherfuckers be like, stop running your mouth by me, stop putting my name in your mouth, bro. You can't stop people from doing that. It like you must finna kill up everybody. Cause it's gonna always be somebody that say something about you that you don't like or talk about you that you don't like. Now, you know what I'm saying? Maybe the disrespect in your face, that's something different. But I'm talking about as far like somebody like going on the internet or somebody saying something behind your back to somebody else and they get back to you, bro. Let me tell you something, bro. If that is not a good enough reason to be out here killing no motherfucking body. Let a motherfucker talk. Long as the motherfucker ain't talking about doing nothing to you. Now, a motherfucker talking about doing something to you, then look, the number one rule in the jungle is self-preservation, nigga. So you got to do what you got to do to make sure you live. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Real shit. Fuck all the other shit. Now, that go out the window. You know what I'm saying? All that other shit. You know what I mean? You got to do what you got to do to make sure you live. Handle your business. But what I'm saying is, as far as like somebody talking, bro, it's people dissing Bloodhound Lil Jeff right now. Like real shit. Like it's people dissing the same niggas that Bloodhound Jeff killed for dissing. Them niggas' friends is dissing them same niggas now. It's a never ending story. It's like childish to me. Like the nigga that's dead can't even fucking hear the people dissing them or saying something about them. Like I don't give out me personally. Like in my mind, I don't give a fuck. Like what you say or whatever. Like the nigga dead, my nigga. You saying fuck me is different from you saying fuck a dead nigga. The nigga dead, my nigga. He dead. You can't hurt him no more. He can't hurt no more. Like that might bother, and I understand how it might bother me. Like, but I'm saying like when it comes to me killing you over that, just for that, man, I'm playing like I don't hear none of that shit. Me personally, I might don't like you no more because of that. But me in my mind, I'm not gonna say nothing. But I'm older. I'm just talking about me. I'm not gonna say nothing about that. I'm not finna be making making it known, you know, that I got a problem with you or I don't fuck with you or I don't like you because of that. You know what I'm saying? I might don't like you because of that. I might have a problem with you because of that. But I'm not finna be first, I'm not finna proactively go out and try to kill you for it. And I'm definitely not finna talk to you about it or tell you about it. I don't get it twisted. I'm not gonna talk to you either. But I'm saying like that's just something that I keep inside. And if we get into it about something else, that might be an extra reason for me to do something to you. But I'm not finna just solely go do something to a motherfucker just because they said fuck a nigga that's dead. What? That's crazy. The nigga dead. He can't hurt. They ain't hurt him. You know what I'm saying? They not hurting the nigga.
House party, Park Forest being only a short drive away from Pooh's Salk Village community. As it would turn out, the killed man was not just anyone, but an actual blood brother of the infamous rapper and Chicago drill, Wooski, originally from the STL EB.
And I'm gonna say this too, bro. People gonna disrespect you in life. Y'all got to understand this too. A lot of people say they don't tolerate no disrespect and this and that. There, yeah, true, to a certain extent. You gonna get disrespected. Somewhat. Your girlfriend gonna disrespect you. Your mama gonna disrespect you. Your daddy gonna disrespect you. Your brother gonna disrespect you. Your sister gonna disrespect you. Nigga, random people in the streets gonna disrespect you. Your job is to try to just eliminate just to try to limit it as much as possible. But you're gonna get disrespected, bro. Your boss gonna disrespect you. Like you're gonna get disrespected. Some disrespect, you gotta let it go, bro. I'm just telling you some real shit. And it's not for them, it's for you. It's for you to be able to be here free long as possible. Now, I'm not saying let everything go, because I'm not letting all disrespect go. You got me fucked up. But some disrespect I am gonna let go. Okay, case in point, I just had a situation with my neighbor the other day. Remember I had the situation with my neighbor. I was on live. I told y'all about it. Now, I could have beat the brakes off that man out there. He disrespected me. Came to my house with the bullshit. Now he did get a little hip. He did get this goddamn them Steven Seagal moves put on his ass, and I motherfucking flipped his ass and and put him on his back. But I'm saying like the old me would have stomped his face in, and I came close to doing it, real shit. But I just allowed this motherfucker gonna put me in jail. That's what he really want to do. But you know what I'm saying? So I handled my situation just enough to let him know, like, bro, I'll fuck you up, and you know, just to get his mind right. But I really wanted to do more. I really wanted to, like, you know, really do it to him. But I stopped because I just knew it would. I saw the end of it. I definitely was going to jail, like real shit. It was gonna be some shit. Like I was gonna be on, you know, you're gonna see my mug shot and all this type of shit. Sometimes you got to think for other people, bro. Sometimes you got to let shit go, bro. I hate to say it like you don't think so, but yes, you do. You have to let certain shit go, my nigga. And it's just so you can stay out here, bro. I'm telling you. But I was this close. I wanted to. I really did. Cause I could see that he didn't know. He didn't know. Like he really didn't know how much danger he was in. And when people, I hate that. I hate when people don't know how much danger they in, because that be making me want to really prove it to them. That be making me want to show them like I don't be liking to talk all the time. Like I don't like to talk. I like to show and prove. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie to you. When it was over, I still was mad. I was mad because I wanted to do more. Even though it was the best situation, I handled it the best way. I didn't end up going to jail or nothing like that. And I ended up handling, let them know. But realistically, I was upset inside because I really wanted to really fuck him up. And I wanted him to see that you fucked up, my nigga. But I had to realize people like him, they still don't never learn that lesson. All he would have did was sat up in the courthouse and pointed me out, and he still would have ended up being that same motherfucker that he was that night. And he would have sat up there, even though he started all this shit, came knocked on my door with the bullshit. He would have sat right up in the courthouse and pointed me out and tried to give me however much time. And I just said, fuck it. You know what I'm saying?
He said his brother, who was called Lowski, real name Ladarius Williams, allegedly belonged to a set called the E-Block, and also apparently was part of a clique called Haddyway, which, much like the Bloodhounds, allegedly consists of members from a few different sets and is named after a boy called Haddy, who was killed in 2016. This clique having been in a deadly war with JB Bin Laden's 400 East set for years. As the rumor would be, Pooh had allegedly had something to do with Lowski's death, and following Pooh's death, the members of the Haddyway would also seemingly claim to have been behind his murder. Meanwhile, following Jeff's death, Pooh's brother would rejoice on social media, laughing at how everyone who had dissed his brother had ended up getting shot themselves. However, who all these people were besides Jeff was not entirely clear, as it seems that Pooh was a known menace on the east side, as a rapper affiliated with the Mix Mob set called Lou Glocks would say in his tribute to Pooh. This being yet another example that Pooh seemingly had both many affiliations, but also many enemies on the east side. But then, coming into the summer of 2023, Jeff would allegedly catch someone that almost no one would deny being his likely victim. As mentioned earlier, the murder of Z Money would allegedly break down the decade-plus-long affiliations between Trap City or Chris World and Drill City, with Jeff and his Bloodhound friends from that point onwards seemingly being consumed by their urge for a get-back for Z Money. In the song 333, which would seemingly first leak or be unofficially put out by Jeff's team some weeks before his death, the track would officially be released on the 14th of July with a music video that was filmed while Jeff was still alive. In the song, Jeff raps a bar about the Bloodhounds shooting so much on the Rhodes Avenue that their ops had to shut their trap down. This bar likely referring particularly to the Rhodes Avenue roughly between the 66th and 68th streets, which is one of the main areas of Trap City or Chris World. Indeed, looking at sources like Chicago's Spot News, who follow the CPD's police radio traffic, there would be numerous times that gunshots would be reported around that area during the summer.
I don't be understanding. What do the get back be for? Do the get back be to avenge the death of a loved one or a friend or something, or do it be for clout? Because I'm just sitting thinking, with the mind that I got, if it was me and I was rolling around in Chicago indulging in those type of activities, me personally, I wouldn't want nobody to know that I did none of that shit. I'd be sliding around, getting who the fuck I want to get, and not saying a motherfucking thing about it. I'll be just I don't know what y'all talking about. Like, you know what I mean? Like, real shit. Like, I'm just saying, if I was with the bullshit, I would be sliding around, getting who I want to get, and I would never say nothing, and I would play dumb, and I would just never say nothing, and I'll just continue to move like that. You know what I mean? Like, I would never tell nobody I did this or I did that. I'll be playing like I'm sad. I'll be playing like that's fucked up. Damn, that fucked up. They did what? I'll be playing like I ain't know a motherfucking thing, and I'll be the bitch that be done knocked them off. That's how I do it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I might have just as many as Jeff, but nobody would know. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody would know. Not even my bestest friend would know. Like, they wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying? For real shit. Like, I just don't be understanding this shit. Like, so it seems like a lot of that shit be for clout too. What if you was a demon, you could move around and get away with more shit if nobody knew you even existed. If nobody knew that you was a demon or you was doing nothing, you could live longer. You could make it longer. In Chicago, as soon as they do that shit and they go and they be on the internet trolling or dissing, it makes you a target. It makes people think that you did it. Because sometimes these dudes don't even did shit. They just be claiming the bodies or whatever, just making that shit look good. But it make you a target though. I wouldn't want to be a target. I wouldn't say shit. I didn't do nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. None of my homies, I don't want y'all to ever tell nobody I did that shit. Don't bring my name up. Don't ask me about none of that shit. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, and I just keep moving under the radar like that. If I was with that. I just don't understand that. The me, I killed this nigga, and then you turn that around and get killed.
And fall of 2023. In fact, in his February 2024 song called Striker, Jeff even specifically implies that they are the reason why Trap City's hood is so often on spot news. However, the alleged get back to Z Money would surprisingly take place far away from the hood of Trap City. On the 25th of June, at around 8:55 p.m., Trap City member called Lil, real name Jaleel Goins, will be sitting in a parked rideshare car in the Little Italy neighborhood near the University of Illinois Chicago campus. This neighborhood, sometimes now called Little Italy or University Village, is these days a truly upmarket neighborhood that's experienced high levels of gentrification since its inception as the home of many of Chicago's first Italian immigrants, and the demolition of all the large public housing complexes during the 2000s. By all accounts, this is one of the safest neighborhoods in Chicago, one of the last places where one should expect to be a victim of gun violence. Nevertheless, while Leo was sitting in his rideshare car on the 1300 block of West Taylor Street, someone would approach the car on foot and open fire through the rear passenger window, shooting inside the car numerous times before running away. The rideshare driver would immediately take off and drive the seriously wounded Leo to the nearest hospital, which was less than a mile away. But by that time, it would already be too late, and Leo would be pronounced dead upon arriving at the hospital. The local ABC 7 News will be at the scene later that night and the next morning, interviewing the locals who had witnessed the shooting, with one of them explaining how the police may have counted 8 shots on the car window, but she claimed to have heard more than 20. This perhaps said something about the type of gun that was used in the shooting.
Well, as you know, these are very busy sidewalks. Here in Little Italy, you often have people walking to restaurants, bars, and stores. And last night was no different. Unfortunately, a young man lost his life, and a young man who is very well connected to an organization that many people in Chicago and across the country are familiar with, Project Hood. This evening, a statement from the founder about condolences and their recommitment to the work they do. Chicago police investigating a fatal shooting yesterday evening. 19-year-old Jaleel Goins was pronounced dead at Rush University Medical Center, but police and nearby residents tell us the incident began in the 1300 block of West Taylor Street, where Goins was a passenger in a rideshare and was shot. And the rideshare driver drove Goins to the hospital.
I knew it was shots. And like I said, I was in my bedroom, and I kind of ran like on the side of my bedroom, on the other side of the wall, because, you know, bullets don't have eyes. I thought that was it.
This woman was outside to meet someone. She tells me she was looking down at her phone, then heard the shots. She thought she had been shot, but she had not.
I'm down there on the ground crying and shaking and stuff. Pow, pow, pow. They said it was like 8 shots. No, I believe it was more than 20.
Pastor Corey Brooks confirms Goins was the son of an employee at Project Hood, releasing a statement saying in part, "Today, we are not just an organization. We are a family mourning the loss of a young life taken far too soon."
I'm still processing because I'm still shaking.
It's scary. You know, we should be able to walk out our door, walk to get something to eat. Walk to get the newspaper. Stuff is happening everywhere, but something definitely needs to be done about the crime.
Pastor Brooks tells us that Goins was the son of their executive assistant as well as a brother of their youth manager. In his statement, he went on to say, "This reminds us of the need to stand together against gun violence." As for the investigation, Chicago police tell us at this point, no one in custody, no motive.
Following the incident, the rideshare driver too.
I want to say this too. I thought about this a many a nights, a many a days. What could they do to stop this violence in Chicago? And I'm gonna tell you no lie, there's no way to stop it. Like, I mean, it's ways to stop it, but not none that I see that's gonna come to fruition. Like, it's gonna have to stop with the people, and I don't think that's gonna stop because it's too much blood being shed. So unfortunately, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. This is going to continue happening forever. This is going to be Chicago forever until they tear down whatever houses or projects or whatever, and they gentrify that motherfucker. That's it. That's the only way I see. And then it's just gonna spread to other areas because the people gonna get displaced and move to different areas and do their shit wherever they move at. That's kind of how they got to where they is anyway. When they tore down the projects and those people was moved to different areas and was and co-mingled with other people. So, but there's no way to stop this. So for anybody who living in Chicago or living in this type of environment, just get out and move, dog. Just go and get up and move. Trust me. There's no way to stop this shit. So for you to keep sitting there living in that environment like that, thinking that it's gonna get better in your lifetime, you fucking crazy. And if you putting your children in that type of environment and hoping, just praying that they're gonna come home one day, they most likely one day they ain't gonna come home. So I to me, like, I'm just telling you, I thought about it. There's no way to stop this shit.
Open up about his traumatic experience, explaining how Lil had likely passed away already.
And which probably explains why the police are not doing as good a job as they can. It's like, what's the fuck is the point? Like, why not just let the niggas kill each other? Because they're gonna kill each other any motherfucking way. Okay, you killed this dude. Okay, cool. All right, well, you're gonna be dead in the next year or two. So you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a police, you gotta like think about it. Like, why am I out there? Why am I out there? I wouldn't even be no police in Chicago if I was a police officer. But I'm just saying, why they probably looking at like, why am I finna go out there and risk my life or risk doing a good job or trying to lock this person or that person up really when they're gonna kill each other any goddamn way.
The short drive to the hospital.
The rideshare driver whose passenger was shot to death in his car near UIC is opening up about the traumatic experience. 19-year-old Jaleel Goins was shot after getting into Robert Smith's car on Sunday night. Smith says he hit the gas when someone standing outside of the car started shooting. He rushed Goins to the hospital where he was pronounced dead.
I was running stop signs and intersections to get away. So at one intersection, I had to stop because there was a car coming through, and then I turned to him and said, "Hey, I'm going to take you to the hospital." And he said, "Okay." Then the next time I stopped, I had to stop at a light because there was two cars coming through the intersection, so I couldn't run it immediately. I looked back then, and he wasn't moving anymore.
Police have not.
I'm gonna tell you another thing too. Damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. I can't remember.
Made any arrest in this shooting.
The very next day, on the 26th of June, Jeff, together with JB and Q50, will drop their remix to Lil Yachty's popular track Coffin, reusing the beat and making their own version of the song with the same name. The song and music video had obviously been made a long time before Lil's death, but the timing of the drop is still pretty interesting given the title of this track, Coffin. And the music video for Coffin begins with Q50 showing an old video of Z Money to the camera as the title of the song is placed on top of it, and the video ends with Q50 making a Z hand sign to the camera, showing that the death of Z Money was certainly playing a major role in their lives at this point. While in the lyrics, Lil Jeff largely continues his usual antics, talking about toting switches and Dracos and killing his ops with face shots, as well as saying how their ops are sneak dissing and throwing subliminals, before ending his verse by saying how he might rob a rapper next while showing two bust-down watches fully flooded with diamonds on his arm. The implication seemingly being that Jeff was already deep in his habit of robbing people of their watches at this point, with him even rapping that he might rob a rapper that just signed a record deal. And for the record, these watches are serious licks. These aren't vintage Datejusters we're talking about. The two watches being shown off in this video are serious pieces. One is an iced out Rolex Day-Date, which would be worth at least $33,000 if real, and the other appears to be a fully iced out Audemars Piguet Royal Oak chronograph with Arabic numerals. Now, I'm not saying that this watch is definitely fake, but I did do a lot of digging and I couldn't find a single listing for an AP in two-tone with the same dial layout and the Arabic numerals like the one Jeff's wearing in this video. Like, I couldn't find one at all. It doesn't exist. But I did find very similar configurations to the watch that Jeff's wearing, going for around $50,000 to $70,000. Perhaps it's an AP that's been customized, or perhaps it's fake, as I did find a very similar looking fake.
That's another thing. So a lot of these watches these dudes be wearing do be fake. Even the rapper niggas, they got watch busters on YouTube, and they done picked out fake watches from all of your favorite celebrities, Rick Ross on down. You know what I mean? A lot of these watches do be fake. A lot of these guys get either finessed by the jewelers, or a lot of these guys buying fake watches. And let's be real. Watches actually is an investment. Like, values of watches go up. So I don't understand why you would buy a fake watch. You know what I'm saying? Unless you just don't got it or something like that. Because watch is not something like a car that as soon as it come off the lot, it loses value. Watches actually gain value. You know what I'm saying? The right watch. You know what I mean? Especially with the rarity of it. So I don't understand why wear a fake watch. But some of these dudes be having fake watches, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of them niggas.
less than $600. But anyway, after dropping the song Coffin, Jeff would take a few months long hiatus from dropping new music, but he would still remain active on social media. During one Instagram live from this period that's still available online, Jeff describes how they are the reason their ops are dead or in a wheelchair, before Q50 notices someone who appears to be from Trap City commenting on the—
That's why I don't have jewelry at this point. I used to wear jewelry like when I was able to afford it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't wear fake fucking jewelry. Like if I'm gonna buy something, it's gonna be real. You know what I'm saying? Like my earrings, like shit gonna be real. Like my bracelets and shit gonna be real. Watches, shit gonna be real. Chains gonna be real. If I can't get the real shit, I ain't buying the shit. Like I'll just be naked. You know what I'm saying? Real shit.
How Jeff and Q50 are sharing the same money marks, to which Q50 reacts by beginning to clap his hands, while putting on a smile that can only be described as devious, giving Jeff a run for his money for the #1 joker of Chirac.
The reason they in a wheelchair, they got shot or they brought a man.
Hey, who you talking about, boy? Hey. We was just talking on the phone, we was just cool, so who the fuck you talking about?
They said we stand on the mask. First grade, we just had a mask that we, you know.
That's the hat.
What the fuck is that? That's a hat.
Hey, just like this.
The clapping of hands would eventually become somewhat of a trademark for Q50 when referring to killing ops or getting back for Z-Money.
Y'all move out here. Everybody probably see y'all got the Z-Money tattoo on your face. It's probably real noticeable.
You know that. See, that's related. That's that get back for my man. That's that get back for my man.
Y'all basically let us know who that too. We see y'all keep his name alive every chance y'all get.
That's cuz. That's our cousin, folks. Yeah, folks cousin.
You see photos he's on
real sandbox, baby.
Let us know like the impact he had on the hood that he.
You see it tattoo on my face. You see that? Hey, look, relentless. That's like that. Look, look. The same I cried about.
Anyway, more Trap City members would soon enter the chat, aiming their disses particularly at Q50, saying how he just came outside in 2020, and pointing out that he has Z-Money tatted on his face but hasn't even known him for over 5 years, as well as saying that he used to be just a gamer, to which Q50 would once again respond simply by clapping at the camera.
Hey, why do niggas talk about niggas running? Oh, ain't no other have you running, folks. Hey, look though, folks. They got no money racks, man. Hey, hold on. Even if folks came outside yesterday, guess what?
But I can't see no.
A lot of niggas ain't even gonna bounce.
Alright, the comments. They said Quill just came outside, got that man on my dick, on my L's. Come on now. On first grade, I've been just. No.
Hey, L, don't swear, just start doing.
This back and forth would only intensify, with Vert now addressing Trap City explicitly, while Q50 would reminisce about the times that he allegedly made Trap City members run, before the discussion would eventually turn to Lil, with Jeff saying how he can't even smoke with you if you don't smoke Lil.
I wasn't even talking about them because they had some goofs to me now, because I wasn't even talking about them. I ain't even said that about 67. They had straight peons, so they did it themselves. I wasn't even talking about them. They came trying to come into my life and be funny. Yeah, folks try horses. Why you talking about some this, that? You know all that. I see where it is. What it is, what is that? 80s don't want to be so cool with 67, and that's what it is. I see that. Oh, man.
They say I woke up, started spinning. That's like you know what I'm saying? That's a compliment. Hey, L's on my dear grandmother grave. Please go stand on your block right now and I'll finish show you just like I did. No.
Yeah.
So, folks, can we get half that little slab today? Off that Lil?
You don't want to smoke Lil, I ain't trying to match. You ain't smoking my eyes, I can't smoke your eyes.
Then, after taking almost half a year break from dropping new music, Jeff would come out with a new song and music video together with Vert in late December 2023, a track titled Stretched. In the song, Jeff ends his verse by rapping how he caught one of his ops in a bowl, this more specifically meaning a fishbowl, which is a reference to somebody being caught in a car with windows that are not tinted, making them an easy target, with this obviously seeming like a clear reference to the fact that Lil was caught in a parked rideshare car. Jeff would later make the same fishbowl reference during one of his IG lives, saying how he's trying to catch a shark in a shark tank.
I caught it in a fishbowl. Trying to see if you will catch a big shark in a fish tank.
And a few months later, in March 2024, Trap City and Lil dissing would continue as Jeff and Vert released a song and music video titled FTO, a common abbreviation for F the Ops. And on the song, Vert first raps how his old friends have become his ops now, before Jeff comes in, starting his verse with a wild opening line, saying that he left 7 people dead in his city, this time dissing Lil by name, saying how he's not giving any passes, and anyone lacking is getting smoked, before saying how they're smoking on a Lil pack. Later that same month, Jeff and JB Bin Laden would release their song and music video titled Run But Can't Hide, where Jeff raps just like Vert in the previous song that he's now beefing with guys that he used to be so close with that they used to sleep in the same bed. This would be almost word for word the same thing that Jeff's mother would allegedly tell him in a text message, where she appeared to praise him for the murders he was doing in the streets and appearing to be in awe of her son's violent reputation.
That was insane to me. Did y'all see this? I don't know if y'all, we went over this on this channel too. God damn it, what the fuck going on here? Oh, they with the bullshit. Oh man, let me get this shit straight, y'all. YouTube with the shenanigans.
Coming into the 2020s, J Boogie and the rest of the Bloodhounds would keep repping their
Stop the bullshit
in their music, such as the Made
What?
Jermaine Darden. Unfortunately, Ruger would be gunned down in Drill City's hood.
Bro, they gotta stop the bullshit.
Seemingly materialize, and this.
Let me go back to where we was at, dog.
These aren't vintage Datejust we're talking about. The 2 watches being shown off in this video. He raps how he calls the last dead op from the 67th, aka Trap City, an Uber pack. And this was once again followed by that same month with Jeff's solo song, Tony Montana, where Jeff raps how they're
Let's see, I think I got it.
Where Jeff references catching someone in a drive share car, such as one song that was aptly titled
All
Lift,
right.
that
All
seemingly
right.
leaked shortly after his death, where Jeff raps how he makes his ops disappear like magic and that somebody shouldn't have been driving in that lift. Jeff himself would also acknowledge that he was dissing Lil in almost every song on his posthumous album, Stepping in Blood, on the song In Your Home. There's also some rumors that Q50 had in fact gotten shot in the leg not long before the murder of Lil, possibly by Trap City, with Jeff and Q50 sometimes seemingly referencing this in their songs. Meanwhile, Trap City members were mourning their loss, with even respected older members like OTF Black and Trap City Rob changing their Facebook profile pictures to pictures of Lil soon after his death. However, the death of Lil would also hit very close to home for even Jeff himself due to his father being from the area that's now part of Trap City. And following his passing, many people who were seemingly close to Jeff's father would post their tributes to Lil. The rapper Terror, who used to be close with Vert before the beef between Drill City and Trap City, would also make a tribute to Lil in late 2023, saying how he wished he could get him back, to which Jeff would troll Tiro by liking the post with an emoji that's hugging a heart. No wonder then that the very next day, Tiro would repost another picture of him with Lil, this time with a message implying that the next year, the Bloodhounds were going to go extinct. This post, now seemingly eerily prophetic, giving what would indeed take place in 2024. But before 2023 would come to a close, 2 other people would lose their lives under mysterious circumstances, with these 2 becoming the latest victims of Lil Jeff, according to online rumors. In the early morning hours of November the 1st, 2023, a man and a woman were inside a parked car on the 8300 block of South Dorchester Avenue, which is in Mixed Mob's hood. These 2 were known in the streets as Lil Deuce, real name Donardo Buford, allegedly from a set called Foster Park, located in the Auburn Gresham neighborhood, located in the far south side. And he was with an infamous female gangster known as D Money, real name Desiree McGee, who is allegedly affiliated with numerous sets, including the infamous Woodlawn sets like STL EBT, Jarrah City,
she a gangster?
Homeworld, as well as the E-Block Hardaway set from the east side that Whiskey's brother Lowski was part of. While the 2 were sitting in the vehicle, the car was reportedly approached by 2 suspects who would open fire on D Money and Lil Deuce, shooting D Money once whilst hitting Deuce multiple times in the chest, with both of them being transported to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where they would unfortunately both be pronounced dead.
A girl.
It was around 12:39 Wednesday morning when a 19-year-old man and a 25-year-old woman were sitting inside of a parked vehicle. Police are saying the 2 suspects fired shots, hitting the 19-year-old man multiple times in his chest. The 25-year-old woman was shot once in her torso. Both were taken to UFC emergency room where they were pronounced dead. As of right now, no one is in custody, but Area 3 detectives are now investigating this. If you have any...
That's the news, man? That's the news, man? Look at this nigga. This the news, man? Oh, Lord, man. Look, boy, it must be serious out there in Chicago, boy. They got to bring the hoodest. They got to hire the hoodest news people to do the news, nigga. They can't even hire motherfuckers that look like they, you know what I'm saying, ain't from the hood. They got to hire motherfuckers that, you know what I mean, got criminal records to do the goddamn news in certain areas. Look at this nigga. This the news, man. Man, get the fuck out of here.
That could lead to an arrest. Police would like you to contact them immediately. For now, we're here in the Merita neighborhood. Lynn Marshall, WGN News.
This is another one of the rumors regarding Jeff's alleged body count that seems to have very little proof going for it, and many drill fans on places like Reddit and Chirecology have seemed either confused about this rumor or have straight up denied it, with one of the few pieces of evidence used to justify this claim being a post made by Jeff on April 2024 when he would quote an unreleased King Von song whilst adding 10 emojis after the lyrics, with many fans considering this as Jeff literally listing all 10 of his supposed victims, with number 7 of the emojis being a so-called woman's hat.
Yeah, I see the woman hat right there. That was stuck out to me, y'all. See the woman hat right there, y'all? See the woman hat? I seen that shit, dog. Damn.
This emoji then supposedly being a reference to D-Money. Interestingly, Jeff would actually seemingly go back and edit this caption, switching the hat emoji to a princess emoji, making it even more obvious that he was indeed seemingly referring to a female victim. The so-called rescue worker's helmet emoji next to it, on the other hand, is much more open for interpretation, with one possible option being that the emoji's red color actually refers to the Black Pea Stones, who were known to rep the color red, with Foster Park, where Lil Deuce was from, actually being a Black Pea Stone stronghold. Or alternatively, Deuce could be symbolized by the crown emoji on either side of the princess emoji, crown being one of the symbols used by the People's Nation gang alliance that the Black Pea Stones belongs to. In fact, in a tribute video for Lil Deuce posted on his Instagram story after his death, his family can be seen putting crown decorations on top of a cake for his 20th birthday. Following the death of D-Money, Jeff would also boast on social media how the Bloodhounds were killing everyone, including women and kids.
Hey, little Fredo, what you on, little cuz? I still love you, folks, but it's like my little brother feel how he feel, and I'm around with him right or wrong or dead. That's wrong, you know that. So it is what it is, folks. I wish y'all the best of luck, but we do spank ass, and you know this person. For real, for real. We really kill kids. If it get to that point, it'll make me mad enough, mamas will start getting all type of my shit known, right? My shit really up from purse fuck with my head, face ass, neck ass, back ass.
It's also worth noting that D-Money was seemingly close with numerous members of Trap City and would do stuff like promote their music and wish them a happy birthday on their social media. Moreover, some people close to D-Money, such as the rapper Flame, who is also from the SDL, EBT, Jaro City and Taekwon World areas, would seemingly diss Lil Jeff following his death. There was also seemingly some kind of connection between Jeff and Lil Deuce, as the two were actually following each other on Instagram. But while these two victims seem like wild rumors at best, the next two are commonly believed to be the work of Jeff and the other Bloodhounds, with these two victims in many ways launching Jeff into the spotlight and helping him rise to become one of the most infamous names in modern Chicago drill, as well as being one of the most ruthless shootings the west side of Chicago had ever seen. To understand the events that would take place in early 2024, we likely have to go all the way back to the early days of the Young Bloodhounds. As I mentioned before, out of the three main rappers associated with the Bloodhounds, Jeff, Q50, and Vert, it appears that Vert was likely the first to get into the streets. On his old Facebook page that's under his real name, the young Vert can be seen often hanging out on the east side with the rest of the kids and older members from Drill City and Trap City or Chris World.
How long?
You see that? They kids. You see that? That's how I start, y'all. I'm telling you.
No, I asked you something. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Huh? Go get. Come on. Let me go. Hey, who was that? Who was that? Say you want to smoke, but he has. Yeah. Everybody good over here? Everybody good over here? Oh, you know, it's birthday. So you know. He told me I ain't going. Hold on. What that is? Give me some. Ants.
But Vert had also made friends from outside his close neighborhood, with at least one of these friends.
Oh, I know what I want to say. Hey, I'm gonna tell you another thing too. A lot of reason why these jits was getting killed like this, and so easily, and it was so accessible, when especially the young ones, is because they still live with their mamas and shit, right? A lot of these kids didn't even have cars and shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like Lil JoJo famously was killed while he was on the front handlebars of a bicycle. You know, a lot of people got killed at bus stops and shit like that. A lot of these kids still walked around, and they used to be dissing their ops, but they walked everywhere. They caught buses. They live with their mama. So it's not hard to find y'all. It's not hard to catch y'all. They know where your mama live. They know where you live. And all they got to do is lay around and wait till you come out the door. And that's what be happening.
All the way out in the west side of Chicago, more specifically a hood known as the Jungle, which is located in the near west side neighborhood close to the United Center, which is home to both the Chicago Bulls NBA team and the Chicago Blackhawks NHL team. The relationship between Vert and his friend from Jungle would continue into their adult years, with Vert seemingly taking trips with the members from Jungle as recently as 2021. There's also a vlog from 2022 by YouTuber J Global Visuals, where Vert can be seen hanging out in the Jungle's hood with them.
Real stuff, man. Man. No, man. Talk like, man, we was never known to stop. Never. Ever. Talk like, man, follow that shit, man. Turn the camera, this real live right now. Outside, you know, I'm from the East, but got killers from West. CDK, same K, CBLK, whatever they say. The whole West Side thing, what up?
The members from the Jungle, on the other hand, are known to be closely affiliated with another close-by set called BKN, also known as Nitty Block, named after a Jungle member called Frank Nitty, or Sosa Nitty, real name Frank Looney Jr., who was killed in 2019. It appears that eventually Jeff too would get close with the Jungle and BKN, with some videos still existing online showing him hanging out with them on their block. Unfortunately, as the rumor goes, the relationship between the Bloodhounds and BKN or Jungle would eventually go sour after members of the BKN would allegedly turn on them and rob Jeff for some watches, with BKN then, according to chiracologists, hopping on Instagram Live to gleefully show their alleged $50,000 bounty and the 2 guns that were used to take them.
Yeah. They coming like, look.
They didn't know they were making the worst mistake of their life. They made the worst mistake of their life taking them shits. They took some watches from Lil Jeff that Lil Jeff had done took from some other people, and that shit gonna cost them their life. These the two young boys. Yeah, shout out to Sweet Baby Strawberry. You know how we rocking over here, Sweet Baby. We grinding. But yeah, these the 2 young boys that was killed at their school. Yeah. So yeah, sad.
We got like 50K down. That fake AP they got. I just turned up card.
In the video, they showed off 2 stolen watches and an iced out chain. Funnily enough, one of the watches was seemingly one of those fake iced out watches designed to look like an iced out AP watch, like the one from the coffin video.
Good morning, Sweet Baby. Salute, salute.
Editors seemingly noticing that one of these watches was almost certainly an imitation AP, which was in fact an AP tribute by fashion watch company GLD, which currently retails for less than $700. And this is something that the thieves would actually point out in their video, ironically mocking the target of their robbery for having a fake AP.
Stop wearing that. Stop wearing that fake. Tell her I'll start wearing that fake.
So these niggas got killed for fake watches, bro. Bro, for fake watches, bro. Man, stop it, bro.
Fake AP they got down there, man. Y'all ain't fake. I just turned.
While the other watch was just a plain Jane Cartier Santos, which, if real, would be worth as little as $3,000, along with a matching chain that reads Bartier, which I guess would make sense for the Bloodhounds if they were swapping the C's with B's like old school Bloods when they were buying a chain to match the Cartier watch. But clearly, this was no 50 grand lick, and arguably such a small taking that the robbery would certainly not end up being worth the consequences that would come soon after, as despite the low value of the items taken, it would be the damage to the ego of the person the items were taken from that would escalate the situation severely. Jeff too would seemingly later open up about these events.
You say your friend's son passed over? My condolences to you and your friend and the young man and the family, man. My condolences, Sweet Baby. I'm sorry to hear that.
That nobody took anything from him by force, but rather they ran off with them when he wasn't paying attention.
Public service announcement. On my dead grandmother's head, if I'm lying, I'm down. God could come pull me out this car right now. I never took a dollar from nothing. Nigga said, let me take a picture.
Over a prop gun, Sweet Baby? Oh my God, that's just, you see what I'm saying? Damn, dog. My condolences, bro. I know that hurt, bro. Damn, that's bad, bro. I know that shit hurt, bro. Damn, somebody, so a whole life over a prop gun. Damn.
This, that, and that. I look up and then ran down. We all the way at the top of the staircase. First off, then ran. I look up, the taking off down the stairs with 5 more extra. I'm like, damn. I thought it was gangster. The whole time I'm right there still working with him. I'm telling them we could keep this gangster. Be gangster. And I respect it's gonna be what it's gonna be to keep this gangster. There's one gangster.
Then, on January the 20th, a Chicago-based YouTuber, Word from the Trenches, would upload a vlog where he hangs out with the BKN members in their hood, with this vlog also including a member called Monty, who also goes by the name Drench, or Czar, and who would allegedly be one of the people involved in Lil Jeff's robbery.
Who that? Drench right here. That's another one of the guys. He by himself, man. I don't think brother, all the way on the other end, brother. On the other end, he by himself. Drench. Hey, TLC, look, man. I need some loose man. Hey, we for the guest on. I got him in a big Drench. Come on, Drench. It's true, man. Hey, y'all already know my name, Drench. Zah, they call me Zah. Smoke your dumb like some Zah. They say he blood on
Later, in the same vlog, BKN members can be seen hanging out inside a hallway of one of their buildings when Monty gets a FaceTime call from none other than Lil Jeff, with the energy between the two seeming tense, as Monty begins by asking Jeff where that J at, meaning jewelry, before showing off a watch on his wrist to the camera and saying again, let me see the J's, whilst also telling Jeff that they're all right here while showing his posse, as well as someone asking either Jeff or someone else how much their watch is costing, with the main member of the vlog, rapper Puda, seemingly wholly uninterested in including Jeff in their vlog.
Shit on my big cousin show, 2 feet B-No, really the whole 4L, gang. Like, I put the whole 4L. Shout out Young Nudie and my cousin too, all my folk down there in the 8. Shit going on for real. You ain't got nobody in mind like that. Like, industry-wise, like shit. Really, like, I ain't gonna lie, twin. Like, good, man. We got JL, man. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I ain't gonna lie. Put that J in there. Look, only artist I really want to with right now, probably Big 30, goddamn. How much that is on y'all wrist right there, man? Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Only 6 days after the release of this vlog, on Friday the 26th of January 2024, Monty and another member of BKN, or Jungle, called Lil Rob, real name Robert Boston, would be attending the Innovations High School located in downtown Chicago, more specifically in an area called Loop. Then, close to 12:30 p.m., Monty and Lil Rob, together with other students, were seemingly heading out of school, likely going on their lunch break, with one exit being next to the Washington or Warbush L train station, a very busy location, particularly during the lunch hour. Soon after exiting the school building, 2 cars would suddenly pull up with several masked shooters hopping out of the cars and opening fire towards Monty and Lil Rob. After the shooting was over, someone standing on the train platform above the street level would capture the truly disturbing scene of the last moments of the 2 young boys who had been shot, whilst their friends and members of the public crowd around them in sheer shock, with some attempting to do what little they could to try and save their lives. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be done, and both Monty and Lil Rob were later pronounced dead in the Northwest.
Lil Scoon went to school with Monty and Lil Rob, and allegedly, everything I say here is alleged, Lil Scoon dropped the low on Monty and Lil Rob, because Lil Scoon famously went on DJU, his last DJU interview, and said that was the last day that he went to school, was the day that those 2 young boys was unalived. And DJU went to question him about it, but it kind of did seem like DJU was kind of insinuating that maybe Lil Scoon, it was I'm gonna just say that it was strange that Lil Scoon stopped school that same day, and then he was friends with Bloodhound Lil Jeff. Maybe he stopped school because he felt like they was gonna get some get back on him because they know he was cool with Lil Jeff, or maybe he dropped their low. I don't know, but that's what was insinuated.
Memorial Hospital, while a third unrelated victim would be grazed in her jacket, the bully fortunately missing her body. Not long after the shooting, the area would be bustling with local media who would interview witnesses that had seen or heard the shooting, including the woman who had just nearly missed getting shot herself.
Went through my arm, but
during that shooting, Berenice Vargas says she was grazed with one of the bullets.
I heard like 4 shots. That was all super anxious.
Free head shaving.
Sad, and I was afraid that it hit me too by accident.
Another witness would describe the shots being let off, sounding like a firecracker, perhaps meaning that at least one of the shooters was using a switch on their pistol.
Like a firecracker, like something like a firecracker, like a 10-15 shot. Boom, 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 boom.
Local shopkeeper Mohammed Ashik describes diving for cover as bullets were flying, witnessing the aftermath, an emotional scene unfolding right in front of him.
Everybody looking right and left, over there has a people crying, kids crying,
All of this happening near Innovations High School, where the two boys were students. Crisis responder Andrew Holmes speaking with the boys' families Friday night.
The 16-year-old just had a smile, that he kept a smile. The 17-year-old, he was just trying to work hard to just go into the trade business.
Holmes furious, like many other community members, about the brazen events that unfolded. He says one of those boys would be celebrating a birthday in just weeks.
You have no right to take another person's life like that. And, this is a brutal way. This is cold-blooded murder.
Mayor Brandon Johnson responding to the shooting, writing, quote, "My deepest condolences to their families and the Innovations High School community as they grapple with unimaginable pain and trauma caused by this senseless act of violence."
In the aftermath, even the mayor of Chicago would comment on the senselessness of this attack, and the situation was so serious that it would actually be covered citywide on numerous Chicago news reports, including ABC 7 Chicago.
As two families and a community mourn the slaying of the teens, Chicago police continue their search for the gunman responsible for the brazen downtown daylight ambush that claimed the boys' lives. It appears to be business as usual just a day after two teens are gunned down in front of their downtown high school. Many of the bullet-riddled windows have been boarded up following the slaying of 16-year-old Robert Boston and 17-year-old Monterio Williams. Friends say the boys knew each other, and so did their families. Investigators say both teens were shot and killed Friday afternoon near Wabash and Washington Streets as they left school with a group of friends. The teens were students at CPS Charter School Innovations High School. That's when witnesses say a dark-colored car and a dark-colored SUV pulled up and masked gunmen got out and opened fire. Authorities say while some of the attackers got away in the vehicles, at least two of them ran away. The wounded students were rushed to an area hospital where they both were pronounced dead. Investigators call the attack isolated and are combing through security camera video from the area. So far, no one is in custody and no arrests have been made. Police are asking anyone with any information to contact Area 3 police detectives.
Already on the night of the 26th, the police would also give a press briefing on the investigation so far, showing that the CPD was likely taking this case much more seriously than an average South or West Side shooting due to the extremely central location of this double murder.
First of all, I'd like to start out by offering our condolences on behalf of Superintendent Snelling and the Chicago Police Department to the two families that were touched by this senseless act of violence today. Approximately 12:25 today, several students were exiting the Innovations High School when two cars pulled up and a group of individuals exited said vehicles, fired multiple times, striking two of the teenage students of Innovations High School. These individuals were taken to Northwestern Hospital where they succumbed to their injuries. So we'd like to actually say again, our thoughts and prayers are with the families of these two students. We're asking the public, it's very early in the investigation, but if anybody has any information, we'd ask them to call Area 3 Detective Division at 312-744-8261. You can also be reached an email at tipcpd.com. At this time, it appears that a group of approximately 6 students were exiting, and there's no confrontation. Like I said, several individuals exited 2 vehicles, approached the group and fired multiple times. At this time, it's still very early in the investigation. It's just several individuals exited those vehicles where the gunfire erupted. There was an individual, a woman that was walking by. Her jacket was grazed. No medical treatment was sought, and she's talking with the area detectives right now. She was not a student, no.
And these teams are Innovation High School, or were Innovation High School.
Yes.
What do you tell us about their ages?
17 years old and 16. At this time, we believe it to be an isolated incident. Wherever the tragedy like this strikes in the city, it's heartbreaking for the families and everybody affected by it. It's a tragedy no matter where it happens. But down here, as the students were exiting, we believe it's, like I said, an isolated incident, and that there's no danger in the area continuing. We believe one to be a dark-colored sedan and an SUV. At this time, no one's in custody at this time.
Astonishingly, despite this seemingly being a targeted hitman-style execution taking place in one of the most central locations in Chicago in broad daylight, there would seemingly not be any possible suspects in the aftermath of the shooting.
No suspects.
There would certainly be a whole lot of dissing going on, particularly towards Monty, with members of the Bloodhounds also taking part in this on social media. And it seems that in the week following the shooting, there may have been some get-back shootings happening too, because in early February, because in early February, Jeff would post on his Instagram how his ops had lost their mind and were killing innocent people. Jeff would also seemingly get a new tattoo around this time, 10 teardrops falling down his neck, the message being that he had now officially updated his body count to 10 murders. But perhaps most notably, 2 of these teardrops appeared to be connected to each other, with many people believing that these 2 connected teardrops actually referenced Lil Rob and Monty's murders. Meanwhile, BKN were also seemingly dissing Jeff with a rapper called Get Back Dot, dropping a music video for his song Lost My Mind, also in the beginning of February, where 2 watches are shown together with the song title, these watches being clearly different from the earlier video, supposedly showing BKN members flexing Jeff's watches, yet seemingly very similar to the other 2 watches that Jeff had displayed on his second Instagram, with this suggesting to me that he hadn't got the watches back, but had at the very least upgraded or kept a much better pair of watches. However, the next move from Jeff would be the motherlode of apparent self-snitching that would end up arguably changing his whole career trajectory, as on the 16th of February 2024, exactly 3 weeks after the shooting that claimed the lives of Monty and Lil Rob, Jeff would release his biggest song to date, the track titled Ah, together with a music video that now has almost 2 million views. The video begins with the Bloodhound showing off their full gun arsenal, before Jeff begins his confession, verse, starting by saying how he's toting a 10 milli and that his gun has some recoil, before saying then people did what they did and therefore had to pay the consequences. He then proceeds to explain how he still hops out of the car when he's doing hits and also drives the car because he's so thirsty to catch his ops, before saying that you would think he's lying if he told you about all the things he did in the streets. But Jeff was only getting warmed up, because he then proceeds to state that when he speaks, it's only facts, and that his supposed victim was screaming "ah" when he got hit, and how this person had been acting tough online but was now laying on the floor. This was another jaw-dropping lyric when you consider the fact that in the footage of Lil Rob and Monty, after they've been shot, lying on the floor, you can actually hear one of them screaming "ah." Jeff then puts the icing on the cake by rapping how he just walked into the lid store to buy 2 hats, a hat, of course, being slang for catching a body and murdering someone, going on to say that he's really stepping in blood, which would eventually become the name of his posthumous debut album, before explaining how his victims didn't get a chance to run, so can't say that he tripped, and that Jeff and his buddies hopped out with 4 guns and 2 people got hit. Jeff then further continues by saying that he has lost his Draco, so he's going to have to use a switch on his pistol, and that before they were his ops, they were his fans. And the verse just keeps on going, with Jeff then rapping how somebody's best friend died and he wishes that he was dead with him, but it won't take too long until he's also dead, because Jeff is a madman who can't stop chasing and killing his ops, before explaining that they got the drop on their ops and spin the block, which would indeed seemingly be the only way that an attack like the one pulled off on Monty and Lil Rob could even be pulled off. Jeff would say that his favorite ops got killed, and he then appears to forget for a moment that he was in the middle of a confession, or perhaps he simply begins to reminisce about his earlier crimes, as he then lays down some bars about taking cops on high-speed chases and how he refused to fight and would just kill you. He explains how he loves robbing people for their jewelry, particularly watches, as well as being so thirsty that he might even take your socks off your feet, as well as saying that he'll pull up on the side of your car and kill you right there. Jeff then continues saying how he's the top op and known for putting his victims on Fox News, with the local Fox 32 Chicago channel also being one of the first news outlets that reported on the killing of Monty and Lil Rob.
We began with breaking news. 2 high school students killed in a Chicago Loop shooting.
Jeff then finally ends the song by saying that he is indeed everything that they say he is, a slimy guy who will walk you down before killing you, before shouting out Q50 and sending a stern message to all his ops that they better watch their mouths when talking about Jeff. But of course, Jeff was only getting started with the dissing with this song, and he would soon continue disrespecting his ops on social media, where even Shoebox Baby from O-Block would comment on his live, questioning how come Jeff suddenly has so many views, asking him if he's a rapper now, while Jeff would rap lyrics from his Ah song before noticing that a BKN member was commenting how Jeff was going to die, with Jeff then dissing BKN, saying how sending threats had gotten Sav killed, this being a possible reference to a 17-year-old boy from Jungle's neighborhood called Ray Sav, real name Raekwon Williams. He was killed in 2016 and had seemingly been even close to Vert in the past, as well as saying that sending threats had also got Lil Rob killed, the implication likely being that Lil Rob had died due to Monty's actions.
And that's why Sav ass dead now, because y'all ass sending threats and I get your men. You send threats like that, and then your homie go get. Now you gonna merge it on him next. Now it's on Trent. Now it's on Lil Rob. You know what I'm saying? Now it's on all these new ass.
Jeff would also then begin to diss a young alleged BKN member called Baby Do It, real name Kadoni Smith Jr., who was found shot to death inside of a burning car in December 2023 at only 15 years old, with this murder allegedly being a get back for Monty killing 2 equally young boys from a rival set.
I put y'all shorty in the trunk and set his on fire. Y'all look ain't that bad. I ain't got pissed out like that shit. They burnt this hell. They said this quick. Boy, I let that go play somewhere. So before he grew up,
Still in February, Jeff would also post a picture of himself smoking on 2 blunts at 2:20 p.m. with the Chiracologists, who were now beginning to turn into full-blown Lil Jeffologists, commenting why couldn't he wait until that time was 2:22 p.m. to make the message even more obvious, with everybody now seemingly involved in this inside joke that Jeff was sharing about allegedly killing 2 high school students. Jeff's apparent self-snitching about the case would only become more brazen as time went on, and in April, he would once again do what appeared to be either a semi-confession or alternatively an example of Jeff reaching a level of trolling as promotion that resembled a true work of art, as Jeff's music was now beginning to reach some noticeable popularity, not least due to the rumors of him being behind this brazen double murder.
All kids, they down. I'm done giving kids passes. It's a wrap. You know that if I get mad enough, will start happening. Y'all know this by now. I went black for like a week and poof, gotta go. After that one, poof, I came back, poof.
In April, he would make the now infamous Instagram post of him holding a picture of 2 hats with the description supposedly symbolizing each of his victims with a different emoji, with the last 2 emojis being those of a graduation cap, another rather obvious reference to the fact that Monty and Lil Rob were killed while leaving their high school. Also, seemingly around this time, Jeff would post a cryptic story on IG his phone screen with the date 13th of January, which would have been almost exactly 2 weeks before the murders of Monty and Lil Rob. In the story, Jeff says that he never wants to feel like he felt that day, and that after whatever happened that day, he made a promise to himself never to forget, and that it's been 4 months since he stood on business. Plus then some. Vert 2 was seemingly participating in the dissing, releasing a song and music video titled Out West, with Vert, of course, seemingly having a long and personal connection with the West Side sets Jungle and BKN that had now come to an end, just like his long affiliation with Trap City had come to a close the previous year. In the song, Vert raps how he's not too cocky to ask his friends for help before seemingly dissing Jungle and BKN for trying to beef with him whilst their homies had been killed, and specifying how he had been just chilling and kicking back when hearing who had gotten killed, this perhaps being a reference to Monty. Vert dedicating an entire song to allegedly dissing his old friends from the West Side seems to point to his involvement in whatever took place between the Bloodhounds and BKN, which is also something that members from Trap City, including his former friend Tiro, would later indicate during his vlog with X-Man Rico.
And the reason I was saying that too, though, because some things unforgivable. But like one thing I wanted to ask you, because bro said it happened over a chain. People was reaching out trying to have me do a story, tell me about when Bert got robbed and something like that, and that's why the beat started.
Got robbed by who?
I don't know who did it, but they say Bert got robbed and shot.
Nah, he ain't talking about that. He talking about when Bert. Oh, out west?
He did get poked?
Oh no, I heard they got something happened to him. Yeah, I heard some shorty them took their ass.
I was locked up, folks. So I was just sending to the county.
I was in the county.
We got robbed and
Tino
through the grapevine.
What you doing?
Shorty got back. Shorty got back. For sure.
In between the dissing, Jeff was also increasingly boasting about his other favorite hobby together with Q50. This hobby, of course, being allegedly robbing people for their jewelry, particularly watches, with this boasting almost seemingly also getting mixed in with slick disses towards BKN. Jeff and Q50 would even proudly show their bounties during Instagram lives, even showing pictures of their alleged victim, a man called 6300 Bredo, and their bloody hands wearing the stolen watches.
I'll show y'all who got it. I'm mad. It wasn't him, but it was I'm gonna show y'all. Look, first he had on. It's them right here. Ooh,
Not 60,
he ain't had nothing to do with the person. Man, look, we exposed this. Show that dick.
We got an AP already, Spoon.
I'm having my way in Chicago, Illinois.
Now we got another road.
Hey man, get them people that shit back.
Like they should never been trying to kick it down the line of green. That's it, $10. It cost them his whole hustle career. Everything he worked hard for. It cost lost out.
Hey, Lil Jeff. You said take this picture.
I was done out. Oh, weed. I got blood on them diamonds and I still wore it.
Just part of my tattoo.
They don't know if that's a tattoo or ring.
Nah, hey, no. The Bloodhounds feel like they're the only ones that sits on the right. You might as well.
No, I don't know other but the guy.
This alleged watch incident with Bredo would allegedly even lead to something way more serious, as not long after, a member called Slide from his TMC set would allegedly get shot in the head, his exact condition after this alleged shooting remaining a mystery, while Jeff and Q50 would once again hop on social media to mercilessly troll their ops, even saying that Jeff's 11th body was now pending.
On my dead grandmother's head is somewhere on the left bed, down, if not dead, down this morning. Got hit in his brain, got hurt. Can't even talk to y'all. He can't even tell you how he feel right now. He don't even know. He's supposed to be 11 right now, but I'm 10.
In one ominous live, Jeff would also say how they weren't expecting him to make it to 2024, but that he's made it with a new watch on his wrist, for once again saying how he's up 10 bodies.
They said I wasn't supposed to make it to New Year's. I done made it to a New Year with a new watch. These hate me. I done made it to a New Year with an AP. I love the New Year. I'm so happy I made it. I done made it. Yeah. Let me make it. Now I'm icy. They can't take it. I'm up 10. I need some more. Play that real quick.
In this same live, Jeff would also tell how he's taking his fans to killing school, but all the applicants need to have at least 2 bodies under their belts, mentioning how he's putting this limit in place as a tradition, which seems to be yet another reference to Monty and Lil Rob, as well as referring to the infamous King Von lyric where he says that you're not a true killer unless you've got 2 bodies.
I'm taking just a killing school. Class start next week. You gotta at least have 2 bodies though. For I ain't coming with no. You ain't got shit. I can't work with no beginners folks. You gotta at least have a 2. I'm gonna give y'all 2 minimum. I'm gonna start at 2 minimum because y'all know why I'm gonna start at 2 minimum. Now I'm just doing it for a tradition. I'm gonna start at 2 minimum, man. 2, you gotta have a minimum of 2. No, anything gotta have 2. You gotta have a minimum of 2 of them to come to school. You gonna sit your dumb ass in this seat and whatever I say, do it. If you do anything scary, I'm smoking yo. Nah, I'm just playing. I'm gonna have to though, cause now like I just thought you was ready and you lied. Now I gotta kill you. I thought you over there in the lake. I'm about to water.
Jeff was clearly feeling himself, and he would also seemingly start and intensify beefs with numerous other people and sets.
800, the snake, a whole low end. Nah. Yeah. Hey, shorty, Mike, y'all. That's yeah. You niggas, Chicago, matter of fact, the city. Oh, y'all too, watching me. Bam too, Buck Slide too. Oh.
One of these being another popular Chicago rapper, YFG Fatso, who Jeff would often diss on social media.
Fatso, he ain't no shit. That little boy better play his part. You know that?
This would seemingly even lead to a false rumor in April that Jeff had been killed, which Fatso would allegedly help spread, with the drill expert Squid Ape then making a post on his Instagram debunking these rumors. But anyway, things had also been happening in the streets closer to home, as in March 2024, a well-respected Trap City OG called Lil D, real name Delegance Crawl, had been killed following an argument during an insane shootout where Lil D was also able to shoot his killer, before another man would take his gun and chase his killer down and shoot him some more. Despite Trap City and Drill City and the Bloodhound still being in deadly beef, both Jeff and Vert would pay their respects to Lil D on social media, showing how mixed up the friendships, alliances, and rivalries had gotten at this point between these two factions. A few months later, another tragedy would strike when another OG, 36-year-old man named Tyrone McClinton, would lose his life. Better known in the streets as TY, Ty, or G-Ty, he was allegedly from the infamous set NLMB that are closely affiliated with Drill City, with some even theorizing whether the hit on Monty and Lil Rob had been done by the Bloodhounds together with the younger members from NLMB who go by the name Shorty Mob. Ty would be killed in Drill City's hood as he and 2 other men were approached by 4 suspects who would open fire, injuring the 2 other men whilst killing Ty. Someone would even allegedly post a security camera footage of the shooting, showing shooters surprising Ty and others from behind the corner. The location where the shooting happened is at the very heart of Drill City's hood, on the intersection of 79th Street and Cottage Grove. This location, particularly a liquor store there called Happy, being known as a particularly dangerous location, and following Ty's death, that liquor store would be closed for good. According to some Chiracologists, the shooting that would lead to Ty's death would in fact be about the beef between Drill City and BKN, with some even claiming that the shooters were actually out there looking for Jeff himself. But as of right now, the case remains open, and there is seemingly very little to go off to verify any of these claims. Meanwhile, Jeff's career was now truly taking off, and he was grabbing the attention of many local YouTubers, with On a Couch TV being the first to drop an interview with Jeff and the Bloodhounds on the 8th of May, the interview being filmed at the Grand Crossing Park in Drill City's hood. And this interview would include numerous quotables, including On a Couch asking about some watches having gone missing, to which the Bloodhounds reply by saying that they have no idea about any watches, whilst Q50 adds that Jeff doesn't even like watches.
They definitely wanted me to ask you, like, do y'all be safe out here? It was some situation they wanted me to ask about, like with some watches or something came up missing.
About who?
Like somebody or some watch or something from over here probably got took or something.
don't even like watching phone. We take that for.
The conversation then turns to Z Money, with Jeff and Q50 showing off their Z Money tattoos before Q50 starts his trademark clapathon and describing the get back to Z Money as relentless, before adding that the same things they cried about, their ops died about.
So how do y'all move out here? Everybody probably see y'all got the Z Money tattoo on your face. It's probably real noticeable.
You know that. See, that's related. That's that get back for my man. That's that get back for my man.
Y'all basically let us know who that to. We see y'all keep his name alive every chance y'all get.
That's cuz. That's our cousin, bro. Man, first cousin. You see photos, real sandbox, baby.
Let us know like the impact he had on the hood that he.
You see a tattoo on my face. You see that? Hey, look, relentless. It's brothers. That's like that. Look, hey, look. The same I cried about, you know.
On account.
Adobe Photoshop Lightroom makes it easy.
On account would also note to Jeff that a lot of their songs had been getting leaked lately, before saying that fans have been telling him to ask Jeff about a song called Die Els, the song name being, of course, another reference to Lil, before Lil Scoom steps in front of the camera and starts rapping the lyrics to Jeff's hit song, Ah.
And you popping right now, man. A lot of people been experiencing links like Lil Scoom, everybody, they been leaking their songs, man. They love that your song Els or Die Els or something. They said give them a snippet or something. I don't know. They just asked me to tell you to give them a snippet or something.
Oh, is that? Oh, that's the. I think that's
They've been spamming that too. They tell them to rap some of that.
Boom, $10 million. And they got some cake. Did what they did. They had to pay the consequence. And how about best? We how about shoot and drive? You play with me, you get
it's a song they leaked on YouTube.
Yeah.
Hey, stop leaking that music before we come rob y'all. Yeah, they leaked my. They already got the song. They want me to rap it.
Vert would also participate in the interview, as On a Couch asks them if people in the streets should stay off social media, with Vert replying that they're just trolling online and that everything they say is just a game, like GTA or Call of Duty.
We feel like you really like in the streets, for real, like you shouldn't even play on the internet.
It's called trolling, bro.
Yeah, you got
trolling, bro.
Man, that's enough.
We be trolling, bro.
Because we live in a time right now where like a lot of rappers actually live the life they say, whether it's like trapping or anything, even like
GTA, Call of Duty.
What you say?
So when y'all like in the booth and all that, how do y'all stay away from like even incriminating lyrics? Because we see what Young Thug and all them going through for rap lyrics.
It's for entertainment purpose.
GTA, Call of Duty. I told you.
I'll be with a Jeff nigga, free thug.
This interview would be followed by another one later in May, this time by DJU. This, of course, being the famous interview where Jeff would go semi-viral for sniffing some crushed-up Percocets with Q50, whilst humorously calling the stuff Tony Montana, making many believe that Jeff was in fact taking uppers, not downers, before describing himself as a functional cluck, meaning a functional drug addict.
But y'all not having no troubles to where y'all got to go to rehab or nothing, right?
Hell nah. Hell nah. That's cluck.
See you all that scratching your face.
I'm a functional cluck. I can function. I can move and think and do and still live my everyday life.
DJU would also bring up Jeff's supposed 10 bodies, asking why the internet is painting him to be such a monster, with Jeff replying how all of the rumors about him are just coming from Reddit, showing that Jeff was indeed well aware of the infamy and dedicated fan base that he was building amongst Reddit's hardcore drill fan community with his wild antics in the streets and on songs.
You want to know? I'm going to tell you right now why I thought you was from the UK. Because they said Bloodhound Lil Jeff got 10 bodies. I said, okay, well, he can't be in Iraq then. This must be, you feel me, in the UK. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about the real Bloodhound Lil Jeff, right? Why do these folks on the internet make you out to be this monster?
I don't know for they stuff in the head.
So look, I just watched shout out to SNTV, right? Street News TV.
What's that?
Let me cite my source. He made a video about you. It says, Bloodhound Lil Jeff, is he self-snitching or clout chasing? It's the video I watched today. And man, in the first 60 seconds of the video, he refers to you as an example of what not to do for the youth. He said, man, this guy right here, this is what y'all should not do. You know what I mean? He kind of broke down, some stuff he found online. So where are these, type of rumors coming from?
The grapevine. That's coming out Reddit, man. That's how you found me, right?
Yeah.
That's gotta stop, bro.
Damn.
You definitely heavy on Reddit for sure. You get posted on there like almost every day.
DJU would also ask Jeff about him always having so many watches, with Jeff trolling by responding that really the people are just letting him have them.
Another thing I picked up online from your social media activity is you be having a lot of watches.
You see this? Man, this just cool.
Where you be getting all these fly watches from?
That's sweet.
Okay.
$3.99. So free. Be giving them to me, really. They just be letting me keep them. Type. They put them on. I can keep them. They be friendly in here.
Word. I see you still on
They
your
let
wrist,
me
right?
have them, bro.
So it was a situation where a guy tried to get hot and he lost his watch.
Nah, what time? Where you read that shit?
On Reddit.
Yeah, see, some of that shit you gotta tell you.
Oh no, but they picked it up off your video. You said that you tried to get a $10 whatever y'all
I
call it.
about that shit. I thought you was saying I was trying to get hot. Oh yeah. Yeah, man. This shit don't know. Yeah. That one back there for real.
But
he let me see this.
Yeah, never
I'm
asked
really
you to return.
borrowing it right now.
I'm about to say he never
I'm
asked.
gonna give it back. So I'll just borrow it.
DJU then continues by asking if anyone has ever taken anything from him, likely already knowing the answer, with Jeff responding by rehashing the events leading up to the deaths of Monty and Lil Rob before quoting his song, saying they did what they did, before Vert cuts in and does a whistling sound, with every chiracologist in the audience surely being able to read between the lines the message that Jeff was sending. But Jeff then caps the topic off by saying that it wasn't really about nothing, and he just took the L and moved on.
Have someone ever tried to take like some of your belongings from you?
Now listen, I ain't gonna lie. I did run out on me before. I will tell you that. Did what they did.
What, he zeroed you on a move or something?
Yeah, basically.
That happens to the best of us, right? We know I've been finessed.
Yeah, his ass ran off and he went about.
We didn't all been finessed, bro.
Still look.
That's what comes with the streets.
Still went about nothing at all. I'm talking about at all.
Yeah, I feel like that ain't nothing. Like I feel
Hell
like
no,
you can't even count that. I mean, you can count as an L, but you just charge that.
That's just scary, ain't it? Like what I'm doing about scary charges and shit, bro. Yeah, I just took my L and moved on.
DJU then attempts to further dig into the topic, asking if these events turned him into a monster, but Jeff responds by implying that no, because he's been had odds. The conversation then turned to asking what it really was that turned Jeff into a savage, with Jeff replying that it was actually the death of Z-Money, saying how after his death, all he has seen is red.
Did that turn you to like some type of monster on some shit like, man, these?
Nah, it been these. That just made me watch these. I watched these. Yeah.
Right. So what was the one situation that has occurred in your life that made you fuck these niggas?
I told you. Ran off on me.
Hey, that's what I just asked.
Like you said, it's been. It been these. I ain't gonna lie, my homie dad, that's on my face right here.
Z-Money?
Yeah. It was super deep after that. Fuck everybody after that.
Okay, I see Z-Money on his face as well. Y'all share the same tattoo.
Another.
So this definitely had to be somebody that meant a lot to both of y'all. How long ago was his passing?
May. What was that last May? Yeah. March.
About a year ago?
That shit was a year ago. Yeah. No, March. Yeah, March. Yeah, that was March. Last March. Yeah. It been a year.
And how did this death affect your mentality, brother?
These niggas, all I see is red.
Jeff would seemingly also troll Lil Rob and Monty by repeatedly saying, "Stay in school."
Hold on, let me do a redo. What you say, stay in school? Yeah, come on, redo. I'm still saying, y'all though, because I don't put on AB on some bullshit. Come on, you ready? I can redo it.
Yeah, it's rolling, brother. You ain't even. They heard you.
Stay in school. That's it. That's all. Stay in school. Everybody else, except for the people that need to stay in school.
The interview would finally end on a truly telling note, with Vert taking a box of cereal, made famous by the Whoop Man himself and the official peace pusher of Chicago, social media influencer FYB J-Mane, pouring his promotional cereal, the Whoops, on the floor before stepping on them, showing that unlike J-Mane, one thing the Bloodhounds truly had no interest in was pushing peace.
DJU, Bloodhound Lil Jeff, get everybody stay in school. Hey, shout out to Word to Production. Shout out AMF Visuals. You can take them Whoops home with you, brother. Damn. Damn.
He just stepped on the wall.
Jeff's rap career was now on a new level, and still in May, he would head off on his first trip to Los Angeles as a popping new artist. On the 21st of May, AMF will drop a vlog about their LA trip, where Jeff, Scoom, and Vert can be seen living the rapper lifestyle, chilling in a big Airbnb.
Hey, Andre, what you want?
Driving in fancy cars.
They got us, is what it is. Shit, I'm going back. What you on, man?
Free phone now. I owe jail call for the guys, man.
Shopping.
Both of them dead right now. Lil Scoom and Jeff. That shit crazy, dog. I think Scoom died a month after Jeff was killed.
That's what we doing. We leaving.
We just have to make that force and pull the camera out. You want to pull the camera out. Say it right here.
And of course, hanging out and recording new music in the studio.
Hold on, man. I gotta get close. I cannot miss. Hey, no, no, I gotta switch. Do the nose.
Dahmer on the way.
They next to the what?
1M on the way. You at 300K.
300?
300,000 views on that. Jamie Foxx.
The vlog ends with the crew preparing to head back to Chicago for Scoom's birthday party, with his birthday being on Sunday the 12th of May, whilst the party seemingly being planned for Saturday the 11th.
You ready to go back home?
You know that party on Saturday for Scoom's birthday.
Unfortunately, the day after Scoom's birthday party, and on the actual day of his birthday, on the 12th of May, another young...
They say Lil Scoom was going to get his hair done by that girl at that house, but I'm going to tell you something. I still don't know how much I believe that, because I never seen Scoom with his hair braided. He only had a little fro, like I never seen him with a photo of his hair braided, so I don't know, it just was strange to me.
And would lose his life. This man being a 22-year-old named Khalil Dunbar, who is better known in the streets as an alleged member of the A-Tray mob called Baby KD. According to news reports, KD had been in an alley near the 10800 block of South Indiana Avenue, this area being far away from the hood of the A-Tray mob, when he was shot in the neck and taken to the Christ Medical Center, where he would later pass away. KD had seemingly been close friends with both Clay and True, the A-Tray members killed in 2021, allegedly by the Bloodhounds, according to some rumors, and he would often post tributes to them on his social media. Perhaps not so surprisingly, at this point, after KD's death, Jeff would soon seemingly begin to claim this murder as well, as he would go on live on Instagram and officially update his body count, saying that he's on his toes now because he can no longer count with his fingers, before simply stating, F it, it's 11.
Hold your wrist up. Hey, when he play this, y'all know. I'm on my toes. We got his soul. I want to bust his toe. You want? Yeah. Shit ain't pretty. That shit ain't. I'm gonna bust it. 3 fucking. That's 11. You gonna be 8, and I'm gonna scan your scary. The hell, nigga.
Q50 would also make his official body count update in late May, saying how he's up 8 now, whilst back in March 2024, the number had seemingly still been just 7. After supposedly coming back for a quick birthday bash and a murder, Jeff would then soon head back to LA to continue living the rapper lifestyle again with Vert and Scoom, this time right in time for Vert's birthday, which was on the 26th of May. During this trip, Jeff would end up linking with several Chicago drill legends, including Rico Reckless and G Herbo.
We the rappers that rap. We rap. Against Christmas. Ain't no duplicating this. We rap shit like it's Christmas. Boy, we kill for real.
I say, Lil Vert, Lil Jeff, because they different, bro. They ain't trying to rap.
We rapping, we scrapping, we trapping.
Them did what they did, man.
We mapping. Ain't no light right here. Ain't no light right here.
I'm gonna get off the phone though.
He would also be shooting music videos with his manager AMF, one of these being the music video for the song LAX, released on May the 28th. the song itself being a tribute to the city that Jeff returned to after allegedly catching his 11th body, where Jeff once again aims disses at Monty, saying how he turned Czar into Czar, with this being an obvious play on one of Monty's nicknames being Czar, and with Czar also referring to a strain of high-grade cannabis, as well as likely being a reference to the vlog where Monty himself says they call him Czar, and he'll smoke your dumb ass like some Czar.
Hey, y'all already know my name. Czar, they call me Czar. Smoke your dumb like some Czar.
The song itself racked up 25,000 views in its first day of uploading, which isn't superstar numbers, but telling of a genuinely engaged core fan base that Jeff was cultivating at the moment. Jeff was showing potential in music, but his lyrics were so demonic, it was hard to imagine his story ending any other way than tragedy. And unfortunately for him, soon he would end up in the sort of situations that he always rapped about putting other people in. And just like his ops, soon the whole world will be logging onto the internet to see the demise of the latest killer drill rapper in 4K.
I actually like. Well, I ain't gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. I actually thought Lil Jeff had potential as a rapper. He definitely had charisma. He was funny as shit. From his interviews, so I actually thought he had a future in at least entertainment if he could have lived long enough.
Lil Jeff's strategy of bragging about his insane body count in his songs and acting wild in his interviews was picking up steam. He'd already been going viral for his clip sniffing a pill on DJU, and on the 1st of June, a YouTuber called Blender Bars dropped a video that was reposted on Reddit claiming that Lil Jeff had indeed claimed his 11th body during his LA trip, claiming that he indeed did a drill between these two trips to Los Angeles, and being one of the earliest exposés of Lil Jeff's staggering stats as a Chicago gang assassin.
He claimed to have 10 bodies at least, and we have lyrics to match up with 2 of the bodies that he proudly claims after the ops supposedly hit.
See, this be our fault right here, y'all. We be glorifying this shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I say we, because I don't be trying to I be trying to keep it real. But this be our fault too, because when we do shit like this, you see how he making it sound like it's, you know what I'm saying? And that's a lot of time with them young kids, they do this shit for this type of clout, you know what I'm saying?
Lit for some of his watches.
By June the 3rd, his music video for the track Should Have Saw It had 199,000 views, passing 200K the following day. Jeff was having the motion in music. Whilst this was only the beginning, he clearly had a lot of potential in the rap game. Unfortunately, however, as he often rapped himself, he was always more focused on the streets than the music, and only a few days later, he would end up on the wrong side of the sort of drills he usually was dishing out on the streets. On the 8th of June 2024, everything came crashing down for Lil Jeff and the Bloodhounds in dramatic fashion. After countless lyrics about jumping out of the car as soon as he sees his ops and shooting at them, the 8th of June was a day like no other. And in surveillance footage that was later leaked, we saw this was another day when Jeff, Q50, and another man indeed caught one of their ops, jumping out of the car outside of an address on South Rhodes Avenue, a street that Jeff and his friends had both.
Damn, you see how Trap Lil Ross, I ain't gonna lie, you did, but at the same time, we could tell that's Q50. But Trap Lil Ross sure just put Q50 on blast, Jeff, Q50, da-da-da. But let's be real, it's on camera. You can see Q50. He got on the fucking pink suit. Like, you can see him clear as day.
About shooting up numerous times before. In the footage, if you look at the very top left of the frame, you can see a door of a car opening. This is Lil Jeff jumping out of the car, and he immediately begins shooting at a man wearing bright yellow shorts who ducks behind a car and runs up a porch into a house whilst being chased by Jeff, who continues shooting at him. He would then seemingly be chased by Jeff wearing a black Nike Tech hoodie and grey Nike Tech joggers and pointing a gun, with Jeff doing something that he had indeed rapped about doing numerous times, chasing an op into their own home. But at this point, Lil Jeff got something he did bargain for, as someone inside the house would begin to open fire on Jeff, neutralizing him before he even made it up the steps, sending him flying back onto the ground at the bottom of the porch. And here on the ground, Jeff was reportedly shot numerous times, with the implication being that his shooters emptied a whole magazine into him from atop the porch. Then, we would see another angle from a different camera, which recorded the sounds of the shots being fired into Jeff, as well as showing Q50 and another shooter, as well as the driver on the hit behind Jeff, walking to the porch and returning fire, with Q50 seemingly shooting at a passing car for some reason, likely in this moment earning himself an attempted murder charge. Some have suggested that the original target that Jeff had chased was talking to the person driving in the car that Q50 was shooting at as it drove past. Meanwhile, once the driver of the getaway car notices that Jeff has actually been killed on the ground, getting out to look, before all the men realize that it's too late to save Jeff, running back to the car, getting in, and fleeing the scene without Jeff, as shots continue to hit Jeff laying on the ground. Interestingly, another camera angle would later surface, showing that when Q50 initially ran towards the porch, he slipped over and fell as he tried to let off shots, injuring his ankle, with Q50.
He did. He fell in the middle of the road.
being seen with a limp as he ran back to the car. While Jeff was laying on the ground, he would reportedly be hit 19 times, and an insane total of 58 shell casings would ultimately be found at the scene of the shootout. And after it all went down, reports of the shooting would begin to circulate on Twitter, and police scanner audio would describe a chaotic scene. A later video by YouTuber Loyalty and Betrayal would actually do a full breakdown of the scanner audio.
302 Sam, we're hitting 12 rounds, 6639 South Roads.
Straight 10. Anybody go in there, be careful, this might be crossfire.
And, yep. For 310, anybody heading over there to roads, use caution because this may be crossfire, and now we getting a person shot. 6647 South Roads.
306 Sam, we got multiple casings on 6641 South Roads on the front porch and the sidewalk.
Multiple shell casings, 6641 South Roads on the front and the sidewalk on the front porch as well. 6641 South Roads. All right, they saying somebody's doing a self-transport right now. They're telling my partner on the phone. We're trying to figure out what car took them. 306 Adam.
Yeah, 306 Adam. One of the residents at 6641 says they threw a guy in a car and they're on their way to the hospital. I got some blood drops on 6641.
Black SUV, Adam Lincoln King, 3937, Wisconsin Place, just dropped off a victim at UFC. They're going northbound on Maryland. A black SUV with Wisconsin Place, Adam Lincoln King, 3937, northbound Maryland.
So they dropped off Lil Jeff to the hospital, but you see how the people at the hospital giving the description of the car and a license plate number?
For a black SUV, Adam Lincoln King, 3937 with Wisconsin Place. They just dropped off a victim at UFC that was shot. And that vehicle stolen.
Footage would later circulate showing the Chicago police combing the crime scene, placing a whole bunch of evidence markers where the many shell casings had been left. But interestingly, at the crime scene, Jeff's body was notably absent. That's because apparently Q50 and the other man seemingly took Jeff's body to the hospital after the shootout. Somehow.
Yeah, I will say this. They did some real shit. They came back and they got Jeff's body, bro. And they took it to the hospital, bro. That was dangerous than a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Because they was on the ops block. They could have lost their life. You know what I'm saying? I compare that to like if you're on the battlefield and somebody get like how Forrest Gump kept going back for all them soldiers that had been shot when he was looking for Bubble. That's the kind of shit that I compare that to. So they did go back and get Jeff. That was the dangerous shit, but that was some real nigga shit for them to do.
To spin the block, coming back, and retrieving Jeff's body from the porch where he died without taking any more bullets themselves. An image would later go around online, which seemingly showed Q50 and the other man carrying Jeff's body into the hospital. But it didn't take long for the dust to settle on the actual shooting before the footage of the shooting began circulating on Reddit's Chiracology subreddit, where many were quick to give their perspective on this wild...
I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know how Q50 dodged charges on this shit. They got you on the camera shooting when Jeff died. They got you on the block coming back, getting Jeff's body. They got you at the hospital, dropping off Jeff. They got you getting back into the car that y'all used to drop off Jeff. They ran the license plate tag of the car, and the car is stolen. Like, I don't understand how Q50 dodged any of these charges. Like,
a shootout captured on camera, with many suggesting that Jeff and the Bloodhounds had actually underestimated their opposition and ended up outgunned.
In Florida, his ass would have been in jail for murder, grand theft auto, shooting in a vehicle. He shot into the car when the car passed by. He would have had a lot of charges in Florida.
Overzealous. As one commenter put it, honestly, the video puts it more out of the actual perspective of what it looked like in real life, because cameras only see a certain angle. They actually were only like 20 foot behind him, with the car being like 80 foot at most. They were behind him. He just ran ahead and got overzealous and got blasted for it. Hindsight is 20/20, my G. Granted, they did turn back the minute they realized there was more opposition than they thought, but by that point, they were in a full-blown shootout. Dude in the red got hit, and they were in the middle of the road with only cars for cover. Once they realized they were outgunned and got to the car, is when Jeff got fully overkilled, and the dude in the white saw it all and let the switch off a few times in a futile attempt. No one's fault but Jeff, and he literally got instant karma. For those that knew Lil Jeff and his activities in the streets, they would know what was to come next. The day after his death, on the 9th of June 2024, Jeff's close family members and friends would react to his death with heartbreak, with some saying that they were staring at his picture in disbelief and saying that his brother Jay Boogie is going to lose his mind when he finds out the news. Jeff's dad posted throwback images of Jeff with his half-brothers together with the caption, F the world. G50 would say that his brother and twin is gone, but he's already done crying and planning to do exactly what Jeff told him to do. Vert would later discuss how Jeff's death affected him in a DJU interview where he seemed a little intoxicated and slurring, explaining that everything was still going on.
We saw, I guess, what happened on camera or whatever. Lil Jeff.
Listen to how Vert talk on here. You can't understand nothing he's saying, bro. I'm telling you.
It's like, how has that affected you, since?
It's brother, it's my twin. You know, so that shit hurt. It's my brother, you know?
Yeah.
But it's like, I can't stop. For what? I'm gonna stop for. They want me to be stopped. They want me, you know? This shit don't stop. It all gonna still go on. Brother gonna live through us, you know? And my brother, I feel with a big face pendant on my shorty. You hear me? So I'm all right there.
At some point, a vigil and balloon release was held in Jeff's honor, and a day later, on the 10th of June, a Bloodhound member would say that all the ops saluted Jeff for the work he put in on the streets and hinted towards revenge coming soon. And Jeff's dad would even respond on Facebook with an eerie post saying, "Let it be known, y'all didn't get him, he came trying to get y'all, and what happened happened, but the saga continued."
Do y'all hear this shit? This is from his father. You see? I just want to break this shit down. You see how these kids be doomed, bro? No guidance. Look at this from his daddy. And to let it be known, y'all didn't get him. He came trying to get y'all, and what happened, happened. But the soccer continues. Clear the streets. Y'all hear this shit? Y'all see this shit? Bruh, this got a lot to do with it as well. This is a large reason why these young boys are born and they sat on this path, and it's only a couple outcomes, but it's more outcomes that's more likely than not, due to the environment and the guidance and the influences. Listen to his daddy. This is daddy, y'all. Y'all saw the text message. Y'all saw the text message with his mama congratulating him on killing niggas. And this is daddy. This is daddy and his mama. You see? His mama and his daddy encouraging this bullshit. You see? You see? But they want to cry and be sad when the boy get gunned down in the streets like a dog. How much do you really love your kid? How much do you really love your kid if you put them on this kind of path, bro? This shit sad as fuck, dog.
Clear the streets, with some in the comments in disbelief that a father would be talking about his son like he was one of his homies in the gang, branding Jeff's father a goofy who actually failed his child.
See?
But Jeff,
hold on, damn. Fuck it.
Dad wasn't the only person with a connection to Jeff acting tough online. On the 18th of June 2024, a Bloodhound member says that they are the reason that the ops merch it on their friends. Then, on the 22nd of June 2024, Lil Jeff's funeral would take place, and images would circulate on social media showing the flower arrangements in the funeral program, as well as pictures. Of Jeff in his casket going around online, whilst others shared supposed buttons giving out which called Jeff the Reaper. His girlfriend would seemingly drop the Y in front of his flower arrangement, and a moving tribute would be passed around from the service, which would tell all the details of his life, apart from the most salacious ones. It read, Jeffrey Lamar Harris, affectionately known as Lil Jeff, was born on July the 14th, 2002, at 11 a.m. to Latasha Lucas and Jeffrey Harris in Chicago, Illinois. From the moment he arrived, Jeffrey was a happy, intelligent baby who loved to laugh and bring joy to those around him. Jeffrey began his educational journey at CICS Longwood and graduated from Harold Washington Elementary School. He continued his studies at Kersey Metropolitan High School, graduating in 2020, and later took online classes at Daly College. Basketball was one of Jeffrey's greatest passions, and he spent his summers playing with AAU and dedicated his free time to the court, continuing his basketball career through his junior year of high school. Another favorite pastime was video gaming, where his friends fondly remember his eyes being glued to the screen. Lil Jeff was known for his deep affection and kind-hearted nature. He had a generous spirit, always willing to give his last to someone in need, and his silly side showed through his jokes and funny stories, leaving a lasting impression on anyone who spent time with him. Music was another of Jeffrey's passions, and his talent in analyzing and performing music earned him a record deal. His suave sense of style ensured that he was always in the latest fashion and newest shoes. Family was everything to Jeffrey, and he adored his niece, Ja'ala. He was always drawn back home, craving his mother's affection. Jeffrey was truly the life of the party, bringing joy to his family and friends. In 2021, Jeffrey met Peyton, and they became inseparable. Despite their growing pains, their love for each other was deep and genuine, with Peyton holding a special place in his heart. Jeffrey performed his last concert and walked into eternity on June the 8th, 2024. He was preceded in death by his grandmother, Regina, and loving cousins, Jamarion and Zaire. and Jeffrey leaves behind to cherish his memory his mother Letitia and his father Jeffrey Sr., his grandmother Sherry, his aunts Tequila, Nikia, Tisha, Alicia, Deneen, his uncle Brandon, his brothers John, Jakari, Shadari, his nieces Aubrey and Jaya, and his girlfriend Peyton, and a host of family, friends, and loved ones. Thank you for attending his last concert. Long live Lil Jeff. But the funeral wouldn't be without drama, however. Apparently, a fight would break out between some women who had been attending the service, with clips circulating online amid rumors that Jeff's girlfriend and his side chick had been involved in an altercation. Whilst Jeff had been laid to rest, the beef was far from over, and disrespect would still fly from surviving members. The apparently made a mural for Jeff, with 8-Tray Mob members recording themselves destroying it, followed by reports that 2 men from 8-Tray Mob were shot in retaliation within 3 hours. But despite Lil Jeff no longer being a threat on the streets, his music would continue bringing his murderous energy to the streets of Chicago, even after life. On June the 26th, just days after his funeral, Lil Jeff's first and only full-length album would be released posthumously, and the project would be released under the label Grade A Productions, started by infamous former Chicago street rapper Lil Bibby, the same label responsible for releasing much of Juice WRLD's brilliant catalogue. Now, I know some people are going to hate me for saying this, but I feel that this album, Steppin' in Blood, is one of the greatest Chicago drill albums or projects ever produced, and it's not just because of the demonic and violent content, but Lil Jeff's whole flow and delivery throughout this project, combined with the very unique Chicago drill beats that are reminiscent of the golden era of the genre, make Steppin' in Blood an incredible time capsule that both reaches back into the past of the early days when Chicago drill music was sonically completely original and not watered down or manufactured, as well as the lyrical content maintaining on the cutting edge of the modern era of drill and street rappers, obsessed with ultra violence and committing murder just so that they can rap about it. It's like something out of A Clockwork Orange, but it's set in Chicago and now. The project is hyper aggressive from its very first track, which is interestingly a studio remastered remix of Lil Jeff's classic song, improving the audio quality, as well as adding a verse from former No Limit street brother of Lil Bibby's and Chicago drill legend in his own right, G Herbo. But after Herbo's track ends, the first new song off the tape is the booming track Spot News, named after Chicago's infamous Twitter account that tweets police scanner info, reporting the shootings in the city literally as they just happened, something that Lil Jeff seemed to trigger numerous times. The beat for Spot News is booming and reminiscent of the early days of Chicago drill when it was melodically heavily influenced by Atlanta trap. The mixing and mastering is on point and the drums shake the room before Jeff jumps on the track with his lazy flow, perfectly complementing the beat with back-to-back bars describing his lifestyle of being a killer in the streets with an effortless but impactful delivery. You can almost smell the pills on his breath. And the way Jeff raps about violence in this song make it seem like it's completely casual and he's fully unbothered, which perfectly captures his personality in the streets. Killing and rapping about it was just a normal day at the office to Lil Jeff at this point in his life. He raps about seeing ops, immediately pulling down his mask and jumping out the car, something we saw him literally do on the day he died, and rapping about putting people's faces on the news and the shootings he was responsible for being posted on Spot News. He seemingly refers to having got revenge for Z Money's death and saying the get back isn't a big deal, and he's got bars about stealing the very same watches that he wore in his early music videos. He would appear to refer to the murders of Monty and Lil Rob numerous times on the song, rapping that he does things twice and rapping how 2 people died on one hit. Jeff's late
Hey, buddy, need to get rid of that mustache.
Sees him float through the track with finesse, and if you weren't paying attention, you might not realize that every single bar is painting a vivid and violent picture of his life as a demon in the streets of Chicago. The next song on the tape, Lost My Gun, takes on a completely different vibe sonically, as this beat has a much more ambient and creepy melody that makes you feel like you're creeping up in the dark to surprise your op from behind, rather than jumping out of the car blasting them in the face. Jeff starts the track with a hook that's just as haunting, rapping, "Damn, I don't think you know how it feels, jumping out with the chopper like you with the Navy SEALs, waking up early morning like it's time to go kill." We know that Jeff was really doing these things, and it's true. I really don't know what it feels like to live that life, but over the course of the song, Jeff proceeds to tell the listener exactly how it really feels to live the demonic gangbanging lifestyle that he's got himself wrapped up in, painting a vivid picture in excruciating detail of what it actually feels like to be in Lil Jeff's shoes. He raps about jumping out on the ops, popping them like pills, and we knew he was really doing both of those things. And he would go on to give an interesting insight into the dilemma he was facing before his death as his music career was taking off, mentioning how he was being offered record deals and explaining that people keep telling him to rap, but because of his pride, he wants to continue drilling and killing people in the streets.
Any labels been reaching out to you for any offers? What you telling them? How much they got to come for Lil Jeff?
They know. I be telling them. They know. I talk to them and tell them.
Yeah.
I ain't going for no. Just know that.
Right.
They talk to me though. They know what I be telling them.
It's a surprising level of self-awareness and quite prophetic considering what actually happened to Jeff. And in the next line, Jeff would seemingly predict his death, rapping that he's going to die before he gets arrested. On the next track titled On My Wrist, featuring fellow Bloodhound Vert, Jeff would rap boastfully that you can't hop in this car if you never killed nothing, and wearing black Nike Air Forces while walking down his ops and killing them. The next track, the LA Freestyle, was another reference to Jeff's time spent in LA, with this song having one of Jeff's most demonic bars, referring to the murders of Monty and Lil Rob, with him rapping, "I know 2 ops didn't graduate," and saying that there's nowhere safe and that he smokes people downtown. On the song, he would also rap about getting watches for free and claiming to have stolen a total of 5 watches and 3 chains in his robbing career. He would also make reference to killing people in Milwaukee, giving some more proof to the rumor that he was carrying out contract killings in another state, as well as explaining the exact circumstances of his death, rapping, "He ain't shooting out of cars, he's chasing people on foot." The next track would be a song teased previously, but now updated with a very interesting title, the song In Your Home. Interestingly, this beat harks all the way back to pre-Chicago drill and the genre's original influences from Atlanta trap music, as the beat itself is just a slightly altered version of the original beat that Atlanta trap legend Young Jeezy used on his iconic track Trap or Die. But Jeff's modern-day flow and subject matter regarding the Chicago streets in 2024 seems to completely breathe new life into this old beat, making for a song that still sounds modern, despite actually being on a beat that was made in 2005. Like, if you listen to a snippet of both songs back to back, the flow is so different it sounds like a whole new song. Once again, this is a song that seemingly describes the exact circumstances of Jeff's death. Jeff opens the track rapping, "Pulling up, hopping out while the car's still in drive, Vert hop out, Blitz F him up on both sides." Later rapping, "Last dude got chased all the way in his home." This is a crazy lyric, as it shows the video where Jeff dies really wasn't the first time he had tried to chase somebody into their home trying to kill them. Ironically, this is the very thing he died trying to do. And people would post the lyrics in the comments saying that there's clearly no cap in Jeff's raps. Jeff would also diss Lil on this song and rap openly about the get back for Z Money. Commenters on this track on YouTube would praise the lyrics for being just straight up murder confessions. The next song, 9 with a 9, had a more modern day Chicago drill type beat with a haunting melody that sounded like it could be more at home on the next Lil Durk album. This was another aggressive anthem, which included more bars seemingly aimed at Lil Rob and Monty, with Jeff rapping that a couple people died because of a watch. The next song, Here We Come, was another more modern beat with extremely violent content, with Jeff rapping about putting his ops on Spot News, referring to the deaths of Lil Rob and Monty once again, with more crazy lyrics where Jeff claimed to be able to count his bodies on 10 toes. Looking at the comments, this was seemingly the very demonic bars that fans were turning up for, but Jeff's delivery was so smooth, if you weren't paying attention, you might not realize that he was rapping about having actually killed 10 people. On the next song, titled Threat, Jeff opens the song with the same insane boast, rapping, "In my city, I'm a threat, bitch, I'm really up 10 hats," with comments laughing at just how crazy it is to start a song with this wild lyric saying you killed 10 people. And he follows it up by saying he has so many hats or kills that he should be sponsored by the hat brand Mitchell & Ness. Another crazy lyric would see Jeff rapping about killing someone and the video of them dying, saying that he watched it and knew it was him by his hat, and going on to rap back-to-back demonic bars, repeating his claim from the opening track, that he had his ops screaming, going on to say, like, "Check the news, that dude dead, we really putting stuff to bed," and rapping, "Drop his pictures on the net, his peoples had to see him dead." These were shocking and brutal lyrics, but they were truly the facts of the demonic life that Jeff was living, and ironically, he ended up on both sides of the gun. As some in the comments would explain, this song ironically saw Jeff describing his own death without even realizing it. Jeff probably didn't realize it, but his most demonic lyrics had an insane level of dramatic irony, as he personally lived the life he rapped about and ended up falling victim to it in the very same way. Some people called this the best song on the album.
This is why young people need guidance. This is why God gave kids parents. Like this, that's like nature gave mother, father, amongst other things. But because if left to their own vices, young people will make a lot of terrible mistakes that could cost them their life. That's why this set up like this. You look at it, everything is perfect. You know, if you just look at the whole shit, right? So just like a little kid, if you got a 5-year-old and you ask them what they want to eat, they're gonna tell you ice cream, candy. They'll eat that shit every meal if you let them. But what you gotta do? No, you gotta eat these greens, you gotta eat this vegetables, you gotta eat this meat, you gotta eat this, you know, you gotta have a square balanced meal for your body. You know what I'm saying? This is the same thing. This is the reason why, you know what I'm saying? Like young people, you know we was them You know, depending on how you age you is, or you are them. You know, you think they know everything. This is the truth. I did the same shit. I felt the same way. Like it's similar. You know what I'm saying? But the truth is, no, you don't have the experience. You missing experience. You know what I'm saying? That's what the older people got. That's why the older people sit and they tell you shit, and you be looking at them like they crazy. But they done been here. They done been here, done that. And you as a young person, sometimes you can't see that far because you ain't had the experience. You know what I'm saying? So you be thinking, oh shit, they don't know what they talking about. The old people losing it. You know what I'm saying? They don't know how this shit go out here. They ain't living like we living. They don't know this like this. Shit me. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing new under the sun. But that's why I try to stay tapped into what's going on in the culture, because that way I can connect, I can reach some of these young people, and they might look at me like I don't know what is going on, but when I talk to them or they listen to my videos, they'll know I know what's going on because I'm educating myself on what's going on now. You see what I'm saying? That's a problem too. A lot of older people, they don't stay plugged into what's going on now. So when they talk to the young people, they can't connect to them. They can't connect with them. You got to be able to connect with them. You know what I'm saying? For real.
An interesting comment praising Jeff's content, saying bro made some real posthumous music, especially considering the circumstance. It's the same story, and the guy screwed up letting him front head of a drill. He should have stayed out of Chicago. Bro would have been big. The music just hits different knowing who Dude really was. This stuff's the definition of hard. Let's be honest. Dude was really what Tupac rapped about and pretended to be, while others praised the production of the song. But the next track, Bill Russell, had even more lyrics that saw Jeff describing how he lived, and ironically, how he died at the same time. Rapping if somebody runs up on them, he's going to hit them in the face. And again, describing his own death without realizing it in the next bar, rapping, don't run, because we chasing dudes. He would brag about having 10 kills again, and the penultimate track, Should Have Saw It, probably my favorite song on the album apart from Ah. The beat is a booming, high-energy instrumental that transcends Chicago drill and would actually be a club banger if the lyrics weren't so damn violent. And in the bars, Jeff goes back-to-back with aggressive lyrics and a relentless flow, delivering line after line about his real life as a killer in Chicago, with interesting details we hadn't heard before, like one bar where he claimed his mother saw him shooting a Draco outside of his home, and more bars that seem to describe his death, chasing somebody but not being able to make it far. Other bars mocked his ops for clumsily slipping over on drills, which is ironically exactly what his friend Q50 did in the footage of the shooting where Jeff lost his life. And a bar that's so eerily similar to how Jeff died, it feels like he wrote it from after death, rapping, I would have ran inside his home if my gun ain't click. This song was hard as nails, and setting aside the fact that ironically, all the things Jeff said he did to his ops actually ended up happening to him on camera, he really painted a vivid picture of being a hopeless shooter in the streets of Chicago, dishing out pain and living a life that can sadly only end one way. There was one particularly insightful comment on this track saying, damn Lil Jeff, I've seen this story play out so many times. I'm only 24 in Cali. Dude had a great energy about him. The laugh, charisma, and ability to comprehend certain things. Clearly his street cred preceded him. He didn't need to frontline anymore, but I believe his soul was in a lot of resistance to anything good after feeling the world let him down. You're saying my future not looking bright? He seemed disappointed when he said that, and seemed like someone who feels things. Perhaps he just said F it when things didn't go as planned in life like some of us do, but the older generations, even my age, have a responsibility to drop game when we see anybody like him around us. We might save a life, we might not, but how can we live any longer just standing by? At least you can say you tried. Stay pre.
Exactly. That's exactly why I do what I do. Because if I can save one life, nigga, that make all the videos, all the hours I sat on live, all the times I talk, that's make that shit worth it. If I can save one person's life from making a YouTube video, nigga, that shit the best shit in the world, nigga. Nigga, straight up, nigga, that'll be the best accomplished. That'll be like one of the best accomplishments a nigga ever did in life, to save a nigga life off a YouTube video, just talking to a young nigga, and a young nigga just like, yeah, I ain't gonna do that shit, cause Merita, he kind of like let me know what this shit about, and I listen to his videos, and I could have went left, but I went right. Now look at me now. Ah man, that shit'll make a nigga, you know what I'm saying? That'll make me happy, my nigga. But that's exactly how I feel. Whoever put this comment up, that's exactly how I feel. And that's exactly what a nigga do, why a nigga do what a nigga do, my nigga.
The final track on the Stepping in Blood tape was the aptly titled song Draco Afterlife. Now, this is probably my least favorite song on the tape because it came with a very minimalist beat that's quite hard to listen to, but that's perhaps the point, as others have described this song as their favorite of the album. The track has a very harsh and disjointed feel that almost makes you feel like you're actually on a drill that's gone wrong. Now, maybe I'm reading too much into it. This last song on the tape seems to really give the listener a feeling of peril when a drill goes left. From the opening bar, Jeff describes catching an op and sitting them down on the floor so they can't get up no more, and ops thinking that they're tall and getting knocked down, as well as shooting ops when they go out of bounds, and saying that his ops can't catch him lacking, as well as saying that he hops out blowing and he makes his ops duck. But every time he sees an op, he jumps out shooting. And one eerie bar seems to describe how things went left for Jeff on that day. As he raps, he'll turn your smile right into a frown. And ending the song with the haunting bar, I hate my ops so effing bad, I'ma try and kill their in the next life after, and speaking on the outro, saying that he'll still be shooting his Draco in the afterlife. Now, this is where the YouTube version of the song ends, but on the Spotify version, the track continues to run with the beat just looping for another 2 minutes without Jeff rapping again. Now, I'm not sure if this is a mistake or intentional, but to me, it really works, and this haunting beat looping with silence from Jeff for an entire 2 minutes really brings you back to what it felt like was the theme of the song, with it representing the vibe of a drill gone wrong, and then the absence of Jeff for an entire 2 minutes at the end of the track. And with that last bar saying that he'll still be shooting the Draco in the afterlife just makes me feel like this is what the song is communicating. The aggressive and disjointed beat just keeps on banging away relentlessly for 2 minutes, like Jeff is in the afterlife shooting bullet after bullet at the same ops he was shooting when he was alive. Honestly, you might disagree with me, but I personally feel like Steppin' in Blood is one of the best and most important rap albums ever to emerge from Chicago. I think the tape will be analyzed for years to come, and it says so much about the mood amongst the youth in Chicago in 2024. Jeff was truly living what he rapped. And between the reporting on the killings he allegedly did and this album, which was wall-to-wall with self-snitching and self-reflection on that lifestyle, it's hard not to see this album as like the ultimate confession of a Chicago demon. He speaks so casually about the murders, and the whole thing is steeped in irony because nearly everything he said he did to the ops ultimately ended up happening to him, and on camera no less. I feel like Steppin' in Blood cemented Lil Jeff as the latest and one of the greatest poster childs of Chicago drill. It summarized the culture of modern-day Chicago murder music and represented the ultimate evolution of gangster rap. And don't get me wrong, I'm by no means condoning what Jeff did, but what I am saying is that he laid it out for the whole world to see and communicated a 1 in a million life of extreme violence with surprising eloquence. Therefore, it's no surprise then that since its release, Lil Jeff has become the latest deity of social media representing that Chicago drill culture. Perhaps one of the most interesting things to happen after Lil Jeff died wasn't necessarily in the streets, but actually was on the internet, specifically on Reddit, where most of the rabid fans of Chicago drill treat the gang wars like they're professional sports. Jeff's death and the rumors of him possibly having been a more prolific killer than King Von with 10 or 11 bodies to his name quickly made Lil Jeff a darling amongst the Chiracology community, the original and by far the biggest and most buzzing Reddit community covering the Chicago gang wars and drill community. People would claim that Chiracology had finally found a new King Von, Lil Jeff, as comments would say the sub was now in shambles after the death of their #1 draft pick prospect in the 2024 gang wars, and that people had only got interested in him now that he was no longer here. One post would pop up 4 days after Lil Jeff's death with a montage of his happy moments and a caption reading, "I literally have no idea why Lil Jeff's death hit so hard. Like, I can't even explain it. Dude's personality was just top tier. I wanted this dude to just make it and leave the BS alone. Looking at his parents, he didn't even have a chance at life from the start. RIP Jeff Hardy, Jeff Dom." After that, speculation would begin as a rumor spread from Street News TV saying that Jeff was actually wanted for the double murder when he lost his life, and posts praising Jeff saying a desire to avenge him could pull someone out of a coma would go viral in Chiracology too. However, despite Jeff becoming a huge topic for debate in the Chiracology subreddit, for some, they would need to take it a step further, and soon a whole new community dedicated solely to Lil Jeff alone would emerge with the name r/Lil Jeffology. Interestingly, the Lil Jeff subreddit actually was created 2 days after Lil Jeff's death on the 10th of June 2024, with the first post actually being simply a text post with his name, but soon more tributes began appearing on the barely populated message board, with the first reading, "Long live Big Bleed, they couldn't take you," and the next reading, "Long live Jeff Hardy." However, it wasn't all love, as Jeff's internet ops would begin commenting, mocking him for getting shot so many times on the ground. But that didn't stop the obsessive fans continuing to show love. Another post reading, "Bleeding for life, long live Mr. Take Your J," and soon fans would begin to take the glazing to comical levels, to the point where it would seemingly become a joke to declare your intense love for Lil Jeff. One poster shared saying that they had a hard time sleeping last night and that they felt Lil Jeff would have made King Von proud. And commenters would explain how they felt the same and they couldn't believe the people who were trashing Jeff before his death were now becoming fans. Others said they'd woken up since Jeff's death wishing it was a dream, while some commented that they had to smoke to numb the pain and that they had nearly thrown up when they heard the news. The next post would claim that Jeff left bloody footprints all across Chicago and Milwaukee and claimed that he'd be remembered forever for his actions in the streets, with fans in the comments beginning to debate on their favorite Lil Jeff songs and verses. And this is where the post began to get truly bizarre and ridiculous. Another post would then emerge titled 24 Hours Without Lil Jeff, where the original poster complained that they've suffered depression and sleepless nights because of Jeff's passing, claiming that his lyrics were like therapy to him and that he felt a deep personal connection to Jeff despite his 11 bodies and personal flaws. Now Jeff had died, he claimed there was a void to fill in his heart that he couldn't fill, and he praised the Lil Jeffology subreddit as a place where he could grieve Jeff in solidarity with other fans. But not all the comments took this seriously, and I wouldn't either, but many others praised the sentiment and made comments bigging up Jeff for his violent crimes and paying homage to his hat emojis representing kills. Others would comment absurd nicknames for Jeff, saying things like Long Live Mr. Too Slimy, aka Big Bleed, aka Jeff Hardy, aka Mr. I would have ran inside his home if my gun ain't click, aka Hefe, with his haters even clapping back in the comments to those and mocking Jeff for how he went out, saying aka Mr. I got my S pushed back and lit up 15 times because I thought they stopped making guns when they made mine. Others made more sensible comments that seemed to have truly taken the pulse of the drill community at the time, with one person saying the replies to this weird comment are even weirder. You followed Lil Jeff because of his bodies. Standing a crackhead serial killer ain't it, fam. You're disciples of death and you need Jesus. Lil Death will be forgotten by next month. However, Lil Jeff was not forgotten next month, and every day that went by, his legend would only get bigger. People referred to Lil Jeff as J-Roy in honor of King Von's nickname V-Roy that he got from his best friend and prolific O-Block shooter, T-Roy. People posted Jeff's lyrics saying V-Roy would have been proud of J-Roy, aka Jeffrey Dahmer. People vowed to snort perks in Jeff's honor. Some said they were so devastated by the loss of Jeff, they were ready to pass on themselves, and claiming that they had even dreamed of Jeff drilling them. Some compared Jeff to Michael Jackson and Tupac Shakur, marking the milestone of it being exactly 1 week since Jeff lost his life. And another saying things haven't gotten easier after a whole week, asking other Lil Jeffologists on grieving tips, and claiming that every day it was getting harder, not easier, to live without Jeff. By day 12, people were saying that they were saying bring back King Jeff in the mirror 3 times, but nothing was working. Joking aside, some people were truly devastated by the loss of Jeff, while others were simply curious as to exactly who was responsible. Funnily enough, in the days and weeks that followed Jeff's death, these rabid internet communities would not only get to work cracking the case and identifying Jeff's shooter, but also splitting into 2 factions, with Redditors picking sides and going to war with one another about who was really in the right in the situation that claimed Jeff's life. After Lil Jeff's death, eventually many comments would surface dissing the set that were allegedly responsible for taking Jeff's lives to defend themselves, with things like Trap City K becoming a regular post in Lil Jeffology. Other posts would say that they would soon be changing their name to Trap Cemetery and claiming that Trap City would be in danger forever now. Some would go as far as to say that it makes them happy every time that they see shots fired on Trap City's hood. But interestingly, it didn't take long for the users of both Chiracology and now Lil Jeffology on Reddit to produce a name of who they believe shot Jeff. According to Chiracology, who cracked the case a mere 2 days after Jeff was killed, the alleged shooter was Trap City Rob, or iTrap Rob, who had actually been arrested several times at the house where the shooter had allegedly shot Jeff from the porch. Posts would circulate within days, naming Trap City Rob as wanted and on the run, with one news article on Jeff's death confirming that the shooter was wanted by the police. On the 16th of June, Chiracology would appear to identify Trap City Rob in a fresh post just over a week after Jeff's death, with some people pointing out that in this photograph, Rob was wearing a shirt that seemingly was trolling Jeff and the situation how he lost his life. Trap City Rob would then begin to go viral on both subreddits, with numerous posts alluding to him having been Jeff's killer. Interestingly, Trap City Rob was another person who members of the Bloodhounds had once been friendly with, and throwback pictures would later circulate showing Bloodhound Vert and another man standing alongside Rob. And alleged comments on the original picture by Vert would be dissing the other man in the picture who posted it originally, a man by the name of Trey, who was actually a relative of Vert's that Jeff was even following. Vert would call them out in the comments of the picture for trolling, but it's unclear if he was dissing Trey or Rob or both of them. But he would go on to comment Goofy K. Someone called Stalk in a Bag 067 would comment something back, to which an apparent Bloodhound member would comment, drop a low so we can give your kids a Father's Day surprise they'll never forget, with Stalk in a Bag then deleting his entire Instagram account. Drewski Gang Trey, who posted the picture, also posted a story with Kayla B, King Von's sister, even though No Limit, Lamron, THF, etc. are all seemingly cool with the Bloodhound. Just days before the killing of Jeff, Vert appeared to still be liking Trey's posts, although he could well have been trolling. And Trey also had posts liked by Jeff himself all the way back in October 2023, so perhaps they were friends, or maybe frenemies. Anyway, some YouTube channels like Drill Time TV would circulate reports that no charges were being filed against Lil Jeff's shooter, but no official paperwork has circulated. However, once the internet had realized that Trap City Rob might be the main suspect, the keyboard warriors on Reddit would begin to go to work. Trap City Rob is actually a rapper as well, and after he was identified as a possible shooter in Jeff's case, a 4-year-old song of his would begin to go viral on Reddit. The track was What a Feeling, released in July 2020, didn't really get much shine at the time, but now Rob was potentially the killer of Chirac's new favorite killer rapper. Suddenly, there was a spike of interest in Rob's old song. The views would jump up by over 10,000, and the YouTube upload of his song would be flooded with comments referencing the Jeff situation. One would say that Jeff came to deliver the mail, and Unk said return to the sender, with Unk seemingly being a reference to the fact that Trap City Rob is somewhat older and probably the generation above Lil Jeff and his friends. Another comment would say Big Unk never hopped off the porch, he was camping on it. One person said you can tell this young dude is cool, but just handled his business, making a split-second decision. As I said, people on the internet were treating the gang wars like it was professional sports, with one commenter calling Rob the defensive player of the year. And they would say protect the porch at all costs. But more importantly, some people commented to say that the message behind Rob's song actually resonated with them. In one now infamous lyric, Rob would rap, "Take care of them children, buy a couple of buildings." One person seemed to suggest that Rob's outlook on life was actually the perfect antidote to Lil Jeff's demonic way of behaving, commenting, "Mad respect to Unk, let these young bulls know, learn a lesson, get your priorities straight, stack your paper and invest, don't pop pills and crash out, take care of your kids." There was some admiration for Rob amongst fans who were speculating on his role in Jeff's death on Reddit's Chiracology 2. So on June the 28th, a new Reddit community was actually started to rival Lil Jeffology and pay tribute to his killer, specifically Trap City Rob, with r/Trap City Unk Gang emerging on Reddit too, with the first post asking, "What's the status of shorts? Hope Unk okay," a reference to the shorts-wearing man in the surveillance footage who Jeff had been trying to kill at first before he lost his life. Someone would comment suggesting that Shorts didn't get hit at all because his speed stats were maxed out, and calling him Flash Unk, saying that he outrun all of Jeff's bullets. From here, people would begin posting messages of support for Rob and Unk Gang, with one post saying, "When the bloody hounds start misbehaving, call Team Unk." Other posts said, "Protect Unk at all costs," with people commenting, "Protect Rob like he protected that porch." Members begun referring to themselves as PDN, or Porch Defender Nation. People would be posting a list of Unk's accomplishments in 2024 so far, saying that he's got fans worldwide, his ops are neutralized, his porch is protected, and making reference to his lyrics. But things were actually a little deeper than just Lil Jeff haters showering respect on his alleged killer. The next post asked the followers, "Why did you join Unk Gang?" with the comments responding being surprisingly insightful. One person said the predictable, "Well, Unk stood on business, gotta give him his flowers." Another person said, "I'm actually in Unk's age range, so I respect a man who does his job and does it well." Whilst one commenter explained, "Who else gonna hand out a lifetime of whipping on these 20-year-old demons who are out here killing dudes for Instagram fame?" Now, I thought this was an interesting comment because it gets to the heart of the generational divide of gangsters and trappers. Rob is a little bit older than Jeff, and it seems that his attitude and outlook, at least from his music and interviews, is that he's much more mature and focused on making money and taking care of the people around him. That's a stark contrast to the energy that Lil Jeff was putting out in his music and on social media, bragging about committing 11 murders.
Yeah, I gotta keep it real, dog. If you listen, go listen to Trap City Rob's interviews. He does sound very humble. He does. He even say he wish it wouldn't have happened like that. You know what I'm saying? All he did was defend his block. Jeff and them came over there with the bullshit. Ran the house that man ran into, that Jeff was trying to run him down into. That was Trap City Rob's grandmother's house. You know what I'm saying? Like, so what he was supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, what he was supposed to do? So, you know, he ain't out here trolling. You know, he said one or two little things or whatever. You know, 'cause people were coming at him, but he wasn't out here trolling. What's up? Shout out to Good Morning Yellow Diamond, my Dominican sister. He wasn't out here trolling or nothing like that, my nigga. You know, after the man did kill, after he, you know what I'm saying, did what happened. You know, whatever happened. You know, he was just, just speaking on it. You know what I'm saying? If you listen to him talk, bro, I'm telling you, Trap City Rob, he sound like a respectable, mature dude. And the way he talked about it in like a mature way. You know what I'm saying? Real shit.
lives of school children, endangering innocent people, and disrespecting the dead for views and attention online. That's not the only reason he did it, but you can't say that Jeff wasn't enjoying the clout. Trap City Unk Gang subreddit kind of represented the polar opposite attitude to some of the more deranged murder celebrations seen on Lil Jeffology, or occasionally the wider Chiracology. The Trap City Unk Gang sub would post Rob writing on Facebook how doing a rough 4 months in jail and only getting one phone call a week really changed him. Rob would say that he spent his time praying and reading and focusing, and that he never wants to do time like that again, with all the comments full of messages of support. He would also make a socially conscious post where he explained that he feels that a lot of young black men's conflict skills are drastically underdeveloped, and that a lot of disagreements end up being fights or shootouts, and he thinks the youth should try and talk it out and articulate their thoughts and feelings better, going on to say that black on black violence is really just a distraction from the systemic injustices that their community face, going on to call out drill music and calling it the commercialization of murder, and encouraging people to use their heads and think more. Funnily enough, the divide...
Now y'all just saw that. Did y'all just hear what Rob put on social media? You see how Rob talk about shit? You know what I'm saying? You see how Rob like talk about shit? That's why I say, man, shout out to Rob, man. He, in my opinion, Rob didn't do nothing wrong, in my opinion.
Between Lil Jeffology and Trap City Unk Gang would spill into the wider Chiracology community and end up becoming a full-blown beef, as Unk Gang members claimed that they were being blackballed and suppressed by the moderators on the Lil Jeffology subreddit, telling other members to keep posting in the main Chiracology subreddit to push the Unk Gang agenda. Redditors showing support for Unk Gang on Chiracology would ask whether fat phobia or ageism was the reason why Big Unk Rob wasn't getting his props, which attracted actual sensible comments from people who explained that they believed it was kind of the Lil Tim effect, because people are infatuated with Jeff just like Von, therefore they hate his killer. These posts were seemingly...
Nah, he didn't go to jail for unaliving. He didn't go to jail for unaliving Lil Jeff. I think he got stopped. I think he actually did go. He was questioned or whatever. But from me gathering they got a vlog. X-Man Rico did a vlog. And he went down there and he talked to Trap City Rob, OTF, whatever the nigga name is, and the other little black nigga. And we went over the video on this channel. And from what I was gathering, what they were saying, I think Rob told the police, I ain't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. I don't think Rob went in there and said, oh, it was self-defense, this and that, woo woo. I think Rob told him it wasn't me. And if you pay attention to that camera footage, you can't see who shot Lil Jeff. No, the person who shot Lil Jeff is never seen on camera. And I don't think it's no witnesses who gonna say Rob did it. And even if they did say Rob did it, Rob would definitely get self-defense. Now, he probably would have to go to jail for the gun charge, you know what I'm saying, or something like that, because I do think Rob is a felon. But I think Rob, from listening to what Rob and them was saying on that vlog, I think Rob told the police that he ain't do it. He don't know what happened. It wasn't him. And I don't think they had no proof to say Rob did it. And I think that's why it went like that. You know what I'm saying? Because on that vlog they were saying, oh man, shit, you can't even see who killed Lil Jeff. We don't know who killed Lil Jeff. But if you listen to him a little bit later on in that vlog, he said, man, I wish none of that shit wouldn't have ever happened. You know what I mean? Like he insinuate he did it, but I think he told the police that he didn't do it.
Removed by mods from Chiracology, with one post suggesting
that... Shout out to Kenny Press, though. Where you been at, my nigga? You been ducked off, my nigga. Lil Jeff was trying to run to his house. I really feel Jeff would have unalived guy and whoever else in that house that day. For real. That's why I don't feel like bro did nothing wrong.
Gang trolling funny, despite still removing it. And then, days later, Lil Jeffologists would accuse Chiracology of having a bias towards Rob and Unk Gang. Now, as bizarre as it is to think that this real gang war and Lil Jeff's death sparked an entire internet gang war on Reddit, this is what drill is in 2024. And perhaps what was really happening is the more conscious and positive message that Trap City Rob was spreading was genuinely resonating with the wider Chiracology community, as it seemed that at this point, drill fans were truly tired of the constant violence and losses of their favorite demonic rappers. And ironically, after going viral on Reddit, Trap City Rob would appear on the X-Man Rico YouTube channel in Block to Block episode 20 for an interview alongside Tero and OTF Black, where they actually address Reddit's discussion.
This the vlog that I was talking about. If y'all get a chance, it's on X-Man Rico's page. Y'all should go check it out. I'm telling you, it's very informative. You'll like Trap City Rob. I'm telling you, like, he ain't no he a humble guy. He's an older guy, so he ain't on all that other shit. Like I'm telling you, he really didn't want to have to do that. It just them boys ran down, so he handled business. They call him the defensive player of the year. And I feel the same way. Like, what the fuck else was he supposed to do? He saved that nigga life. That nigga that Bloodhound Lil Jeff was running after, Rob saved that nigga life because Jeff was on his heels.
Of his possible involvement in the death of Lil Jeff. An interview which was notably filmed standing on a porch. An interview which Rob opened by denying that he was the killer of Lil Jeff.
See?
I don't even think you need no introduction at this point, my boy.
I do, man.
Okay, for sure.
Not me, man. Ain't nobody ever see this man face. Like, I don't know how they did what they did, but it ain't one of them.
Now, this interview had some surprisingly inspiring moments, like when OTF Black said that there's nothing wrong with working an honest 9-to-5 job and that he's been working since getting out of prison.
Yeah, I'm going to speak on it. I can speak on it. I just got the Fed. As soon as I came home from the Fed, I went straight to Amazon, got a job. I worked in that 2 years. I only been home 3.
He connect
on
he
my
got
soul. I'm in
For
it,
sure.
working.
Rob would actually say that he feels like drill culture hurt the streets of out west Chicago.
With all us being from Chicago, and that's why I was asking your age to see around how old you was when the drill era came. When that hit Chicago, do you think it teed the city up?
Yeah.
See, I was a shorty. I always been outside.
He'd also later say that when it comes to drill, he likes the energy of the songs, but not the killing.
I like the energy, man. I don't like the killing, but I like the energy. That's all I can say.
At this point, the interviewer says that he's...
See, if you look at Rob's mouth, it look like Rob missing teeth, y'all. I'm telling you, I could be wrong, but it look like he missing teeth and all.
They're so mature with their answers, proceeding to ask where they think that the violence can stop in Chicago.
Hey, man, y'all talking some grown men. Ain't nothing wrong with jobs. Y'all don't like the killing. So I can ask y'all this question, because I always think this just start with gangbangers, man. How y'all think this violence could even slow down?
They would respond by saying that they remember the days before the violence, popularized by drill music, and that they had lived in the streets of Chicago since before people said they were smoking hookah.
I ain't gonna lie, we can really say we started this era when it comes to this shit over here, because I've been through it all. Myself, I'm 36. I done been through the whole hood.
all that.
Rob would say that he's been a rapper from the streets, but he's socially conscious and would never chase and promote the violence.
Pain. Chase that drill rapper shit, bro.
Okay.
Conscious, bro. Like, I'm in my environment, but I understand the overall. You know what I'm saying?
Rob would later say in part 2 that he feels black men in America struggle with emotional intelligence and mental health issues due to the trauma of the streets.
It's something I've been noticing, bro. A lot of got different issues with themselves that they think is normal because we didn't grew up with it. Like PTSD, anxiety, anger issues.
Listen, man, the black man is very underdeveloped and undereducated in America.
Ooh, not me?
No, just listen, bro. When it comes to emotional intelligence, reasoning, and people getting shot over shoes, and that's not being emotionally intelligent. It's traumatizing, though, bro. You deal with it. You choose to deal with it. This is the life we put ourselves in.
Rob would elaborate, saying that he's conscious to the plot against his people through violent drill music and that he doesn't plan to fall victim to it.
It's a plot against us, bro. We fall into it, but I'm not gonna fall victim, though.
That was strong. Like,
that was. Man, Rob talking that grown man. Man, Rob, bro.
Black and Tero would then bring up the post from
And this is after he killed Bloodhound Lil Jeff, allegedly.
Apology, where people in Trap City Unk Gang subreddit suggested that Rob should run for president, creating a meme that put his face on the iconic picture of Malcolm X, with them breaking into laughter and finally acknowledging that they do indeed read the content posted in the Trap City Unk Gang subreddit, and with Rob going... And with Rob going on to say that he's now getting recognized in public.
they say they got him at the mouth.
Yeah, y'all seen that picture? Hey, they crazy on Reddit, folks.
They protect the trap at all costs.
You gotta go down Reddit and just type in "I Trap Rob."
My kids, like, this is crazy, gang. Everywhere I go, like, damn, I can't even go nowhere. Man, I see how this Reddit be crazy.
Now, the interviewer would ask him what he thinks of his newfound fame, what he thought of being named Defensive Player of the Year by Reddit, with a noticeable cut in the video, meaning Rob probably said something that initially he regretted. But ultimately, what was left in the video saw him go on to explain that he didn't chase the clout and that he doesn't like Redditors.
They say he's the Defensive Player of the Year, bro. But on some serious shit.
Nah, it ain't like that.
It ain't that. But is that something you could talk about in the club? Since I see, because you got a whole...
Chase that shit. I don't even like it, so I don't need no... Internet crazy.
OTF Black would say that Reddit likes to put bodies on people and that they once put one on him, seemingly a reference to an IG story that Black had posted some time ago telling people if they want their respect, they should get their bodies up, with commenters on Reddit saying this was self-snitching and speculating that he may have been referring to his involvement in the FBG cash murder, with Black essentially denying this in this interview.
Yeah. Yeah, they got you on Reddit teed up.
There was one crazy moment where Rob was asked if he's on Reddit reading stuff about himself, with Rob just calmly nodding and smiling.
You their favorite person on there. Do you be going on there reading it about yourself?
Rob would go on to seemingly reference a post from the Reddit, which was an image from Google Street View of the house that looked like where this all happened, with the title Unk Manor, with Rob actually revealing in the interview that this was really his grandmother's house and that he's worried it made her a target.
That is my grandma's house, though.
Y'all in danger after everything. Y'all names being put out there like that. This hood, like that house. You said that's your grandma's house. That's plastered all over the internet, bro. People looking that address up, riding past.
Real shit, though. It's the internet, bro. The internet. Look, outside. You know,
Rob would ultimately tell Redditors to stop trolling, with Black saying that people actually get killed for trolling.
That's the old play about that trolling.
Could you speak on that a little bit? Yeah.
Stop trolling.
Stop trolling.
Rob even said that he wanted to run for mayor of Chicago in part 2 when he was asked if he was planning on staying in the city.
Y'all gonna be here for the rest of y'all lives? Y'all finna skedaddle?
I'll be the mayor of Chicago, man. I'm gonna be the mayor.
Skedaddle.
That Malcolm X just made me. I'm doing even more, bro.
You talking that?
That's the real thing
They
about
need to let me be the mayor of the city.
It's about
it is what it is right now. I'm gonna be the mayor in like the next 5 to 2 years.
So you always want to be in politics, or that's just new?
I want to be in politics.
For real? Oh, that's where I was here.
Now, joking aside, somebody who's actually been in the streets of Chicago and the correctional system may well end up being quite good at changing things for the better if they became the mayor. But anyway, something people commented on from this interview was just how much looking around that they were doing to make sure that nobody was approaching them while standing on the porch, with Reddit later circulating a meme that had pasted all 3 of their heads on a carrier strike group, with Rob even posting this meme to his own Instagram page with a laughing emoji. It seemed...
That's one thing I'll say about a lot of the boys, a lot of the videos I see from people from the rack, they all be looking like that. They all stay looking around, no matter where they at. Y'all remember that famous video of Lil Durk riding through Atlanta with Lil Baby in the drop top, and Durk looked like he was scared than a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like I think they be trained, you know what I'm saying, to do that because it could go down any time, bro. Like that's crazy to have to walk around like that. Like I ain't gonna even lie to you. I don't, and where I'm from, we don't have to walk around like that. I swear, I don't. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it twisted. I always got my head on the swivel, but I don't have to walk around like that. Like,
perhaps City Rob was actually one of the few people in the streets of Chicago with a genuinely positive and progressive message on the state of the gang wars. And this was noticed in the comments that praised Rob for a positive approach and not dissing anyone. However, unfortunately, just because some positivity is being spread doesn't mean the war is slowing down. In fact, exactly a month after Jeff's death, one of his closest friends and frequent collaborator, Lil Scoom, was reportedly killed too, shot dead and left in the streets, with broken-hearted chiracologists pointing out that now, out of the big 4 people in their friendship group, Lil Jeff, U50, Vert, and Lil Scoom, only 2 remained alive.
Breaking overnight, one person is dead after a shooting on the city's west side.
Police say a man was sitting in a rideshare vehicle. You see 8 bullet holes on the rear right passenger window and 1 major hole on the door. So far, no one has been arrested.
Meanwhile, a local anti-violence advocate, Pastor Corey Brooks, says it was his administrative assistant's son who was killed here last night. He says the pain they feel right now is indescribable and asking people to pray for the family.
Teens made it only steps away from the front door of their school. Bullets shattered the glass and sent people inside nearby businesses ducking for cover. The mother of Montario Williams tells CBS 2, Montario and Robert were good friends. Montario was looking to graduate, hoping to attend a trade school. His mom thinks he may have gotten into carpentry. She says, "What?"
Man, look, you see all that bullshit they be saying about these kids when these kids be motherfucking dying, but we see the videos of these kids toting guns, these kids robbing, these kids trolling, these kids got bodies, all type of shit. And I forgot They said that I forgot which one of these kids, but one of these kids claimed body. They claim to have a couple bodies too. So that's what I'm saying. Like this shit pissed. I mean, I get it. They what they supposed to do, paint them as monsters, the monsters that they really are. But at the end of the day, like when they die, they always somebody angelic or all these. No, man, these motherfuckers is dangerous. These motherfuckers are demons. You know what I'm saying? Like real shit. Like, but it is what it is. But I'm just saying, I just be seeing hypocrisy when these motherfuckers be getting killed and shit. And then when they had the funerals and the people be talking about them, oh yeah, he worked at such and such. That motherfucker ain't work. Oh yeah, he was going to go to this school. That motherfucker ain't go to no school. That motherfucker right out there selling dope, robbing, shooting, killing, doing all the shit that he ain't supposed to be doing. Let's call a spade a spade.
Happened is surreal. That her son was just trying to survive the streets.
This is 17-year-old Montario Williams and 16-year-old Robert Boston. Their lives cut short.
Two Innovation's high school classmates were shot dead in the Loop near Washington and Wabash Friday afternoon, just as it was getting out for lunchtime.
It's another violent weekend in Chicago with nearly 50 people shot as of this morning, including several teenagers.
And all of this over the first full weekend of summer break for Chicago public schools.
The numbers are frankly hard to hear. 18 of those shootings happened just overnight. 49 people shot, 9 of them dead. And of those 49, we now know 8 of them are under the age of 18.
Mayor calling on more help, he says, from the federal government in terms of funding, but also making a plea to the community to turn perpetrators in so they can be held accountable.
We need to do things differently. This is terrible. This is unacceptable. But then the same thing keeps happening. So there is no magic potion to cure violence in the city of Chicago.
How many of you guys have been exposed to some type of violence in this neighborhood? Jeremiah was the youngest. He told me about the loss of his father.
He got shot when he was going to a store.
How many more people have you lost to gun violence since the last time we spoke?
I said at least about 20.
20?
I couldn't tell you.
You couldn't tell me.
I think Chicago has been labeled helpless by the nation.
The violence here has robbed them of a childhood free of tragedy, a cycle that has continued into adulthood.
Damn, so them kids was the little kids, and then they asked them about it when they was kids, and then they came back years later and asked them how much violence they had saw since then. Damn, that's crazy.
When I made my video, King Von, Rap's first serial killer, I truly couldn't have imagined anyone ever topping just how crazy and twisted Von's story was. I felt like Von was a one-of-a-kind, especially when you consider just how allegedly deadly he was in the streets, combined with the fact that he was truly a talented rapper on the mic, with storytelling skills that were genuinely top tier when it comes to the craft of gangster rap. But the more I learned about Lil Jeff, his story, and his music, in many ways, he actually tops the King Von story. I'm by no means saying that Lil Jeff was a better rapper, or even a more prolific gangster than King Von, but what I am saying is that he appeared to embody the exact same principles as King Von did, and arguably, in some ways, he even took things a few steps further. Jeff himself was clearly obsessed with the violent gangster rappers who claimed to have bodies like King Von and NBA Youngboy. And again, I'm not saying that Jeff is anywhere near as good as rapping and storytelling on the mic as Von, but Jeff's music, mindset, and artistry actually say a lot about the state of Chicago drill music in 2024. Stepping in Blood is one of the greatest Chicago drill full-length projects ever released. And that's not because Jeff is an amazing rapper, or because it has the best production attributed to a Chicago drill project, but because the project, the beats, and the subject matter perfectly encapsulate exactly what's going on in the minds of Chicago's youth.
Now I'm gonna say this: people are going to go listen to Stepping in Blood because Trap Lord Ross did endorse it. I never listened to it. I'm gonna go check it out because Trap Lord Ross endorsed it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just highlighting that, showing y'all that these documentaries do help all the way around. They help the estate, the family of the person. Because they dead now, y'all. They gone. He dead. So, you know, I don't have no problem with the family making money off of the person after they dead. They gone. So just like Tupac mama was able to cash in after Tupac passed, I feel like Duck mama should be able to cash in after he gone. I feel like all of the families after these people are gone, should be able to cash in off of whichever way they can. You know what I'm saying? They gone now. The violence is ended when it comes to that particular person. So if you guys are enamored that much about the story, why can't they make money off of it? As far as like get documentaries, make documentaries and make money off of it, or maybe movie deals, or maybe album sales or something like that. It's going to the mamas, it's going to the kids, it's going to the family. So I'm cool with that all the way around. So even Julio Fulio mama, I'm cool with that all the way around. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't feel like there's nothing wrong with that person at all.
In 2024. Set aside the fact that Jeff killed people, he experimented with drill music and created something totally unique. He took the leaned out rap style of later Chief Keef and brought it into the modern era. He combined the wavy and lazy flows of a mumble rapper with the demonic and gritty.
Shout out to you, Yellow Diamond. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. That was kind of you to say on this beautiful Sunday morning. Like, you put a smile on my face, Yellow Diamond. I ain't gonna even tell you no lie. I ain't been really in the mood, in the vibe lately. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna lie. I appreciate you for that one right there. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, sister.
And real true crime backstory of someone like King Von. Jeff is like the mumble rap King Von, the Zan Von, if you will. He paints a dark picture of the life he's living as a killer in Chicago at this point in his life. He explains the mindset of him and his crew, sliding every day, desperate to kill their enemies, take their watches, and mock them mercilessly for the whole world to see. Jeff celebrates real-life murders and violence with the same kind of glee a teenage Fortnite player would exhibit after killing.
You say I don't think Trout Lord Ross gives these people any money for them using their names. He don't have to. It's fair use. That just like when I make a video on anybody. Like he don't like that's not how this help goes. This help goes from promotion. He got 1.2 million subscribers on this page right here. Not counting whatever else he got going on his Patreon and all of that. By him promoting them, it's helping them. Other than like, okay, case in point, when he made that King Von documentary, that shit went viral, right? Viral. By him making that video on King Von, it helped keep King Von's story alive. It helped keep King Von memory alive. And it also put King Von's story in the front of more people. Yeah, we know about King Von, but who knows if some white executives somewhere in Europe knew about King Von? Well, they might know now because Trap Lord Ross is a white guy who did a documentary on King Von. So where that could matriculate and help the family is when it comes time to do movies and things of this nature. This might be one of the things that help this happen, because it keeps the memory of that person alive. It keeps the story alive to make somebody say, this is a story that we should do. We probably should do this movie. We probably should make this documentary. Just like Griselda Blanco. I seen her son go on Vlad TV. He talked about it. He said the first Cocaine Cowboys DVD, they didn't get a dime for. He said he was going to put a cease and desist on the guy who made the first Cocaine Cowboys documentary. He said, but he had got a contact with some people out in the movie business, and they told him don't do it. And he said, his mama wanted him to do it. Griselda Blanco was alive at the time, and she wanted him to do it. He stopped. He said, nope, we're not gonna do it. We're gonna let them put the documentary out. They put the documentary out and it blew up. Cocaine Cowboys blew up. Everybody knew who Griselda Blanco was from that. After that, he went and he sold life rights, made movies, made documentaries and miniseries. That's how you get the Griselda Blanco, the Griselda Netflix movie. That's how you got it. You got it because the popularity of Griselda Blanco had got so big from the DVD of the Cocaine Cowboy that they didn't get a dime off of her. dime off of it. But on the back end, they was able to get a Netflix motherfucking movie off of it that was highly successful. He said Griselda Blanco and him was living off of their life rights up until his mama died. He said we was living a good life. He said my mama died living a good life off of her life rights. See what I'm saying? Off of the people telling stories about her life. The many people did documentaries and they would license out the what's the name so that the people could do documentaries and the people getting them a bag on that. Like that's what I'm saying. Like the best thing can happen for King Von right now is that somebody keep his name alive so that some of these movie companies or these producers will feel like doing movies and documentaries on his life. And that way his mama and his kids can eat off of that. He gone now, he dead now. And that's what Troutlaw Ross is doing. In that case, all of us, whoever made a video about Bloodhound Lil Jeff, the news, anybody, because the news, they make money off of you too. That when they tell that, oh, such and such died here and there, you tuning in to the news, they get ratings off of that. You tuning in because you want to hear the story. So the news companies, how you think the news make money? They make money off of these situations. So in that case, anybody who ever made a video on any of these people should pay them. No, that's not how it works. They getting paid in promotion. They living forever because we keep talking about them. The worst thing can happen for these people and their families after they die is that we stop talking about them. If we stop talking about them, then they're forgotten about. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying Troutlaw Ross does. And if you just see, Troutlaw Ross just went through the whole Bloodhound Lil Jeff album. And he promoted that. He told everybody that this is one of the best albums ever made in Chicago drill culture. Now, is it? I don't know. But I know that him saying that is going to make me go listen to it. And by me going to listen to it, that's going to generate revenue for Bloodhound Lil Jeff label or whoever is got something to control of his estate. Wherever the money going from his album sales or views or all of that, whatever, that's who it's going to benefit. Hopefully it go towards his family. So that's how Troutlaw Ross is helping. You know what I'm saying? But he don't got to pay them. He don't got to pay them because he did a documentary on them. Shit, hell no. He helping. Those people know it's he better not let Lil Meech play King. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I agree, Yellow Diamond, it's the truth. That's what I'm saying. Like, he helped King Von. Swear to God, like, you know, he a historian. Like, I'm telling you, don't listen. Let me tell you some real shit. When I used to rap, part of the reason I rap is because when I rap, it makes you immortal. Part of the reason why I do this and vlogging and shit like that, it makes you immortal. And I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. I got rap videos, right? My kids, my grandkids, my great grandkids, they'll forever be able to see me. They'll forever see me moving. They'll forever get to see me talking, whatever. I got songs. I got 2 albums that I dropped solo. They on social media. They on motherfucking iTunes and all that shit. They'll forever be able to hear me talk. I got 700, almost 800 videos that I done did on this channel. They'll forever be able to see me. They'll be able to see me laugh. They'll forever see me crack jokes. They'll forever to hear how I feel about certain situations that was happening during that time. My grandkids will be able to come back and look at their granddaddy after I'm dead and gone. And they'll be able to say, oh, this is my granddaddy. This the type of person my granddaddy was. This the type of stuff that my granddaddy talked about. You see? You see? It makes your memory, it makes you live long. It makes you live long after you have passed. You know what I'm saying? Like I know a lot of people that they didn't take no pictures or they didn't do no videos or none of themselves. we don't even remember how their voice sound. We can hear it in our head, but we don't got it recorded down or nothing. You see what I'm saying? That's what all of this stuff helps. It helps you be immortal. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have, my mama passed. I don't have not one audio of her voice. I can hear her voice in my head, but I don't have no audio of her voice. You see what I'm saying? Like, so my advice to you is, or anybody, you know, I know people that don't like to take pictures. I know people that don't like to be recorded or nothing. Fuck all that. I'm gonna tell you right now, record everything. Record everything. Take as many pictures. Talk on camera. Express yourself on camera as much as you possibly can, because one day you're not gonna be here. You know what I'm saying? And that shit gonna live on after you gone. And your family, the people, the generations that come after you who didn't get to meet you or whatever, they can hear you talk and they can know how you feel. That's why I love to express how I feel on blogs, on video, or whatever, because my children, my grandchildren, nigga, they got, especially depending how long I keep doing this shit or how long I live, nigga, they might have thousands of videos of their granddaddy, and they can listen to me and they'll be able to get a great picture of who I was. Like I got granddaddies on my mom and them side. I never met them. They was dead before I was born. I don't know who the fuck them niggas was. I don't know how they talk. I don't know how they mind was or nothing. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I be taking full advantage of this opportunity, what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? So that I'm looking toward the future. I'm looking at when I'm not here no more, that people can come back and listen. Y'all, some of y'all gonna outlive me. Let's just keep it real. Some of y'all gonna outlive me. You know what I'm saying? And y'all can come back and listen to this shit and listen to some of the shit that I said and some of the positive shit, advice that I put out. You know what I'm saying? Or when I had conversations with y'all and shit like that. There, I see the bigger picture. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I just want my memory to live on long after I'm gone. So when I see Troutler Ross helping these young men's memory live on, even though they wasn't good people, let's just keep it real. I appreciate it because I know it's beneficial for their memory, and it's beneficial for the families. And people got mad that he said King Von was a serial killer, but it was the truth, dog. By definition, he was a serial killer, and King Von would have been happier than a motherfucker that Troutler Ross did that documentary on him after he did, because that's what King Von wanted to be remembered as. What Troutler Ross immortalized him as, a gangster, you know what I'm saying, a stepper, a demon. That's what King Von wanted to be remembered as. He knew exactly what he was doing. King Von knew exactly what he was doing. He was putting a legacy out there. His legacy, the legacy that Troutler Ross put up there painted, is the legacy that King Von wanted us to remember him and know him as. So I just didn't understand why people was like, oh, why you calling folks this? And nigga, that's what he wanted. You can't tell me King Von ain't dead looking at Troutler Ross like, damn, he did that shit. I appreciate that shit. Know what I'm saying? Because right now, as of now, the King Von documentary, Troutler Ross King Von documentary, go down in history right now. That's the number one documentary that ever hit YouTube. Real shit. Like from the drill culture, from all of that shit. Yeah, that's the best one. So salute to that nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's just sad that them people, you know, had to be living that type of lifestyle and they had to die so soon. You know what I'm saying? That's the fucked up part about it. But shit, they dead now. Let their mom and dad and them, what they mom and dad and their kids make some money off that shit. Live off that shit. What up, T-Dub? What you're saying is true. However, I wasn't speaking on them ninjas. That was my reply to you. Oh, thank you. Oh, my bad. My bad. My bad. Shout out to Nate said it. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. My bad. My bad, Yellow Diamond. Thank you. Rap is a style of musical poetry. At time you put your art out there, It's a form of expression, expression from your soul, things that come through your emotions and creative intelligence. Exactly. 100%. 100%. I 100% agree with that. I 100% agree with that. That's exactly what it is. And that's exactly how I felt about it when I was doing it. You know, I always rapped about shit that I actually was going through, you know, or doing or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I 100% agree with that. But I do understand other people's opinions on shit. I was just trying to share my opinion on it. Everybody's opinion is welcome. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? I was just trying to share what I think. Like I look at Trap Lord Ross different than Adam 22. I definitely 100% feel like Adam 22 is a culture vulture. You know what I mean? But I look at Trap Lord Ross different. You know what I'm saying? I think Trap Lord Ross is adding to the culture. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Trap Lord Ross is in it for solely monetary gains. I done heard Trap Lord Ross talk. If y'all don't remember that Trap Lord Ross, he wanted to be a rapper. Trap Lord Ross used to rap. Y'all don't like a lot of people don't know that Trap Lord Ross used to rap, but he wasn't good at it, so he gave it up and he decided to do this. So he was already infatuated by the culture, and he always let that be known. You know what I mean? Like he let that be known that he's a fan of the culture, and I appreciate the way he come at it. He don't come at it like he come in it humbly. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you another thing. I done seen him on panels where people been attacking him for that, like rappers and shit. And I swear to God, every time Trap Lord Ross body their ass, every time they come at him any kind of way about what he doing, they body him. He bodies them every time. He's very articulate. He knows exactly how to speak, and his actions line up with his words. But I'm gonna tell you what it really be. What it really be is people just do that shit to that man because he white, bro. That's really they just really is bullying. That's really all it is. Because King Von could get in his song and say, "Oh, I killed this amount of people. I killed this person. I killed that person. I did this. I did that." But soon as that man made a documentary on it, then it's a problem. What? Have you niggas been listening to Von? Like this would Vaughn would love Trap Lord Ross. Like real shit. Like real shit. Like I'm talking about after he did. Now he probably wouldn't be while he alive. It might be a look, you know what I mean? Because he could go to jail. But after he died, man, Vaughn up that bitch happy than a motherfucker right now. Shit. V-Roy happy than a bitch. He up that bitch talking about, he up that bitch talking about Folder. You see that shit, Folder? Nigga, I got a documentary, nigga. T-Roy, you ain't got no documentary, nigga. Nigga, I got a documentary, nigga. Know what I'm talking about? That's all niggas be wanting, bro. Let me tell you something, bro. Let me break this shit down to y'all as men, as mortals, as bro. None of us want to die, y'all. None of us want to die. None of us believe we're gonna die. We know we're gonna die, but we don't believe it. We all think we're gonna be the last motherfucker here until it's that day when it's that day to go home or God call us home. But we don't want to die. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying some people ain't afraid to die, but nobody wants to die. Nobody wants to get taken away from all their loved ones, not seeing their kids no more, not seeing their mama no more. We don't want to lose nobody, and we don't want to die. But the truth of the story is that we're all gonna die. The truth of the matter is your kids gonna die one way or the other. Your mama gonna die, your daddy gonna die. Everybody, your auntie, your husband, your wife, everybody gonna die. And your ass gonna die. So what we try to do, though some of us try to do in order to counteract that, is we try to make our mark here on this earth as big as we can so that when we gone, our memory can live on. I'm gonna tell you what's really going on here, y'all. That's what we're really trying to do. That's why LeBron James will play for 20 years. He could have been retired, but he know that he only got a time in his life. He only got a time in his life where he can play basketball. So why not do it as long as he can? Because he's he got more days behind him than in front of him. That's why Tom Brady kept playing so long. Because once you only got a short amount of time to do it, and then once you're done, go and make your mark. Go and make your mark on that, so people can remember you for that. Because once you're gone, it's over with. That's what a lot of us do. Everybody want to be great at something, or they should, but most people do. Why? So they can be remembered. Since once we came to the realization, or once we come to the grips and understanding that we gonna pass, there's nothing we can do about it. The next thing we do is to try to make our memory. That's what I'm doing every time I get on this live and I talk to y'all. It's a memory. I'm making a memory, and it's recorded. It's on wax. It's on here. And we know how the internet goes. As soon as somebody passed, they go to looking at all the shit. They go to looking at their social media. They go to looking at their YouTube. They go to looking at their Instagram. So that's what's gonna happen here. When Merita boy is no longer here no more, everybody gonna come and listen to me. Those of y'all who I talk to, those of y'all who done been on the platform with me. Y'all gonna come and listen to this motherfucker. Y'all gonna remember when I had y'all up on the panel and we was talking or debating about a certain situation or something like that. Though. You see? I done thought all the way to the end, y'all. All the way to the end. That's why I talk like I talk. That's why I try to, share my thoughts, and that's why I be honest like I be honest. Because when I die, let me tell you something. When I go to funerals and I see my homies up in the casket, the number one thing that I used to think about, and I think about this every fucking time. Matter of fact, it ain't even my homies. It's anybody, any funeral I go to. I can't help it. But the first thing I think about is, I wonder what they thinking. I don't know if it was me, but that's the first thing I think about. And I think about it every time when I see the people that I used to know or the people that I love laying up in the casket, and I'm sitting in the church and I'm just listening to the preacher speak, and I'm just looking at their body up in the casket, and I'm thinking, I wonder what they're thinking right now. You see? So I decided I don't want nobody to ever wonder what I'm thinking. I want everybody to know how I feel about certain shit. So when I'm gone, replay these motherfucking lives, replay these videos. You know what I'm saying? And it'll paint people will get to hear exactly how I feel, exactly how I felt. Listen to my songs and shit. Those are people who, my people in my hood, they know about it. Y'all don't know about it, but they know it's on. They on the internet, they on YouTube, whatever. Listen to them shits. You'll hear how I felt about this situation or that situation, or that's why I was even starting telling my life story on that on in the lives and shit. You know what I'm saying? I just had to slow down or whatever because my daddy felt the way about the shit. But so I just paused that shit. But I'm gonna eventually tell the rest of the story or whatever. I'm just out of respect. I'm just, ease up on it. You know what I'm saying? But it's all for a reason. So when it comes to Troutler Ross with a documentary with King Von, I understand it. You know you're gonna die, so you want your memory to last. I know I do. I want my memory to last as long as it possibly can after I'm gone. Because once your memory is gone, that's when you're really gone. Once everybody who knew you or know you, once they get old or they pass on and it's nobody to tell who you were, your story, or you didn't make a big enough mark on this earth in order for people to know that you existed, that's when you really dead. I don't ever want that to happen to me. Hell no. If I gotta write a book, if I gotta fucking record myself every day and put it on YouTube or put it on some kind of platform, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what this all for. That's part of it. That's part of it. So do your best in your life to make sure a motherfucker remember you, dog. This what I'm explaining might not be for you. It might not be your vibe. You might be fine with only your family and people like that who knew you to have that of you. That's cool. That's your choice. Not me. I want as many motherfuckers to remember that I existed after I'm gone that I can. That's how I feel with it. You know what I'm saying? I got partners right now. Yeah, I feel you. I got partners right now that's dead, and we don't got no pictures of them. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't got no pictures of them. You know what I'm saying? Cause they ain't take no pictures. You know, I can't tell you what they thought about shit, cause ain't none of their thoughts recorded down. You know, not Merita. Merita leaving. This a time capsule. Goddamn it. Even right now, if you go all the way back to the beginning of my YouTube career, you can see it's chronologically what I went through at those times up to today. It tells a story. It's a time capsule. It tells a story. You see what I'm saying? If those of y'all who've been on this channel long enough been seeing the ups and downs and shit that I go through on this channel, it tells a story. It's a story. You're watching a reality series, whether we know it or not, in real time. You know what I'm saying? Really, real shit. Like when you really think about it, when you really look at it, you know, it's mine. It may not be big as others, but it's mine. Just like you might be watching, like anything that any of us go through here while we on the internet, it's chronicle. It's reality. All of it. Even the beef that go down in the Mo 3 sector amongst the shout out to this Aaron's way for the cash out. But even the beef that go down in the Mo 3 sector amongst the bloggers or whatever, that's still a reality series. It's still real life that we watching in real time. You know? These people, like these things gonna happen. These people gonna die, all type of shit. See, I just see all of that shit. Appreciate it, Aaron. Yeah. And I just realized all that shit. So when I be talking this shit, like, all right, I'm gonna tell you case in point. Like it's some of y'all that I have talked to, that I vibe with, that I talk to, and I already done told them if something happened to me, this is what I want you to do. Like I'm talking about some of y'all. Y'all know who y'all is. I ain't gonna put it out there who they is, but because if something happened, knock on wood, which I hope nothing does happen to me. But I'm saying I'm just trying to show you how far down the line I already done thought about this shit, y'all. I already done put certain people and told them like, okay, if this something happened to me, I want you to do this, because I want y'all to know. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to, be informed and shit like that there. So I already done talked to certain people, put certain people like, okay, something happened to me. I want you to make sure you get to everybody. You tell everybody, woo, 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 da, 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 like real shit. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, like, yeah. So I hope Trap Lord Ross do a documentary on me. You know what I'm saying? I would love to have a documentary on me. But yeah, I'm gonna do one on myself. But I told you I had to stop because my daddy felt the way. My daddy felt the way about some of the shit that I was saying, which was the truth. I don't feel bad for nothing I said. I told the truth, but it painted him in a light that he didn't like. And my daddy old. Like right now, my daddy old. Like my daddy like 80-some years old, and his health not that good. So I chose to stop at this point about my life story because I didn't want to cause him no grief or no hurt at this stage of his life, because he took it as though I dislike him for some of the stuff that we went through. But that's not true at all. It's not true. I swear to God, that's not true at all. But I do understand how other people may he embarrassed because some of the stuff he did he wasn't proud of, whereas I don't care. But he feels like like I did it. I did it because it bothers me, but I didn't. I look up to my dad. I got a great dad. My daddy, his good way outweigh his bad. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. Like, I love that nigga. That nigga funny, good provider, much respect. Everybody know him. Like, my life was so easy because of my daddy. A lot of shit didn't come my way because of my daddy. A lot of motherfuckers ain't fuck with me because of my daddy. A lot of people gave me respect because of my daddy. You know what I'm saying? Like, my life in the streets was probably way easier because of who my daddy was. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. So, but even though I don't agree with him with the reason why I don't agree with him as the document, the telling my life story shit, I will respect his wishes at this stage in his life because he's in the twilight of his life. You know what I'm saying? And it's just out of respect. But if that old nigga die before I go, but before I do, nigga, I'm telling the story, nigga. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna tell you, big, hey, OG, you know what I mean? Hey, as soon as you check out, nigga, I'm back to telling the motherfucking story now. You gone now, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm just telling you, OG. You know what I'm saying? I love you, daddy. But stay, hey, as soon as you know what I mean? You bite the motherfucking, you know what I mean? I'm telling the motherfucking story. I'm telling you now. I wish I had a friend like you growing up, bro. Real Lord. Hey, man, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Aaron, man. But look, y'all, you got a friend like me now. Shit, for real, nigga. Listen, I was just talking about this last night on the line, nigga. Nigga, I got people here that I met on YouTube, nigga, that I done moved people out of my life that I knew all my life. Brothers, sisters, cousins, uncles, baby mamas, all of them, nigga. I done moved them motherfuckers out. And I done put people here that I done met on YouTube in their place, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because they done showed me more how they done treated me more how a friend or somebody who care for you supposed to treat you than motherfuckers I knew all my life. And that's one thing I'm big on, nigga. I done learned because I did that shit for so long. I was loyal to a fault so long, and it cost me every time I was loyal to a fault, it cost me. And that family shit that you did, so I got to rock with you anyway. That shit cost me. And every time I gave people more chances, those same people kept doing the same shit to me. So I just decided to cut them people off. And when I cut them people off and I found people from different walks of life that I felt like treated me like a human supposed to be treated me like I would treat them. Not like you ain't got to like do everything or whatever. Just be a regular person, be a regular friend. You know, sometime to talk to. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. Somebody to lean on sometime like that. And once I started doing that, you know, I make room for God to bring those special people into my life. So I don't give a fuck if you Chinese. I don't give a fuck if you Mexican. I don't give a fuck African. I don't give a fuck what you is. If you is a good person to me, you treat me like a friend, nigga, I got a spot for you. And you could bump my sister out that bitch. You could bump my brother out. It depends on how they treat me. If you come around here and you a good friend of Merita and you treat me better than my cousin who I knew all my life, cuz fuck you. You out of here, nigga. Your ass is out of here, nigga. I swear to God, I will cut your ass off in a minute, nigga. And because you know your family is people who treat you. It's supposed to be people who treat you like family, treat you like they care for you, treat you like they think about you, worry about you. That's the type of shit that I be looking for. And I don't give a fuck what you look like, nigga. If you treat me like a person, like a friend or something, nigga, we family, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, that and I try to reciprocate that here. That's why when certain people be disappearing, I'll jump in your inbox and find you, your DM and find you. Like right now, Silk Foster Jr. been motherfucking missing for about a month now. I'm going to get him. Drake 6100. He been missing for about a month or two. I'm going to get him. Now I know where they at because I've been lurking on their social media and I see they've been posting. But I'm going to get them though. You feel what I'm saying? Shout out the Invisible Woman, Adrian. Adrian had not been on the channel for a while, so I started inquiring about her, seeing what was wrong with her, seeing, you know what I'm saying, seeing if she was okay. You know what I'm saying? I remember at one time, Nay had something going on, and one of you guys hit me up and let me know, and I hit Nay in her inbox and made sure, asked her was she okay and was she all right. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like that's just how it's gonna be over here. That's how I'm rocking. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I encourage people to comment in the chat and you know, get to know people. But I know some people be inside us in the bushes. They, you know, they don't be liking to be posting and all that shit. But you know, it's like a family over here. You feel me? Like, so even I'm gonna tell you case in point. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be 100% real with you. I don't know if she want me to divulge this, but I'm gonna go and divulge this. Just a little bit. Yesterday, 7:17 p.m. Tanel hit me up and say, "Hey, love, how you doing?" Just checking on me. You see what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm talking about. You feel what I'm saying? Like just checking on me. She hadn't seen me blog in a day or so, or maybe she got a feeling in her spirit, and she like, "Shit, let me check on Merita, see what Merita got going on. If he okay?" You know? That's all you need sometimes. You know, and that's crazy, but I promise you, I get that more from y'all than people that I knew all my life. Real shit. This is God to heaven truth, bro. So hey, man, y'all my motherfucking family. Shit, it don't take a rocket scientist. 1 2 1 plus. I ain't motherfucking what the nigga Terrence Howard. 1 times 1 don't motherfucking equal 2. But it's 1 + 1 equal 2. If they people treat me good over here, and these people ain't treat me like shit over here, I'm going over here. I'm party over here. Party over here on Merita channel. I'm hanging out with y'all. Fuck them niggas. Fuck all them niggas. All them niggas who I knew since I was a kid, who they ain't gave a damn, who I can't call right now when I'm going through shit. They're gonna laugh at you and talk behind your back and all of that, man. Fuck all them niggas. I hang out with my motherfucking internet family. Shit. And when I get this bread up, nigga, I'm finna start sliding. I'm gonna fuck with all y'all in different places. I don't know, but I ain't fucking with you though, Eddie. You got me fucked up. I ain't coming to motherfucking Memphis. I'm gonna tell you right motherfucking now. You, hey man, your ass out of gas. I ain't going to motherfucking Memphis. Now, I'm gonna go to Louisiana. I'm gonna go to Texas. I'm gonna go fuck with Silk and them out there in Texas because Silk got a podcast and I want to be a part of that because he be over here supporting this channel. I'll probably go over there and fuck with Trigger Man, you know what I'm saying, on his shit, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. But yeah, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna start moving around a little bit, you know what I'm saying, pop up on y'all, pop up on some of y'all and fuck with some of y'all in different places, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, you fucked up. Yeah, I ain't going no motherfucking. I ain't going to motherfucking Memphis. You won't get me into that shit. Hey, Yellow Diamond say I'm gonna summon your ass with the Ouija board. Do that, Yellow Diamond. Bring me motherfucking back, goddamn it. Dum dem dem bem bella. Give me the power, I beg of you. Hey, listen, Yellow Diamond. If you want to summon me up on a Ouija board and put me in a goddamn little good guy dog like Chucky, I fucks with you, dog. Do that shit, goddamn it. Hell yeah, I'm with all of that, goddamn. Summon me up, goddamn it. You know what I'm saying? Annabelle be my girlfriend. I find me a little Barbie doll to be a girlfriend, goddamn it. Shit, hell yeah, summon me back up, goddamn it. Give me the power, I beg of you. That's that real love, yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Shit, summon me back up, goddamn it. I ain't gonna hey, give me the power, I beg of you, for real. Summon me back up. Yellow Diamond said that's guilt in your daddy. They always say be careful the role that you play in people's lives because you may not like what you look at. Yep. I agree, Yellow Diamond. I agree. That's definitely what it is. I ain't want to say it like that, but I can't deny the honesty of it, of your comment. Yeah, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? And he probably had done put that shit, since I ain't never say nothing about it, you know, or he, you know, because I was young. So what the fuck? I'm finna be like, oh, you did this or you did, you know. That's another thing what happened to these children, dog. We gotta be cognizant of. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, you know, shit, we might do shit to these kids or put them in a certain situation or they grow up a certain kind of way and they never say nothing about it to us because out of respect, because we they parents, and you know they just don't want to say nothing. But it really do, they do remember these situations and things of that nature. So it just gets swept under the rug. And some of these things cause trauma in these children. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's kind of what happened, really. I think really he swept that shit on the rug and he never thought about it no more, and he forgot about it. You know how sometimes you can put shit in your mind and lock it away and never think about it, like when shit happened. I think that's what a lot of times be happening. And I think that's what happened in that situation. And I think when I was telling my life story, but I swear to God, I just was on it telling my life story. Like real shit. Like I don't have no problem about nothing. I don't blame my mama, I don't blame my daddy for nothing. Even though they probably do deserve some blame for it. But I guess that's just how I got myself to get to I think that's just how I conditioned my mind in order to be able to function in life and get through that type of shit. Like I don't with them. Now sometimes some people do shit to me, that shit pisses me off and it dwells a long time. But for some reason, I guess because I got love for my mom and my daddy, um, I never I moved past that shit. Like as soon as it happened, I moved right past it. You know what I'm saying, with them. And probably that's how a lot of kids do parents. Like, you know, you could give your child an ass whooping and they be mad at you, all type of shit, calling y'all kind of bitches and hoes in your and fuck niggas in their head. But as soon as they go to sleep or go and cool down, they right back loving you. You know, by dinner time, they right back loving you, back loving your mama or your dad or something like that. And that's probably what played a part in it too. But um I ain't never dwell on it. I don't blame them for nothing. When they probably do deserve some sort of blame. But I don't, because what's the point? What's the point? What is the point? It's the serenity prayer. God grant me the strength to change the things I can, and the wisdom, whatever the shit to change the things I can or whatever, and the wisdom to know the difference. Like I can't change none of it. So what's the point of dwelling on it? You know what I mean? That's why I was saying I was just telling my story. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? And that's how I look at it or whatever. And I'm still gonna tell my motherfucking story. I'm gonna just wait till the nigga bite the bullet. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey man, I hate to say it like that. Y'all know I make a joke out of anything. I'm not saying that I love my dad, I hope he live forever, but I'm saying the nigga 80 years old, my nigga. So he got more days behind him than he do in front of him. So I'ma just respect his wishes, even though I don't have to. I'm a grown motherfucking man. Uh I just don't want to cause him no unnecessary stress because it seemed to have bothered him a lot. And my dad is really not the type of person that show emotion. He not that type. My dad a military nigga. Like my daddy don't. My daddy don't. He don't. He don't say I love you. My daddy don't. My daddy don't hug. My daddy don't do none of that shit. My daddy like a real alpha male man type motherfucker. So when I was he never said nothing to me. I don't want to say this too. He never said nothing to me about none of this. It was just my other family members that he had said something to about this, and they said something to me. But my daddy never said nothing, so he don't know that I know he feel this way. He never said nothing to me about it at all, ever. Period. He never said nothing, but I know he feel this way because a couple people told me. So out of respect for that, I'm gonna do him. I'll do the old nigga a favor. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell my motherfucking story. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I'm telling my story because I feel like it's a story it's interesting enough to be told. It's got the ups, the downs, the sorrow, the hurt, the pain. The I can't believe this shit happened to a little kid, and then like so. And it's also when I die, my story will be told. You know, so that's another reason why I didn't want to stop telling my story, because I was like, well, who's to say I won't pass tomorrow? Knock on wood. So if I'm gonna stop telling my life story because it's making him feel away, then what if I pass tomorrow and my rest of my story don't get told? You know, like that's all it was for. It was to chronicle my life story, so that when I'm gone, like, or because I wanted to make a book too, write a book too, but you know, I was gonna go from there. You know what I'm saying? Put it on wax, then go from there, build on it, make a book. You know, see how I can, you know, see what happens. But it was really just to chronicle it in its basic form, so that my family, my children, my grandchildren, y'all, whoever can go back and listen to that shit and be like, this is Merita's life story. This what Merita went through. We know who Merita is. We know who Merita was. We know how Merita feel. We know how Merita end up here, 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 and here. Because he told us. It ain't gonna be no motherfucker telling my story after I'm gone and telling you this and telling you that, and everybody sitting here saying, oh, this happened to Merita. Merita did this, and all that shit be lies. No, the fuck. Nope. Merita gonna tell his own motherfucking story. So it'll be told the right way. Cause can't nobody tell it like me. Nobody wouldn't have told all them. Nobody wouldn't have told all of those. Nobody knew all of those things. Nobody knew those things but me, maybe my mama, maybe my daddy, like some of that. Like nobody knew some of those intimate things, those private things, you know, those stories. But me. My daddy didn't know the motherfuckers. My children don't know the motherfuckers. They know them now because they looked at the thing. But they don't know. They didn't know. My mama, dad, she probably didn't even remember all of them. So when I tell them stories and these stories about my life and the things that I went through and the way I felt and the reason why I felt this way, it's to chronicle that shit like a time capsule, so that you know. But also it's also to help y'all connect to me as well, because I realized that when I was watching bloggers, when I first started doing YouTube, my thing is that I didn't know who they were. That's the one thing that I saw missing in a lot of bloggers. And a lot of bloggers do it on purpose. Like Music 101, he keep his life private from the internet on purpose. On purpose. I choose not to do that. You know what I'm saying? Some of my life I keep private, but a large portion of my life is not private. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you why. Because y'all notice how y'all come to my channel. Do y'all notice how y'all come to my channel? Y'all really come to the channel for me. Like, it's the content. Y'all like the content or whatever. But you really come for me. You really come because of the person that I am and the way that I treat you, or the way that I treat other people, or the message that I have, or the way I convey shit. Or some people come because of the cracks and jokes. Like Deputy Eula, she like the way I crack and I joke and shit like that there. But it's for me. You feel me? Some people go to people's channels for the content. Nobody goes to Music 101 channel for him. They go because of his content. That's his choice. That's his choice. You know what I'm saying? But my choice is different. You know what I'm saying? The content comes second. You know what I'm saying? It's for us. That's why us here. That's why we talk to each other. That's why we'll talk about certain shit. That's why people here open up about certain shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I make it a place where people feel safe to talk, to share certain things. Cause let me tell you something I paid attention to. I ain't no goddamn fool. A lot of my people here, a lot of us, a lot of the Squiddy, the family, the people that come here and rock with us over and over. A lot of us got things that we going through in life. I know it, even if they don't never say it, but I know it because I know my people. Once I talk to you a couple times and get the vibe with you a little bit and listen to you, I can tell I might not never say, but I know it's I peeped the connection. And a lot of people come here because it's a place where they can fellowship with people who ain't gonna judge them, people who gonna listen to them, people like me who gonna tell you about real shit that I done went through, shit that some people might be embarrassed about telling, or some people might not have the courage to say. And when once they hear me say it, it make them feel better. It make them, because they may not want to say that they mama smoked crack or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But when I say it, and I say but I love my mama anyway, and we went through this and we went through that, it make them connect with me and it make them feel better about their situation. They're like, damn, Merita, right, man. I need to stop blaming my mama because it was an addiction that she had. It's a lot of people that listen to us, and it helps them by listening to the stories and the things that we say, and they never pop out. They never say, and they don't have to. But just listening to us talk, it helps them. I know this. Because I know my channel, I know my people. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I continue to do it. You know what I'm saying? And that's why a lot of people, the people that's here, a lot of us, we stuck here. We stuck here because we connected. Whether we want to admit it or not, whether we want to say what our private things is, you don't never have to say them. But we connected. We connected because of that. A lot of these dudes' channels, you go to their channels, they don't even know these people. They don't even know these people in the chat. They don't know. They're just a name in the chat. They're just a name that's going up and down the screen. You know what I'm saying? They don't care to connect with them, which is fine. That's on them. You know what I'm saying? But that's not me. I want to connect with the people, because in my opinion, that should have taken you way farther. That should have taken you way farther than not connecting with the people. You know what I'm saying? So whenever this shit kick off, watch, because it's gonna kick off because we're gonna stay grinding. You watch how it's gonna be a different vibe. And it's already a different vibe here because we connected. People gonna feel connected. They're gonna feel a part of something. You feel me? Like I watch people's channels, but I be want to feel a part of something. When you go to somebody's channel and you watching them, you want to feel a part of something. You want to, especially if you've been supporting them for a while. You've been watching somebody's channel for a while. Like, I don't want to be watching somebody's channel for a long time and they don't even fucking know me. I'd have been donating to the channel and sending money and a member, and they don't even know my name. They never said my name once. They never talked to me personally once. Straight up. So I connect with all my people. That's why I make sure I try to tell y'all to follow me on Instagram and DM me. I tell you what, ask what's the name of them. They follow me on Instagram. They DM me the other day. I bet you they tell you we've been talking in the DMs ever since then. You know what I'm saying? But it's also a way for me to make sure that if something's going on with you, say I ain't heard from you in a while or whatever, that I can hit you up and I can be like, Ashley, is everything okay? Or where you at or where you been. I'm telling you, I do this shit all the time. I do this shit with a lot of Kenny. I hit up all the time. When I don't see her in the chat for a while, I hit Kenny or, hey, Kenny, where you at? How you doing? Her birthday was the other day. She don't be in the chat all the time no more. She, life be life. But I hit her up. You know what I'm saying? Just like Silk Foster Jr. and Dre 6100, I'm on your ass. Watch. You're going to see them pop back up because I'm going to go check on them. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how many other bloggers do that. You know what I mean? But that's just me. That's just how I am. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we're gonna get this shit together, dog. And I ain't gonna lie, I appreciate all y'all. I really do. And when I be saying shit like from the bottom of my heart. Like I don't just be talking and like I always, you know what I mean? Like I ain't gassing nobody up. I don't do no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like ever since I got on this motherfucker, I've been me. Y'all seen it from start to finish, from the shit with Spoon to the shit with Mickey, for the shit with music, all the shit. Y'all done seen it. Y'all watched it. And I've been the same the whole time. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So it's me. But I'm gonna get out this thing. It's been 8 hours. Shout out to Carmen Tate. Shout out to Eddie. Shout out to It's Aaron's Way. I appreciate your game. Shout out to Yellow Diamond, my Dominican sister. Shout out to Nay Said It. Shout out to Flyboy Michael Fo. Shout out to Nephew for Real. Shout out to TN Bowen. Shout out to Deputy Eula. Shout out to Anonymous One. Shout out to Audio Crack 22. Shout out to SLK, Something Like Cloud TV. Yo, Inglewood. Shout out to T Dub. Shout out to Lil Kel Truth Movement. Go subscribe to this channel. Let them know Merita Boy Sunshine. Shout out to Silk Foster Jr. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel and his Instagram. Let him know Merita Boy Sunshine. Shout out to Trigger Man. Tell him, goddamn me, it's gonna be all right. Ho, go subscribe to Trigger Man TV. Tell him Merita Boy Sunshine. Shout out to Runner Mac. Go subscribe to Runner Mac channel. Gangland. Tell him Merita Boy Sunshine. Shout out to The Purge Show. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel. Tell him Merita Boy Sunshine. Shout out to Slime Life Max. Shout out to OK Sante. Shout out to Maya the Model. Shout out to Hood TV. Shout out to Richard Supreme. Shout out to Kenny Presto. That's home team right there. Shout out to the Denise. Shout out to Sweet Baby Strawberries. Shout out to Luminegro. Shout out to Raw Nature, my boy from Estonia. Shout out to who else? I be trying to remember everybody's name off my top of my head. I don't be wanting to forget nobody. I be forgetting people sometimes, but I be thinking I be pretty good at remembering people's names though. I ain't gonna even count. I done got pretty good at this shit. Shout out to Randy. Appreciate you, Randy. Shout out to KL1K. Shout out to 985J. Shout out to Silk. Mr. 36, and also shout out to Slick Puller. Shout out to Bobo Anderson. I appreciate all y'all, man. Happy Sunday. Yeah, I'll run it back later on. I will, bro. I appreciate you. I appreciate all y'all. I appreciate all y'all. Real shit. Happy Sunday. I hope that y'all have a great Sunday with y'all family, with y'all kids. Get y'all some of that good food. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy yourself. Unwind. You know what I'm saying? Get ready for work Monday. You know what I'm saying? Just relax. Sunday post a good day. You just relax, my nigga. If you're going to church, you know what I'm saying? Send a prayer up for your boy. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna say this too, y'all. I'm gonna say this before I go. Try to keep your mind thinking positive. Try to keep your mind thinking good things. And it's hard because in life you got bad things that happen to you. It's real life. Reality is really happening to you. But try your best to think good, happy things even when these bad things are happening to you. Whatever you got to think of to think happy, to make you happy, do that. Or try to do that. You know, it could be one thing. It could be a child. It could be just thinking of your children. It could be thinking of something, your mama, or anything, something that could help you to think happy, good. And it's important. It's important because a lot of what goes on in life, it can put us in a sad state of mind. And when that happens, that puts you in a low vibrational state. And it also because what you manifest, what you think of, you can manifest, right? So if you thinking of negative things or bad things because life doesn't happen and it's bad things and negative things happening, and it's easy to think about them because they're happening right there in front of you. Like it's easy to get sad at a funeral because you see somebody that you love that's dead right in front of you. But if you can try to think positive, think happy, manifest the life that you want to have, that's why meditation is important. But if you could try to do that, I just want y'all to try to do that, bro. So anytime somebody make you mad, like don't try to think about that shit. Just think about some positive shit, some happy shit. Think about a goal that you set that you're gonna do, or think about your children, or think about something that makes you happy. Because that's gonna affect the world around you. If you always in a constant state of misery or constant state of depression or dread or doubt, that's gonna be the world around you. You know what I'm saying? Because you manifest your world around you, whether you believe it or not. I'm telling you some real shit, dog. It's mind over matter, real shit. So just try to think of some real positive shit. You're right, Yellow Diamond. But it's right though, ain't it? I'm telling you, I'm right. I'm telling you. We should have game night for real. That's real. I like that shit too, Eddie. Yeah, we should have game night. That should be lit. Hell yeah. I like that idea. But you're right though, Yellow. Yeah, for sure. As above, as below, as you feel, you will see. Straight up, Yellow, straight up. So I just wanted to leave y'all with that on this beautiful Sunday morning. You know what I'm saying? We had a great live. You know, it was a you know, it ain't we ain't this live here. We ain't had no topic, so I just freestyled that bit. But I hope I did a good enough job for y'all. You know, it was just freestyle. So I hope that you guys enjoyed it. And I appreciate y'all. Like, share, comment. I'll holler at y'all later. I appreciate y'all. Chill.